Chapter 1, The Warning. Robb I. Oliver Free rushed into the king's tent in the Stark encampment. "My king," told the Free squire while bowing. Robb Stark, Lord of Winterfell and first king in the north since Torrhen Stark gave up his crown and knelt before Aegon I Targaryen, also known as the Conqueror, looked up at him, annoyed at being disturbed. "What is the meaning of this, Oliver?" His squire, nervous as he was, didn't answer directly and handed him a letter instead, the seal still untouched. Robb took it and read, eager to get through the note and go back to his well-deserved rest. To the flayed man. "The wolf has made too many mistakes. Hand him over and the north shall be yours. Seek the towers to aid you. We always pay our debts. The Lion of the Rock." Robb's anger burned his insides as bright as wildfire. He had always known that the Boltons and the Freys weren't the most trustworthy of his lords, but their men were needed to his cause and Roost's counsel was valuable, as his calm demeanor and point of view tempered the war councils, considering that Great Jon Umber and Rickard Karstark, his other chief advisors along with Sir Brynden Tully, had a thirst for Lannister blood that often clouded their judgment. But Robb wasn't a fool and knew the bloody history between Winterfell and the Dread Fort, of how the Red Kings of old had worn the flayed skins of Stark princes as cloaks, and furthermore, even his father had always kept a close watch on Roose Bolton and his lands. Walder Free was a completely different matter, but Roose was in traveling with his army and it would be easier to deal with. Focusing on finding the truth about it, as some of his lords would complain about throwing him in shackles without having proved his guiltiness, he questioned his squire. "Oliver, where did you find this?" asked Robb, fixing his eyes on the boy. "I was going back to my tent after watering the horses and saw a small shape slipping out of my tent. It looked like a child from afar, but I can't say for certain. I ran, trying to chase it, but it escaped and vanished into the shadows. When I went inside my tent, looking if anything was out of place, I saw the letter on top of my bed with a note saying that I should present it to my king immediately," replied Oliver, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Truth to be told, Robb didn't know if he could trust him, if what the letter said was true. He had always been a dutiful squire, who did everything he was asked. He fought beside him at the Whispering Wood and Oxcross, covering his back when Grey Wind or any of his personal guard couldn't, but he was a Free, and his family had sided with Roose Bolton and Tywin Lannister, betraying the North, if the contents of the letter were true. He thought about it for a minute or two, his serious gaze reading the letter all over again, and at the end, he decided his squire had made enough to earn his confidence. "Very well. Help me with my armor and call for Lords Umber and Karstark. Tell them to come here at once, armed and with the utmost discretion. And tell some of my men from Winterfell to come and guard the tent outside." "Your Grace," bowed Oliver, who did as bid before running out in search of the Northern Lords. Robb adjusted his sword belt and took a few moments to think about the war. He came from the north with 22,000 men at his back and had only lost between 4,000 and 5,000 of them. He had won every battle he fought, breaking Sir Jaime's Lannister host at the siege of Riverrun and putting him in shackles, routing the remnants of his army behind the Golden Tooth, pushing the Lannisters into the Crown Lands at the southeast and plundered the Westerlands in retaliation for the Riverlands. But despite all his achievements, the war was far from won. At the Crag, the Westerling's ancient seat, he had been wounded by an arrow, and Jane Westerling, daughter of Lord Westerling, had treated his wounds. What had started as a simple conversation escalated quickly and he had bedded the woman. By next day's noon, he had married her. He didn't do it for love or for any political advantage, but he had dishonored her and his honor demanded him to do so. It had costed him 3,000 men of House Free, who had abandoned him at the moment he married the Westernlander, between curses and calls of Oathbreaker. And now he had to deal with the Boltons. He thanked the old gods that Daisy Mormont had stopped his mother's attempt at liberating the Kingslayer. He didn't even want to know what the most martial lords like Lord Karstark would do if his mother had freed Sir Jaime. The point was that he knew he was in a desperate need of allies, but he simply didn't have any options left in Westeros. The Tyrells would soon be bound to the Lannisters by marriage if what his mother said was true. Stannis controlled the Stormlands and the Narrow Sea, but he burned any person who did not follow his Red God and had suffered a crushing defeat at King's Landing walls. Aunt Lysa had holed herself in the Vale and remained silent since the start of the conflict, and Dorne had no reason to side either with him or the Lannisters. The only ones left were the Greyjoys, but his council had argued against the idea of siding with Bolon after his failed rebellion 7 years ago. Sighing heavily, he poured himself a glass of ale. He hadn't even finished it before his lords came in. "You summoned us, your grace," told the booming voice of the great Jon, followed by Lord Karstark just behind, who bowed his head when their eyes met. "Indeed, my lords, and with the most dreadful news." "Take a seat and read this," answered Robb, going straight to the point and handing the letter to them. Lord Umber's face turned red with rage. Lord Karstark's eyes widened, but he was clearly angered. "The massive cunt," yelled the great Jon, "I swear my king that I will chop off his fucking head for this treason," ended the Umber, smashing his fist onto the wooden table and making Robb's ale spill all over the table. "Calm yourself, Jon," soothed Lord Rickard, placing his hand on Jon's shoulder. "If this is true, Roose is a dead man walking, but if he suspects that we know anything about it, he will run with his tail between his legs, even if he needs to leave all his men behind. We need to take him unaware." The great Jon exhaled and nodded at Robb before sitting back on his chair. "So, how do we proceed, your grace?" asked Lord Karstark. "We will reach the twins in 3 days, and I assure you, my lords, that if Roose Bolton is guilty of treason he won't make it there alive. I will send a raven to Harrenhal, ordering Lady Mormont and Lord Glover to gather half of the garrison and march to the twins at full speed. We lost 3,000 men when the Freys deserted us, and we will lose all of the Boltons who don't see reason, so I will send another raven to Winterfell with instructions of summoning the mountain clans and marching them to Moat Caitlin, where they can be called should we need them." "What of the bastard at the Dread Fort?" asked Lord Umber. "With his father dead he will call himself the new Lord Bolton. He was left in the north, and if a quarter of the things that we heard of him is true, we need to be rid of him. He is a danger to the north itself. Ramsay Snow will share the same fate as his father, Lord Umber. When we received the news of the Hornwood, I sent word to Lord Marndale to gather 1,000 men and take him prisoner. He will die, and the Dread Fort will be rewarded to a more loyal family." Both lords nodded their heads in approval, pleased about what they were hearing. "For now, we take Lord Bolton under arrest. Regarding his men, those who abandon him and renew their fealty to me will be spared and will merge into other houses' men. Those who lift their sword against us will be put to the sword. I trust that you both came armed, as I asked." "Aye." "Good, Oliver," yelled Robb. His squire appeared at the door of the tent. "Tell Lord Bolton that we have an urgent war council and his presence is requested here." The 3 men stood idle with serious expressions. They all knew the consequences about Roose's treason were going to take his toll in the army. They didn't need to wait for long, as Roose arrived shortly after Oliver had left, accompanied by only 2 of his men who waited outside the king's tent. "Your grace, my lord," said the Lord of the Dread Fort, taking his seat between Lords Umber and Karstark. "If I may inquire, where are the remaining lords of the council?" Robb all but ignored his question. "Lord Bolton, I'm glad you came so quickly. We have much to discuss and the hour is late. I would like this business to end as quickly as possible and you can help me with that." "And what can I do for you?" asked and intrigued Lord Bolton, his pale eyes fixed on his king. "I want the truth, Lord Bolton, nothing more, nothing less," answered Robb with a blank expression. "The truth about what, your grace?" "About this," answered Robb, handing the letter to him. Roose took the letter and read. His face, usually an expressionless mask, twisted into something resembling shock, and his pale eyes met Robb's gaze again. "2 was dead man since I entered here," thought Roose grimly while leaving the letter flat on top of the wooden table. "But he was a Bolton. A warrior. 1,000 years ago, his family had sacked Winterfell and called themselves kings. Going down without a fight was like spitting at the memory of his ancestors." He took a deep, final breath, then tried to rise and draw his sword, vying to kill at least one of them before dying, but at the very moment his hand touched the hilt, his head was severed from his body by a swift swing of a massive greatsword. The great Jon Umber, despite his enormous size, was an incredibly fast swordman. Both Bolton guards thundered inside the tent with his swords drawn, but they didn't live for long, as one of them found himself with his skull splitted in half by the great Jon's sword and the other one got stabbed in the back by Oliver before he could do any harm. "It wasn't your right to execute him," Lord Umber sighed Robb. "Even if he was a traitor, we needed to prove it to our most skeptical lords. And it was my justice to deliver," finished the Wolf King. He drew his sword against you, your grace. I was only doing my duty defending you, muttered Lord Umber, lowering his head. Robb sheathed his sword and was mimicked by everyone in the room. Wake up your men with discretion. If we're lucky, almost all of the Boltons will be sleeping by now. Avoid bloodshed where possible and spare all those who surrender. Take his generals as prisoners and put to the sword those who fight back, commanded Robb. Both lords nodded and left the tent, running to their men. In less than 2 hours they had dealt with all of Bolton's men. Of the 3,500 who were loyal to the Dread Fort, only 500 put up a fight or refused to swear fealty to King Robb. Half of the remaining Bolton men were passed to the command of Ronald Stout and Kyle Condon, and the other half distributed between Lords Carstark, Umber and Robb himself. At first light, all the lords present in the encampment were summoned to Robb's war tent. Lords Umber, Carstark, Forrester, Flint of Flint's Finger, Ryswell, and Locke of the North, along with Lords Bracken, Blackwood, Tully, Mallister and Piper of the Riverlands. Also present were Theon Greyjoy, Sir Brynden Tully and Lady Dacey Mormont. The king in the north rose and spoke, silencing the din of the crowd. As you are all aware, my lords, this night Roose Bolton was executed for treason against the kingdom of the north and the Trident, along with those of his men who rose up in arms against us. Looking at Lord Ryswell, whose daughter was once married to the deceased lord of the Dread Fort, he continued. I'm aware that some of you were tied with him to blood, so I will show you why I was compelled to order his death. He proceeded to read the letter aloud and then explained the chain of events that had led to the climax of last night. Lord Rickard and Lord Umber served as his witnesses, nodding at every one of his words. How can you trust a letter before the word of one of your lords? And one as powerful as Lord Bolton? It's outrageous, exclaimed Lord Ryswell. You will talk to your king with the respect he deserves, Lord Ryswell replied Lord Mallister, gazing at the Northern Lord. We all know the history between Houses Bolton and Stark, and all of us are aware of the loyalty that House Free professed to their liege lord and king. We don't know who left the letter, that much is true, but they both had reasons or were greedy enough to do it. Furthermore, if I am honest with this council, Roose Bolton always unsettled me, added Lord Blackwood, earning nods from almost every present Northern in the room. I support my king in his decision of punishing the traitors, as I find that both the letter and Lord Bolton's reaction are enough proof of his treason, ended the Lord of Raventree Hall. Unsurprisingly, it was Lord Bracken who talked after Lord Tytos, but for once, he agreed with the Raven Lord. The Northern Lords followed suit and the atmosphere calmed down a bit, as no one could discuss those words. I thank you for your support in this matter, my lords, responded Robb, thankful for the trust of his bannermen. I was going to offer Lord Bolton a fair trial in the eyes of gods and men, but he proved guilty at the same moment he drew his sword. A man with a clean conscience has nothing to fear. The turmoil started all over again, Northern and River Lords alike muttering between themselves. It was a matter of minutes before someone asked the obvious next question. Your Grace, you already punished the Boltons, but what do we do now with the Freys? We can't stay idle while they are a threat at our backs, asked Lord Mallister. That's the main reason I summoned you here, my lords. At first light I sent a rider to Harrenhal, explaining Lord Glover and Lady Mormont about last night events. She will take half of the garrison and march to the Twins at full speed, leaving Lord Glover in command of our forces in the castle. But should we arrive to the Twins with armies at both sides of the river, the Weasels will shut down their gates and rain hell upon us. The main objective of this council is to design an assault plan to avoid as much losses as possible. The lords argued for a large time, and by the time the sun was high, the battle plan was done. Once the men were ready, they started their slow march to the Twins, where Lord Edmure Tully was supposed to marry. Chapter 2, The Gathering. I own nothing but the plot. All the characters and rights belong to George R. R. Martin. Yonai. It was a cold day in Runestone. Indeed, as the Starks were fond of saying, winter was coming. The Seven Kingdoms had been at war for months, and to his shame, the proud and honorable Knights of the Vale were not involved. It wasn't that they were a belligerent kingdom who loved to fight anyone and by any reason, but the crimes of the Lannisters were far too grievous to ignore them and stand behind, watching as countless innocent lives were wasted for their greed and hunger for power. And he couldn't stand idle. When the war started and Tywin Lannister sent his mad dog Gregor Clegane to ravage the Riverlands, he called his levies, foreseeing that Lady Lysa Arryn would consider the Lannister pillage in her childhood home as an act of war. But he was wrong, and fortnight after the conflict started, he received a raven from the Lady of the Vale commanding him to disband his army. Naturally, he obeyed, as both Robert Baratheon and Ned Stark were alive at the time and both men had the last word about everything running in the kingdoms, including when to call the banners or declare war. But then, the news of Robert Baratheon's death arrived to Runestone, along with the ones of Ned Stark imprisonment and execution. He had wept for both men who he had considered his friends since before the rebellion, and he understood everything after reading Stannis' letter, the one that revealed Joffrey Baratheon's true parentage. He had waited for days, expecting a raven ordering him to gather his men and march to the aid of the young wolf, whose victory at the Whispering Wood, including the capture of the Kingslayer, caught the realm by surprise. But as weeks turned into months, he grew restless and tired of waiting. Many lords in the Vale remembered the days when Robert Baratheon and Ned Stark fostered with Jon Arryn in the Eyrie. The memories of the Battle of the Bells and the Trident were still fresh in Jon's mind. He decided that he wasn't going to wait more. Lysa Arryn was an unstable woman at best and she was destroying the reputation and honor that described the Knights of the Vale. He sent ravens to all his allies in the Vale, and now all of them were there, waiting in his solar houses: Redfort, Waynwood, Melcombe, Hunter, Templeton, Coldwater, Grafton, Arryn of Gulltown and Hardang had answered his call with their own banners, numbering almost 2/3 of the manpower the Vale had to offer. Only the Corbrays, the Lindaleys and the Belmares had ignored his ravens, probably because all of them wanted one of the spares of their houses to marry Lysa Arryn and become the Warden of the East until Robert Arryn reached manhood, as it was a position of enough power to influence the next Lord Arryn and curry favor for their houses once Jon Arryn's heir reached maturity. Clearing his head of other thoughts, he entered to the solar and sat at the head of the table. The hall turned silent and everyone's eyes were fixed on him. "Thank you all for coming, my lords. All of you know why I summoned you here. Westeros is at war, the Lannisters are fighting against the Starks, Stannis Baratheon got his army destroyed in the Battle of King's Landing after the Tyrells declared for Joffrey Waters, and now the only real army who can fight against them is the one of the king in the north." He paused for a moment and looked all the lords. He had their attention, and he will not waste it. "When I received the raven declaring Joffrey Baratheon a bastard born of the incestuous relation by Queen Cersei and the Kingslayer, I thought about supporting Stannis Baratheon's rightful claim to the throne, as did many others of this room, but I can't support someone who burns people alive for not following his foreign fire god and kills his own brother for a throne. Therefore, there is only one available option to me, and it's siding with Robb Stark, declaring him king in the north, the Trident and the Vale, as he is the only king who has proven that he deserves my loyalty," declared the aging Lord of Runestone, earning nods from some of the lords in attendance. "I'm sure that all the lords present remember Ned Stark fondly, as an honorable and just man, but we don't know how his son is like. I don't say that his war with the Iron Throne is just, but his cause isn't mine own. Why should I pledge my house swords to him and lose many good men for a man I don't know?" told Lord Grafton, the Lord of Gulltown. "Weren't you paying attention, Lord Grafton?" said Lady Waynwood, who despite his age, was still a formidable woman who always told her opinion. "Even if you don't like the Starks or the Tullys, your other options are a cruel and mad Lannister bastard or a religious lunatic who will burn you alive for not following Orla. The Starks ruled the North for 8,000 years and have been Wardens of the North for the last 300, ruling fairly and looking after both lords and small folk. If they did it in the biggest and toughest kingdom, why shouldn't they be able to do it with the Riverlands or the Vale? Some years ago I traveled to Winterfell with my son Waymar in his way to Castle Black to enlist in the Night's Watch. I remember the young wolf as a good and honorable lad, following closely the guidance of his father. I can't guarantee you that he will be a perfect king who commits no mistakes, but I'm sure that he is the best of our options," said Jon firmly. All the present lords took their time to think about all the options, until one of them dared to break the silence. "There is only one thing that is clear, my lords. If we stand idle in this war, the winner will come to us, asking why we didn't help them. If it's the Starks, they will ask why Lady Arryn forgot his blood. If it's the Lannisters, they will demand and denounce us for not aiding the Iron Throne. If somehow Stannis managed to beat them all, he will demand total submission along with hostages. Therefore, the course of action is pretty clear for me. I will stand behind Lord Royce and the young wolf in this war, proclaimed Lord Hunter. If the Vale goes to war for a just cause and for someone who deserves our loyalty like John Arryn and Robert Baratheon did, House Redfort will answer the call. I will support you, Lord Royce, and may the Seven be in our side. Do you all think the same, my lords? Asked the Lord of Runestone, briefly looking at every soul present. Slowly, heads began to nod, and not a single lord complained about joining the Starks. There is still one thing to discuss, my lords, told Sir Harold Hardying, interrupting the silence, who, despite being newly knighted and without lands by himself, was the heir to the Vale, his grandmother being the sister of John Arryn. We will go against the orders of the current Lady of the Vale, and we will leave our homes almost unprotected. If we want to go to war outside the Vale, we need to go as a whole and with Lady Lysa's consent. We can't leave our castles and small folk unprotected. It seems that your fostering with Lady Waynwood wasn't for naught, Sir Harold, answered Lord Royce with a weak smile, earning a nod of gratitude of Lady Anya. You're right, we need to go as one and have a clear path towards the Riverlands. The gates of the moon will be opened to us, as Sir Donal Waynwood is now the Knight of the Gate after Sir Brynden Tully left his post to defend his homeland. But Lord Corbray concerns me. He will stand with Lady Arryn if he can take profit for it. I will hear your opinions on the matter. Sending a raven or a rider to the Eyrie asking for permission will be pointless. We know that Lady Arryn will deny it. For our last reports, Lord Corbray is the chief advisor of Lady Lysa, and I'm sure that he is already preparing all the lords and knights who are loyal to her to prevent us to join the war. We should ride to the Vale with our army, showing our strength, ask for parley and pray the Seven that Lady Arryn hears and bless us, said Lord Redfort. And if she refuses? Storming the Eyrie is impossible. The fortress has never been taken, and even if we destroy the army of Lord Corbray, we will be stuck in a long siege. And that is if we siege. I'm sure that many of us don't want the last son of John Arryn dying of hunger, told Lord Grafton, who was the less convinced about joining the young wolf against the orders of his liege lord. We can't waste our time looking for all the possible options, Lord Grafton told Sir Templeton. We know what we must do. We know what is right to do. We should march as soon as our levies and men-at-arms are ready to depart. We should be able to raise around 20,000 men without leaving our homes unprotected. They can raise half of it. If they don't want to be completely destroyed by our army, they will side with us. Together, we will convince Lysa Arryn to enter the war or strip her from power, and a council of lords can manage the Vale until Lord Arryn comes of age, finished the knight. Very well, if no one has to add anything, we begin the preparations and march. The sooner we convince Lady Arryn and enter the fray, the sooner we end the war. The proud direwolf of House Stark stood powerful at the walls of Harrenhal, flanked by the mailed fist of House Glover at his left and the bear of House Mormont at his right. Lady Mage remained silent, a cup of ale in her hands. The she-bear of Bear Island was gathering the men in order to march to the Twins, the home of the traitorous Lackwits of House Free. 3,000 men were going to come at her back, hardened by previous battles, leaving another 3,000 between Harrenhal and the surrounding lands and keeps under the command of Lord Glover. A force who was not able to match the Old Lion should he march against the Riverlands again, but sufficient enough to win some time for the rest of the armies to come back. After all, and even in the current state of the fortress, 1,000 men in Harrenhal were a nightmare against any foe, even if they were heavily outnumbered. She finished her ale and left the room, looking for Lord Glover, who she found talking to a blacksmith, who was apparently repairing his breastplate after he received a blow to the side by a Serrit Knight's Morningstar. "How are the preparations going, Galbart?" boomed Mage, getting the attention of the Lord of Deepwood Motte. "They're almost done, Mage. The lads are eager to fight. They've been here doing nothing since the Old Lion decided to flee from us." "That's good. They will need their spirit in the battles to come," told Lady Mormont, thinking deeply about their current situation. Their king was marching with 12,000 men to the Twins, half Northerners and half Riverlanders. Even with the 3,000 defenders, they couldn't stand against a double assault against a force 5 times theirs. It was a solid battle plan, but it left the southern borders of the Riverlands almost unprotected, as only Riverrun or Harrenhal could defend themselves properly with the castle's garrison. Of the 30,000 men that the Kingdom of the North and Riverlands had mustered at the moment, 15,000 was going to the Twins, 3,000 at Harrenhal, 6,000 between Riverrun and Pink Maiden, and the other 6,000 scattered between all the holds in the Riverlands. Even with the 3,000 coming from the north, it was impossible to attack the south, where the Lannister-Tyrell alliance was more than 100,000 strong. We beat them bloody at Riverrun, the Green Fork and Ox Cross, but Tywin Lannister retreated to the Crown Lands with 15,000 men, and the Tyrells have more than 40,000 men at arms near the Crown Lands, without counting the Redwyne fleet and the 20 or 30,000 levies they can still call in their flowery palaces. I wonder how the king will deal with them. He has a good mind for war, but even the brightest mind of Westeros would not beat Tywin fucking Lannister with half his numbers. She looked at the men under her command, who were clearly expecting some words before marching out of the castle. "Come on lads, let's kick some traitors' ass." "The king in the north," yelled Mage, raising her mace to the air. Her men didn't disappoint her and yelled back. "The king in the north. The king in the north. The king in the north. They may be few, but they're as fierce and tough as the land that breed them." Under the mists near the God's Eye, the she-bear started the tiresome march to the twins with the annihilation of House Free in her mind. Chapter 3, Home. As always, I own nothing but the plot. All the characters and rights belong to George R. R. Martin. Thanks to everyone who followed, favorited and reviewed the story, especially to the last ones. Your support is very much appreciated. Let's go with the chapter. Brandon I. Standing still in his bed, Brandon patiently waited for Lewin. It was dawn, and the sunlight had woken him up, signaling the start of a new day. But for him, ruling Winterfell was boring. Since the war started and Robb marched south to rescue his father and sisters, his schedule consisted in answering ravens, holding court and hearing the pleas of the small folk, as a good portion of the young and strong men of the north had marched to war. Furthermore, Maester Lewin's lessons were unavoidable. But even if his work was tiresome, he was the Stark in Winterfell, he was duty-bound to do so, and even if he still was a child at the eyes of most men, he knew he couldn't escape his duties. His father and mother had taught him well, even if he wasn't the future Lord of Winterfell. While Robb was fighting in the south, everyone who stood in the north looked at Winterfell, asking for guidance in these troubling times. They looked at him for guidance. How was he supposed to rule the north being a crippled 11-year-old boy? It didn't matter what he thought about it, as someone knocked at the door. "Come in," told the young Stark. The door opened, revealing the grey robes of the elder Maester of the castle. "Good morning, Bran, I hope you slept well. There is much to do today," said Lewin with a smile on his face. "Yes, I guessed as much, Maester. Call for Hodder and we will start after I break my fast," answered Bran. Lewin nodded at him and went in search of the gigantic stable boy. Once he had eaten, he went to his brother Solar accompanied by Maester Lewin, his principal advisor in Winterfell, along with Sir Roderick Castle, the Master-at-Arms. After reading the first of the letters the ravens had carried, he called for the castle knight. "My brother the king has work for you, Sir Roderick. He commands you to go to Nerehold and muster all the might of the mountain clans. Nerys, Burleys, Knots, Flints, all of them. Once they have answered the call, march them to Moat Caitlin. They will stay there until Robb sees fit and you will come back to your duties in Winterfell." "Very well, my prince. With your permission, I will take 10 of our guards and leave to the mountains after the preparations for such travel are done," answered the old knight, nodding at him. "Take everything you need, Sir Roderick," replied Bran before dismissing him. He broke the seal of the next letter, with the Mermaid of House Marndaeli stamped on it, and read it aloud. "Lord Marndaeli sends word that his men have cornered the bastard of the Dread Fort with the help of some men loyal to the deceased Lord Hornwood. He should be able to capture him in a matter of days and bring him to Winterfell to face justice for his crimes. These are good news indeed. He has been free for way too long, harming people everywhere he went," told Lewin. "Maester, who do you think that will be rewarded with the Dread Fort? There are already problems with the succession of the Hornwood lands. Only Lawrence Snow can maintain the Hornwood name if my brother legitimizes him, and some houses like the Sowins or the Dustins are down to their last members. Too many castles to very few people, and the war is far from over," lamented Brandon. "I'm sure that whoever the king chooses will be worthy of the title, and there are many second or third sons of important families of the north, like the Umbers, the Karstarks, or even you or your brother Rickon. But taking into consideration the history of the castle, he may tear it apart stone by stone and divide the lands between the surrounding lords." He nodded to the Maester and looked at the last letter on the desk. It was from John. He wrote them once a week and told them how things fared at the war. Dear Bran. I hope this letter reaches you in a better mood than the last one. By the time you're reading this, I will be at the other side of the wall for the first time since I took my vows in front of the Heart Tree and became a member of the Watch. Strange things are happening in the far north. The wildling villages near the wall have been completely abandoned, and there is a rumor that Mance Rayder, the king beyond the wall, has gathered 100,000 wildlings to attack the wall and look for shelter behind it. We don't know if these rumors are true. All our small ranging parties who were tasked about finding their supposed army have disappeared in the cold winds and snows. Lord Commander Gia Mormont is determined to find what is happening at the other side of the wall and has organized a great ranging party of 300 men. This is almost all the manpower of Castle Black. Even Sam is coming with us. I don't know what is waiting us out there, but for the first time that I came here, I'm concerned. It's not that I question Lord Mormont's leadership, but what are we going to do if we face thousands of wildlings? We can't fight them, Bran. Half of my brothers were thieves or cutthroats before joining the Watch. If we fight in the open, we die for nothing and the wall will be defenseless. I know that Robb is fighting in the south avenging father, but I need you to talk to him and ask for help for the Watch. Should our ranging fail, a horde of 100,000 wildlings will invade the north, raping, killing and pillaging Stark lands. I will write back as soon as possible. With much love. Your brother Jon. The letter left Bran uneasy. He had learnt of the dire situation of the Watch from previous letters from Jon, but he never thought that the Lord Commander would risk almost all his remaining men in a mission like that. He showed the letter to Maester Luwin, who shared his concern in the matter. He decided to send word to Hodder Umber, Castellan of the Last Hearth, explaining him about the situation of the Watch so he could prepare his men in case something happened. After all, should the worst happen to the Black Brothers, Last Hearth was the first layer of defense in the north against a wildling invasion. Once he was done, he started writing the letter for Robb, getting distracted quite often by the snowflakes falling who covered the courtyard in white. Once he finished the letter, he allowed himself a small break and left with Summer and Hodder to the Godswood. He could find some peace seated in the roots of the Heart Tree, as his father did in a time he felt was long ago. After praying to the gods for the return of his brother and the end of the war, he returned to his duties as the Stark in Winterfell. He woke up, missing the sweet smell of Shae in his nostrils. A week had passed since he married Sansa Stark, and obviously, it wasn't a happy marriage at all. Young, beautiful noblewoman didn't want to get married to members of enemy families. In fact, the marriage wasn't even legal, as it hasn't been consummated yet. He couldn't make her responsible of that. He had been an ugly and deformed dwarf his entire life, and now he had a scar that covered half of his face, plus he had lost the nose too, courtesy of Samandon Moore, who was now rotting in the Seven Hells. Good morning, wife told Tyrion happily, pouring himself the first cup of wine of the day. Good morning, Lord Tyrion, replied Sansa, still sleepy. Today I will be busy with my duties as Master of Coin. Do whatever you like, my lady, but today is such a wonderful day, I'm sure you will enjoy walking around the gardens near the Red Keep. Of course, husband, answered the redhead. Without feeling anything more than pity for his young wife, and the future that she was going to endure, Tyrion managed a sad smile and left the room. Both Bronn and Podrick were already waiting for him just outside his chambers. It seems that you had a busy night, my lord, considering that the sun showed up an hour ago, joked Bronn. I was quite busy enjoying my wife's delightful company. Pleasuring her requires time, you know, chuckled Tyrion, earning a wholehearted laugh of the sellsword. They walked through the corridors of the Red Keep for a while and broke their fast together. The fortress inside King's Landing looked enormous from the outskirts of the city, but you could truly get lost inside it, with the multiple corridors going from one extreme to another of the keep. Once they finished, they started their way to the council rooms, located in the Tower of the Hand, where only Tyrion was allowed entrance by the 2 king's guards posted at the entrance of the chamber. Both Podrick and Bronn waited there while Tyrion went in. You're late, Tyrion told a cold Tywin Lannister, glaring at his son. The old lion had arrived at King's Landing as a savior, saving the city from Stannis Baratheon. Needless to say, he had taken command of everything that happened inside the city's walls instantly. I beg your forgiveness, father, I was busy performing my duties as a loyal husband and member of House Lannister. Nothing to bother yourselves with. So, what was the council discussing? I spoke with Lady Olenna and she agreed to pay half the costs of the wedding. How is the crown going to afford the payment of the other half? Asked the Lord of Casterly Rock. Father, as you are aware, the coffers are empty. The crown is totally bankrupt. We are indebted to our house, House Tyrell, the Faith, the Iron Bank and other minor houses of the Reach, the Riverlands and the Westerlands. And the city is starving, even with the supplies that are coming from the Rose Road. He paused for a moment, taking air. I'm sure that our Master of Laws has already informed you of the last riots of Flea Bottom. I can't simply put more taxes to the small folk without making them revolt, ended Tyrion, looking at Garland Tyrell, the new Master of Laws since their house agreed to a betrothal between Margaery and the king. You're in this council to provide solutions and money to your king, imp, not to complain about what you must do, barked the Dowager Queen, receiving a serious look from his father. As much as it shames me to consider you my son, you're a Lannister, and lions don't fear such thing as a peasant revolt, told Lord Tywine, with his voice in a higher tone than usual. If you need to implement a new tax to the peasants to pay for the king's wedding, you will do it. Sometimes I wonder if my father is utterly stupid behind that mask of ruthlessness, thought Tyrion while taking a sip from his goblet of wine. The debts owed to the houses of the Riverlands are forfeited, they are all traitors to us, so there is one less problem for you, continued the old lion. Furthermore, an envoy of the Iron Bank arrived yesterday and asked for a meeting with either the king or the Hand. You will go and talk with him, as is your duty as Master of Coin. Tell him that the war will be over soon and that we will start the repayments once our enemies are defeated. And how can you be so sure that the war will end soon? Stannis Baratheon is defeated, but not dead, and Robb Stark still holds half of the realm. Robb Stark will be dead before the moon's turn, and Stannis' days are numbered. Did you really think that I would wait in the capital forgetting the war? Some battles are won with swords and spears, but others are won with quills and ravens. The council is dismissed one by one. All the members of Joffrey's small council left the room. Everyone except Tyrion. He remained seated while his father started writing letters, waiting for a while until his father could ignore him no more. I thought that my dismissal was clear enough, Tyrion said Tywine with indifference. I wanted to speak with you, father. About the future of our house. Certainly, that called for Tywine's attention, as he stopped his business and stared at Tyrion. Don't waste my time and talk. What do you want? I guess I should just tell you what I want. I want what is mine by rights. I want what is mine since Jaime took the White Cloak. I want to be recognized as heir to Casterly Rock and the Westerlands, told Tyrion with the lordliest voice he could do. A futile attempt, as Tywine's face just reddened with rage at his son's bold statements. How you dare, imp! You, who are the shame of House Lannister. I won't let you turn the Rock into your personal brothel. Lannisters are to be feared, not mocked. You will not inherit the Rock nor anything of me. Be content that I arranged you such a powerful marriage. Jaime shall be freed from the Starks and take his place as my heir, and you will go to Winterfell and rule the North, establishing a new cadet branch for our house. Demand anything from me again and it will be the last demand you do. With a cold and angry look, Tywine stormed out of the council chambers, unable to look at his son anymore. Well, it was worth the try, thought Tyrion before leaving the room. Chapter 4, The Battle of the Twins. Disclaimer, I own nothing but the plot. All characters and rights belong to George R.R. Martin. Let's go with the chapter. Robb 2. After 3 days marching northwards, the crossing appeared at the horizon. What was initially going to be a fast travel of a 300-men party, transformed into a possible full-scale assault of 12,000. The original plan of the army was to be sent to Harrenhal and then to Maidenpool, to liberate the last one of the Riverlands castles who still was in Lannister hands. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible, as Lords Bolton and Free treachery had been discovered. Night was falling by the time they were close to the twins. The army stopped near the castle, barely out of range of the Free longbowmen who were posted on top of the walls, and made camp there. The doors opened, and 2 riders went out with the Twin Towers banner flying proudly. Robb stepped forward, followed by Theon Greyjoy, the Great Jon, Dacy Mormont, his squire Oliver, Brynden Tully and his uncle Ed Muir. The riders introduced themselves as Jared and Lothar Free. What brings the king in the north and his army to our home? Asked Jared, trying to be as polite as possible. Had your house remained loyal, the whereabouts of my army would be known to you. It's almost dark and I can't send them back. I'm sure that Lord Walder wouldn't mind letting them camp here for a lone night, replied Robb with confidence. Still, we have come here for a wedding between my uncle, Lord Edmure, and a bride of House Free to renew our alliance. Do you take us for fools, Oathbreaker? Yelled Lame Lothar. We expected a party of 300 men, noblemen of the north and the Riverlands as witnesses to the wedding, and instead of that you bring an army of 12,000 men to threaten us in our own home. He is still our king, fool. Talk to him again like that and I'll teach you some respect, responded Theon with his characteristic cocky attitude, glaring at the weasel-faced Free. Keep your mouth closed, you fucking squid. IW Lothar started to bark again when Robb silenced him. Enough. I'm not here to trade insults with you nor your siblings. I am here to honor a pact and restore my alliance with Lord Free, not some 12th or 13th son. Go back to Lord Walder and tell him to open his gates, knowing that the bulk of my men will set camp here for a night. You have an hour to come back. If the gates remain closed by nightfall, I will suppose that you have completely turned your cloaks and burn your pretty bridge to the ground. Am I clear? An enraged Robb commanded, provoking Grey Wind to go forward and show his teeth as a warning. Both Freys nodded their heads and left to the castle, pale as the first winter snows. The Stark party turned their backs and went back to their men, hurrying with their plan to take control of the twins. The night before. Oliver, I must speak with you. Take a seat. Why yes, my king. Oliver muttered, barely looking at his eyes. He knew that his house wouldn't be the same after tomorrow, and he was rightfully scared about what was going to happen with him. You have nothing to fear from me, Oliver. I have been thinking of you since the day you gave me the letter, and I trust you when you said that you had nothing to do with the treason of your house. You have fought by my side since the start of the war and continued under my service even when your kin deserted me, told Robb, trying to calm his squire. What I want from you is to know everything I can about your relatives. I want you to tell me who of them are trustworthy and deserve mercy and whom of them deserve nothing but death. I know that they are your kin, but if you don't tell me what I need to hear, I fear that all their lives are forfeited once I've taken the twins. Oliver ordered his thoughts for a minute, and started to talk, praying forgiveness to the Seven for what he was going to say. In all my time in the twins, I was completely encircled by men and women who were my blood. But that was the only tie we had. Almost everybody does what they do for their own benefit, thinking that they will gain some kind of esteem from my father. The only ones I considered and loved as a family were my sister Roslyn and my brother Pawin, who was part of your personal bodyguard until he was forced to leave. Apart from them, Sir Stephen was the only exception I knew. He would have been a good lord of the crossing, and I'm sure that he had plans to clean the Freys' name, but he died 3 days after the Battle of Oxcross after getting severely injured. Of my other siblings and half-siblings I can't tell you who is honorable or not. But if I must blindly choose about who is aware of my father's plans, I think that Ryman and Black Walder, Sir Stephen's son and grandson, will know the plans about the wedding. I know that I said Stephen was a good man, but his descendants aren't the same. Hosteen is nothing but a brute, but he is the strongest fighter of the twins, so I'm sure that he will be involved too. After his speech, Oliver remained quiet, looking to the ground. Thank you, Oliver. I know that it's difficult for you, and I appreciate your loyalty. You know our plans, in fact, you helped us with them, and I will forever be grateful for that. I don't know if this will calm you, but I will try to spare all of the Freys that I can. When we got them, I'll hold a trial, and if they are found guilty, I will give them the possibility of taking the black, responded Robb with a kind voice. Thank you, Your Grace, told Oliver, barely holding his tears. Go to your tent and rest as much as you can. Tomorrow we end this and I need you by my side. Can you promise me that? I swear it, Your Grace. He took the dismissal and left the tent. Her 3,000 men started to feel tired due to the forced march of the last days, but in the end, they arrived to the destination. Under the cloak that the night offered, looking at the Stark camp at the other side of the river, they rested for a couple of hours and prepared for battle. After sharpening their swords, they hid their banners and waited for the signal. They didn't wait long. The she-bear took air and rallied the men. Today we end those who wanted to put us on our knees. Those who would have sold us to the Lannisters. Take the rams and follow me. For the North and House Stark, shouted the Lady of Bear Island, raising her mace and sword and charging forward. "For the north!" and House Stark shouted back her men, following close behind. As expected, the doors of the west tower of the crossing opened, but no one went out from the castle. Robb cautiously took his time before going in, accompanied by 500 riders. They were still crossing the doors, being welcomed by Lothar Frey, who had waited them with a small party just after they went through the gates, when a rider came fast from the other side of the bridge. "My lord! My lord! We are under attack, there are thousands of enemies at the east gate." Lothar panicked. He wasn't a good battle commander, and his plans were to end the young wolf. He didn't expect to have to defend his home for the duration of the war. He swallowed hard and asked, trying to hide his fears. "How many of our men are in the walls? Which banners have you spotted?" "They have no banners, my lord, and if their armors show any coat of arms, they are impossible to see. Only 50 of our archers are in the walls, too few to stop them," answered the soldier. Unknowing what to do, he looked left and right unconsciously, accidentally meeting the eyes of the young wolf, who had a calm expression in his face. "Don't waste any time, Lord Lothar, take your men and run to the aid of the east gate. Just hold them for the moment while I send for my men to come in to your help. We will outnumber them and protect the castle," Robb said before turning back to his army. He stood confused for a moment and thought. "I can't let him bring more men if we want to get rid of him. But our home is under attack, what the hell am I supposed to do?" "My lord." "What are your orders?" voiced the soldier back, nervous and expecting orders. "Fuck. Fuck. Fuck. My lord. We will need to change the plan, defending our home is more important. I hope that father agrees with me." "Very well. Run to the tower and tell all our men to take their weapons and go to the east gate. Tell them that we're under attack and that I, as the only Free down here, assumed command in the defense of our home." "How many men do you? Are you fucking deaf?" yelled Lothar, a mixture of nerves and angriness at his own incompetence. "Send word to all our men. I want the 3,000 men at arms under this roof to be armed and ready to fight at the east gate. Now." The poor soldier nodded at him and rushed inside the castle, raising the alarm and sending all the available men to defend their home from the mysterious invaders. He looked back to the western gate before running through the bridge, hoping the young wolf would be true to his word. They took the Freys unprepared. Of the 3,000 men that charged to the eastern gate of the castle, less than 100 lay dead upon the battlefield when the rounds started hammering the doors. It wasn't that their archers didn't know how to pick a bow, but between the darkness of the night and their shields, almost all the arrows missed their marks or landed where they didn't deal any damage to the heavy infantrymen. "Come on lads, take down the gate," shouted the intimidating Lady Mormont, her mace and sword eager for free blood. The doors were almost broken when the whole Free army inside the twins arrived. She could see that now more than 400 archers were raining fire on his troops, picking up some kills. But fortunately for her, they didn't arrive soon enough, as in a couple of thrusts, the gate collapsed and the first wave of angry Northmen stormed through them, meeting a weak shield wall formed by the recently arrived Freys. The clash of both armies was brutal. She knew that there was no honor in actual battle, but her men fought with a ferocity and ruthlessness she hadn't seen since the Trident. She parried a sword aiming to her neck, returning the favor to the soldier in the form of his mace smashing the poor fellow's head, spilling his brains to the floor. She ducked, parried, hacked and slashed through all the men who were brave or stupid enough to face her, knowing that if all was going as planned, the king was coming to her aid. As the fighting progressed, it was getting tougher to advance. The second line of the Free shield wall proved to be a challenge, and the men were starting to waver, the initial rush of the first charge completely gone. She paused and looked around the field. It was true that the enemy had suffered a lot of casualties. Their first, disorganized and weak shield wall had been totally useless against the charge of her berserkers, but now they had reorganized and her own troops were bleeding. Facing a wall of spears and pikes. "We can hold here for an hour, maybe two. But if the king waits more time, we will get slaughtered by these bloody archers," thought Mage, cleaving her sword in a men-at-arms neck. She blocked a blow coming for her and counter-attacked, beheading yet another Free Levi, when some tall, ugly weasel-faced man charged at her, wielding the classic sword and shield combination, with the twin towers of the Freys emblazoned in it. While he had strong muscles, he wasn't skilled enough and proved to be no match for her, who had been fighting wildlings her entire life. He lasted less than 2 minutes before getting his ribs crushed under a heavy blow of her mace, taking the air out of his lungs, followed by another blow to the face and getting finally killed with her sword in the guts. She looked up, waiting for the next challenger, when the sweet sound of the horns filled the air, the horses' hooves sounding like a thunder on the wooden bridge. But what reassured her the most was Grey Wind's howling, King Rob's own direwolf charging into battle. The northern cavalry hit against the rear of the surprised Freys, crushing them like flies. The cavalry was like a hammer against hot steel, and her men were the anvil. With just one charge, more than 2/3 of the Freys lay dead or injured upon the bridge, some of their bodies being too crushed to even be recognized. The remaining men broke and threw their weapons in surrender, most of them being the archers who still were on top of the walls, as the major part of the infantry had been utterly crushed by the charge or killed or wounded in the melee. Once the fighting stopped, she advanced forward, meeting the king in the north. "Lady Mage Mormont, I think that I have never been happier to see you," chuckled Rob, earning a wide grin from the Lady of Bear Island. "Likewise, my king. I must say that I'm surprised that those bastards put up a fight that good before you arrived with the cavalry." "What took you so long?" answered the tired lady. "Well, convincing them wasn't difficult at all. Lothar Free almost pissed himself when he heard of the attack and rushed with all his men there without thinking a lot about it. The gates were wide open to us, but getting the cavalry into position took more than expected. The Great Jon and Lord Forrester are already securing the western tower, where Lord Free and his remaining offspring are. Tend to your men and rest, my lady, you have earned it. Sir Brynden will secure the prisoners made here." The she-bear nodded in acknowledgement and did as bid, sheathing her sword in the scabbard and securing her mace in her leather belt, and started counting casualties. Of the 3,000 men she had commanded against the walls of the Twins, 300 lay dead, most of them due to the arrow fire, and 600 were injured in the fight inside. Looking after the fallen, she came back to the big Free knight who fought her at the gates. She looked at her left to the Freys who were being taken prisoners and pointed her finger to the almost unrecognizable corpse. "Any one of the lot of you know who the fuck is this one?" "Hosteen Free, my lady, 6th son of Lord Walder." "The ones at his side are his brothers Simond and Danwil," responded one of the archers who had surrendered. She smiled widely and continued her way towards the western tower. The doors opened, and he entered the room with Grey Wind by his side. He looked at the old man sitting in the chair and felt his expression harden. He was carefully watched by a blooded small Janumber. Glaring at him, he spoke. "Lord Walder Free, you, your sons and grandsons are accused of high treason, plotting behind the back of your king and liege lord. You're accused of desertion and ignoring the calls of your liege lord. Your army is dead or imprisoned, as well as your sons who went out to fight. Spare me the time and I may show some mercy to the remains of your offspring," spitted Rob. "You're nothing but an oath-breaker, brat. You spat in my house honor and expect me to lick your boots. You're as naive as your father, but at least he had the brains to don't marry every whore he fucked." "Take my head and be done with it," responded the old lord of the crossing with disdain. "At least he didn't try to lie to me. This makes things easier." He pulled his sword out of the scabbard and rested the tip on the ground. "I, Robb Stark, Lord of Winterfell, King in the North and the Trident, declare you guilty of the crimes of treachery and desertion. I denounce you and strip you and your sons of all their titles, holds and lands and sentence you to death. Your daughter Roslyn shall wed my uncle Ed Muir, and should a second son be born of their union, he will be declared as Lord of the Crossing when he comes of age, funding a new cadet branch of House Tully. Rest well, Free, you will be executed tomorrow after witnessing the trial of your remaining sons and grandsons." When the announcement was done, the hall exploded with cheers from the Northmen while Walder Free was cursing loudly while being dragged out to the dungeons of his former castle by a more than happy small Janumber. Chapter 5, Escape Routes. Disclaimer, I own nothing but the plot. All the characters and rights belong to George R.R. Martin. Special thanks to all of those who followed and reviewed this story, your support is everything I need to continue. Let's go with the chapter. Arya I. She had been wandering through Westeros for months. Everything started when she escaped from King's Landing thanks to Yoren, the wandering crow of the Night's Watch, who promised her to bring her safely to Winterfell. Since then, she had found herself captive at Harrenhal right under Lord Tywin's nose, captive again, but this time by the Brotherhood without banners, and now she was being dragged through the Riverlands by the Hound himself, who wanted to ransom her at Riverrun. Indeed, nothing went as planned. "How long until we reach the twins?" asked the youngest daughter of Eddard Stark. "Fuck off," barked the Hound. She snorted at him, earning one of the Clegane's glares, and remained quiet for the next few hours. Sometimes I think those are the only words he knows. They had followed the Green Fork for days, untroubled for almost their entire journey, and they managed to develop some sort of weird friendship. It was at noon of one of those days he could practice the water dancing Sirio taught her back at the capital. He had found her moving around with needle in her hand and laughed at her, telling her that such a swordplay was completely useless against armored men and it was going to get her killed. Still, she didn't care. She had seen Sirio Foral, the former First Sword of Bravos, fight against 4 red cloaks and a Kingsguard and keep them at bay easily with just a wooden practice sword. After that day, the Hound started training her every night in less knightly ways of combat. Some of his dirty tricks were completely useless for her, as they needed a considerable amount of strength she didn't possess, but this kind of knowledge was certainly useful, and she proved to be a fast learner, learning every trick the Hound taught her. A small part of her hated herself for having enjoyed part of the time she had been traveling with him. After all, he had murdered Micah in cold blood and she was someone who held grudges. The Hound was in her list and there was no way a couple of sword lessons were going to make her think to delete his name. The only incident they had on the road had been a week before, when they were eating in an inn near the King's Road. 4 drunk men dressed in black and yellow armor sat at their table. 4 men she recognized instantly after her time in Harrenhal. After a short and weird conversation about chickens and ale, one of the men she remembered as Poliver dared to tell Sandor that he would bring him back to King Joffrey, so he could punish him for deserting the army at the Battle of King's Landing. All the possibilities of ending the encounter in a peaceful manner disappeared at once. Flashback. The Hound looked at Arya briefly, and the girl ran like if another himself had appeared inside the living room of the inn, hiding behind a staircase and fixing her eyes in the fight that had broken out. Grabbing the table with both hands, Sandor sent flying the 2 men who sat in front of him and unsheathed his sword, eager to kill the fuckers who ticked him off. After exchanging a couple blows with 2 of them at the same time, he knocked out the first one with a heavy hit of his sword's pommel right in the face and slashed the throat of the second one in the next movement. Poliver and the other one attacked, unwilling to let the Hound recover from fighting the first 2, but both were below average swordsmen, something that even a starter in swordsmanship as herself could see. Poliver went breathless to the ground, with a blow to the ribs that would have killed him had him not wore the sturdy chainmail House Clegane provided to his retinues. The Hound switched his focus to the last soldier, ending his life in a blink of an eye. "I guess it doesn't matter how good your armor is if you get beheaded." She fixed her gaze at Poliver, who was standing up and grabbing his blade back. The bald soldier probably thought that while Sandor was distracted after finishing his last kill, he could have his chance at killing him. She could have ran and leave the Hound there, but something inside her head snapped as she remembered how Poliver had killed her friend mercilessly the night where the Lannisters raided the Night's Watch, killing Yoren amongst others. So she took the sword of one of the fallen men and ran to him, slashing at the back of his knees and causing him to fall flat on top of the floor, dropping his blade. She took back needle from his belt and kicked the sword laying in front of her, leaving him unarmed and staring at her. Her grey eyes pierced his, showing her disdain to a confused Poliver. "Is something wrong with your leg, boy? Can you walk?" "Do I have to take you?" started Arya, resting the tip of needle at the bald man's neck. "What are you saying, girl?" muttered a confused Poliver, who already had his hands up in surrender. "This is such a nice little sword. Maybe I poke my teeth with it." Poliver's eyes grew wide in realization, but he couldn't reply as Arya pierced his neck with needle, filling his mouth with blood and ending the soldier's life. Flash forward. "Come on Sandor, we've been following the river for days." "Are you sure that we're going the right way?" asked Arya. "Shut it and look carefully, girl," replied Sandor, signaling at the horizon. In that moment, she saw it. The Twin Towers and the bridge of the crossing. Night had already fallen, but they continued advancing, the thoughts of a hot meal and a warm bed too tempting to stop now. "Wait," said Sandor, alarmed. "What?" "We're almost here," replied Arya with a nervous tone. "Use your fucking ears. There is a battle happening." She focused and tried to hear anything. She could hear the clashing of swords. The cries of men dying. the curses of the ones who were fighting and the noise of the horses' hooves over a wooden floor. She turned to Clegane, expecting what was he going to say. "We will wait here," sentenced Sander. "What are you saying?" "If there is a battle here we need to help my brother," exclaimed the she-wolf. "If he is in the fight, he has a fucking army by his side. I will not risk my money or my life after suffering you for weeks. We wait here, and if you say something more I will grab you from your feet and tie you to a fucking tree," answered Sander, leaving no options for arguing. She grumbled and followed him to the near woods, knowing that it was pointless to tell him anything about it. Laying between the tree's roots, she looked at the twins, or where she thought the twins were, as the sounds of the battle came from that direction. Joffrey Baratheon, Cersei Lannister, Tywin Lannister, Eileen Payne, Meryn Trant, Beric Dondarrion, the Mountain, the Hound. She fell asleep, vowing to kill Sander in his sleep if something happened to Robb. A moon's turn had gone by since he and his 9 companions sneaked between the enemy army in Riverrun. The original plan, made by Tywin Lannister himself, required discretion and patience, so he knew that it was logical that the Old Lion chose him, as he was the only remaining free Lannister who wasn't an utter fool, with the exception of Sir Kevan, but he has duties to attend in King's Landing at his liege's side. Before Lord Tywin left Harrenhal, marching to King's Landing to fight the army of Stannis Baratheon, he and his men dressed as Piper's men-at-arms with the armors of those who were made prisoners at the battle near the Golden Tooth at the start of the war. After all, those soldiers weren't going to need them in the grave. Once the Northerners reconquered the castle, that had been left with a skeletal garrison of less than 50 men, they had moved back to Riverrun with Lord Bolton's men, as they supposedly were the only prisoners who had survived Harrenhal's dungeons. In less than 2 weeks, they were already taking guard inside the fortress, and when the young wolf left for the twins, all those weeks of planning came to an end. Taking advantage from the cover of the night, he gathered his men and the plan started. They were to enter the dungeons and liberate Jaime, Martin and Willem Lannister, disguise them as soldiers and leave the fortress before anyone could find that they were missing. They had planned 2 ways to escape once they left the castle. The first and easiest one was simply to get out through the main gate, but it was only possible if no one spotted the prisoners missing or the guards they were probably need to kill. The second option was to smuggle them through a secret passage who had a window that connected directly to the river, where a boat was anchored. Due to the heavy presence of guards near the cells, they started a fire at the tents near the castle. They ran across the town and spotted the prisoner tower, rushing inside after killing the 2 men guarding the door, stealing the keys of the cells. He looked left and right as he went higher in the dungeons, looking for any signal of his cousin Jaime Lannister or Kevan's sons. He found the boys in one of the first cells and took them out of it. Despite being there for weeks, they look rather well. After freeing them, he continued to search with his party that was now formed by 12 members. He found the infamous Kingslayer in the deepest and darkest cell, covered in piss and shit. He looked bad and smelled even worse, but the reflect of his eyes were fixed at the light of the torch. "You look rather well, cousin, pretty as a young maiden," chuckled Davin. "Cousin Davin. By the 7, what are you doing here?" answered a surprised Jaime, his eyes open wide. "Don't get confused by the maiden in my chest, I'm still a lion to the core. Get up, we need to get you out of here." He threw some new clothes, a rusty chainmail and a short sword to Jaime, who dressed quickly, and they made their way out. They were close to the entrance of the tower when the alarm was raised by the castle's bells. Without wasting any time, they ran out of the prison, but once they exited the tower, they saw a small party of 12 guards making their way towards the building. "Simond, Sir Vikar, go with Jaime and the twins and guide them. Follow the plan and die for them if it must be, the rest of you, with me." Unsheathing his sword, Davin and his men charged at the enemy with a ruthless war cry. They cut through their enemies like a hot knife through butter. They were outnumbered by 2 to 1, but his men were some of the best Knights of the Rock, veterans from both the Greyjoy Rebellion and the first battles of the war. By the time all the Tully's men-at-arms had unsheathed their swords, 4 of them were already dead, painting the floor with crimson red. After beheading one of them, he started trading blows with the leader of the group, a knight with a black and white blazon who he identified as the coat of arms of one of the Vance branches. He couldn't deny that he possessed some skill with the blade, but he had trained with the sword since he was strong enough to pick one up, and his skills had been refined training with men known for their talent with a sword like Sir Lyle Hall, Sandor Clegane or Jaime Lannister himself. It won't be long before I find an opening. After a couple of minutes that passed by a blur, he saw a pattern in his adversary defense. He exchanged some fast blows and faked a wide slash directed to his opponent's head, only to swing his sword down at the last moment, aiming directly to the sword's hand. His opponent dropped his sword and howled in pain, as two blooded fingers dropped to the ground. Before the pained knight realized what had happened, he smashed the pommel of his sword to the Vance knight's face, breaking his nose and leaving him almost unconscious, and the Riverlander fell back to the floor. The last thing he ever saw was Davon's sword piercing his heart. Allowing himself a moment to catch his breath, he looked at his surroundings. Of the 10 corpses who laid on the ground, only one was of his men. He looked up and smiled when he saw Sir Loren, one of his cousins, beheading a Tully swordman, the remaining trout receiving a sword through the guts a few moments later. However, it was a bitter smile, because by the corner of his eye he saw astonished as close to 50 Tully knights and soldiers were charging at them, with Sir Mark Piper at their head. So this is how it ends. Guess I'll see you soon, father. In the final moments of his life, Davon rallied his remaining companions, roared like the lion he was and charged with the fury of 100 men right into the enemy. Hear me roar. After months inside Riverrun's cells, he felt weak, and his arms and legs were sore, but he was a warrior, probably the best in the realm after Sir Barristan Selmy. It felt good to have a sword in his hands again. When Davon charged the incoming soldiers, Sir Vikar led them through the town inside the fortress, knowing that the gates would be heavily guarded. After 5 minutes walking through small streets, they ended in what looked as a cul-de-sac but had a door just at the end of it. They opened to find themselves in a room whose window connected directly to one of the rivers flowing around the castle. Simond went the first through it, telling them to wait his signal. It wasn't long before they heard his voice calling them outside, and the group eagerly followed his command. The 5 of them were now inside a small boat. What now? You will regain your strength, my lord, said Vikar, giving him an oar. He chuckled and started rowing. He looked back to the fortress he was escaping from and heard a battle cry he had heard way too many times in his life. He sent a silent prayer to the gods and vowed to never forget what had happened today. You gave your life for me, Davon. I swear I will avenge you. Chapter 6, Judgment. Robb 3. Robb woke up and dressed himself. The remaining offspring of Walder Free would face trial during the day, and he needed to look regal enough for the occasion. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't judge innocent sons or daughters for the crimes of their family, but there were way too many Freys in this world. It seemed that the Silent Sisters would have a great boost of volunteers by the morrow. And a lot of work. He walked downstairs and went to the Lord's Solar, where his lords were invited to break their fast and witness the trials that were scheduled for the day. He met Oliver there, who had a very long face, asking his uncle if he had any information about his brother Pawin. Oliver's brother had always been loyal to Robb's cause, and he had tried by all accounts to dissuade his relatives in betraying the Wolf King. Unfortunately, after taking the twins, Sir Pawin was nowhere to be found, something that deeply unsettled him. Oliver shouted, Robb, come here. The squire rose from his seat, excusing himself to Edmure, who just waved him off, before coming to him. Before he could talk, Robb put an arm in Oliver's shoulder and spoke calmly, trying to comfort the only loyal Free he knew about. I won't force you to see this, Oliver. I know that you don't have a good relationship with many of them, but I won't force you to see the execution of your kinsman, voiced Robb with a cracked smile on his face. I'm your squire, my king, honor bounded to remain by your side, told Oliver, lowering his gaze to the floor. And I command you to get out of this room and try to lighten up your sister's mood. Both you and I know that she will need you more than I do, reassured Robb. Oliver managed a sad smile and nodded, leaving the room in a hurry. He turned his attention towards the table and ate fast, discussing with both Edmure and the Blackfish about the wedding that was going to take place at the night. I must say that I thought you were jesting, nephew. Why would I marry a Free? You stripped out her family from any lands and holdings. Marrying her is like marrying a lowborn. And honestly, I would prefer to marry a cute noble girl rather than a weasel-faced one coming from a disgraced house. In matters of state, he is your king, Edmure, not your nephew, replied the Blackfish, glaring at him by his lack of manners. Knowing that this was a family conversation rather than a council of war, Rob didn't mind if his uncle referred to him as nephew or king, so he looked at Brynden with a warm smile, shaking his head and calming the old knight, who nodded at him in return. I know you don't like the idea to marry a free uncle, but don't worry at all. You know my squire Oliver, I talked with him and he assures me that Roslyn is all Rosby in looks. She is young and beautiful, probably the only one of Walder Frey's spawn, and he gives your family, our family, a legal claim to the twins. Your sons will start a cadet branch of your house here at the twins, becoming the strongest banners of the Tullys of Riverrun, and our family will thrive in the Riverlands. Without the possibility of allying with another kingdom, this was the best marriage for House Tully. Edmure looked at Rob at the eyes, and he knew that he spoke the truth whether he liked it or not. He gave up the idea of needlessly arguing with him and nodded his head in approval, finishing his food with haste as the trials were bound to start in a short time. Very well, now that this is settled, I will send word to our lords to come to the hall. The earlier we start the trials, the earlier we end them, sentenced Rob, earning nods from his family. An hour after breaking their fast, everyone was present in the room. Theon brought forward a tree stump as an improvised executioner's block, and so the trials of House Free started. King Robb Stark rose from his seat, flanked by both his uncle and his great-uncle, and after giving a short speech about justice, loyalty and the faith of the old gods, declared the first accused to come in. The Smalljan brought the first prisoner forward with a wide grin on his face. After all, he had captured this one himself. It was surprising that Innisfree had made it this far, as the heir of Last Hearth wasn't the most diplomatic fellow nor the most forgiving one when treachery to House Stark was involved. He entered the room in silence, with both hands tied at his back. Rob looked at him and proceeded. Innisfree, you stand accused of conspiracy and desertion against the Kingdom of the North and the Trident. How do you plead? With tears falling down his cheeks, Innis fell to his knees and begged for his life. Mercy, my king, I'm innocent. I knew nothing about my father and brother's treachery, I swear it by the Seven. That's what you claim, Sir Innis, but when my men found you, your sword was red with northern blood, even if you were trying to deny it. Do you take me for a fool like your grandsire did, replied Rob, cold and unforgiving. Innis turned pale, his mouth moving but making no sounds. You didn't confess, and I can't prove that you knew all your father's plots. However, you attacked my men, and only the old gods know how many fell to your sword. Therefore, I accuse you of murder and sentence you to take the Black. You will travel to Seaguard by the morrow and take a ship to the Shadow Tower. I'm sure the Night's Watch will welcome such a talented swordman at the wall, mocked Rob before dismissing the Free, who was dragged out of the room. The sentence was met with cheers from the audience. Another Free who Rob knew very well, came in his place. Lothar Free, also known as Lame Lothar, entered the room. He had lost an eye at the Battle of the Twins, and bore a huge scar from the forehead to the left cheek. Something told Rob that he would lose something more than the eye by the end of the day. Lothar Free, you stand accused of conspiracy and desertion against the Kingdom of the North and the Trident. How do you plead? Fuck you, Oathbreaker. I shouldn't have expected less from a northern honorless heathen like you, replied Lothar, glaring at him with his remaining eye. Without reasons to lose his temper, having the upper hand, he asked again with a harder tone. How do you plead? I should have killed you at the same moment you crossed the gates, you stupid wolf pup, declared defiantly, showing either courage or simple and plain stupidity. Very well. Rob rose from his seat and nodded at the Smalljan, who kicked at the back of the Fri's knees, forcing him to kneel. He forced his head into the stump even if Lothar tried to resist, to no avail. Stark unsheathed his sword and rested the tip on the floor. I, Rob of House Stark, Lord of Winterfell and King in the North and the Trident, declare you guilty of the crimes of desertion, treason and murder. Your punishment is death by beheading, voiced Rob before looking briefly to his side to Theon, who nodded at his brother in all but blood. He could very clearly hear and understand his father's words now. The man who passes the sentence should swing the sword. If you are going to take a man's life, you owe him to look into his eyes and hear his final words. He closed his eyes for a moment before continuing. Do you have any last words? Burn in the seven hells. With a swift swing of Rob's sword, Lothar's head rolled through the hall, a small stream of blood coming out of his headless body. Send someone to clean this mess and bring me the next one. By the time the trials were finished, sunlight was all but gone. Almost all the free men chose to take the black, after swearing that they didn't know their father's plan and begging for mercy. Only 4 of them admitted their guilt and faced the sword with dignity. The ones who were younger than 13 were sent as wards to loyal lords, with instructions to train them in arms and ship them to the wall once they came of age. The free ladies were all sent to the Silent Sisters, with the exception of Oliver's sister Roslyn and Shire Ifrey, the youngest daughter of Lord Walder, who only was 6 days old. To ensure her safety, she was betrothed to Alan Blackwood, 5th son of Lord Titus Blackwood and 4th in line of succession of Raventree Hall. Once the last trial was done, Rob rose from his seat and looked to his right, where Walder Free was seated. Knowing about the death of his sons and grandsons in battle was something he could endure, but seeing the young Wold beheading 5 of his children proved too much for the old Lord of the Crossing. He didn't offer any resistance when he was taken to the chopping block by the Smalljan and Theon. He dropped to his knees and looked to the same floor that not long ago was full of his son's blood. Without finding any pity inside him, Rob rested again the sword tip on the floor. Walder Free, your offspring has already faced justice for the treason you orchestrated. As head of your house, you are declared guilty for the crimes of conspiracy, treason and murder. Your lineage, once noble and respected, shall be forgotten in old history books. Do you have any last words? Walder looked up, meeting the king's eyes, and spoke. You will lose this war, boy. You can't win. You will see all your dear ones dead in front of your eyes before meeting the stranger. He lowered his head and closed his eyes, accepting his fate. Maybe you're right, Free, but you won't be alive to see it. Rob took his sword down, severing the former Lord of the Crossing head. Why can't we go yet? Said Arya, shaking his feet with nervousness. Sander grunted and answered, we don't know what happened yesterday, little girl. The Stark camp is still set. If it remains like this at midday, we will go there. I'm not a little girl. They waited the entire morning. After eating some 2-day-old dried meat, Sander covered his face with a hood, knowing that he would be easily recognized, and advanced towards the camp. It took them 4 hours to reach the entrance of the camp, where some Karstark sentinels were posted, with the white sun of the house emblazoned in their shields. What brings 2 travelers to the camp of the army of the king in the north? We need to talk to your king, told Sander plainly. King Rob is a busy man, he can't waste his time with worthless peasants, chuckled the guard. Losing his patience, the hound hardened his voice. Do you know who are you talking to, boy? This is Princess Arya Stark, sister to your king. Send for him or I'm sure that he will punish you, and that is if I don't do it first. The guards put their hands in their respective swords' pummels and looked to Arya, who had more the appearance of a young boy rather than a northern princess. In a few moments, they burst into laughter. That's indeed a good jest. Don't tick us off and leave at once, or we will kick the both of you out. The wolf blood rose inside the Stark girl. He was so close to go back to his family to back down now. Get out. I will go with my brother no matter what you say, yelled Arya, who started to run onwards. The guards unsheathed their swords, when a voice stopped them. Sheath your swords at once. We don't harm defenseless little girls in the north. Both guards froze in place and sheathed their swords, looking perplexed at the direction of the voice. Their eyes met a man with the Stark direwolf in his armor. The man approached to Arya and kneeled, looking at her at the eyes. It didn't take long to him to realize who she was, and his eyes widened. He muttered in a voice so low that only Arya could hear it. Arya underfoot. Hollis. Yes, my lady, or should I call you princess instead, chuckled the middle-aged captain of guards, who had seen Arya do all kind of mischief back at Winterfell when she was younger. Without caring about being proper, Arya hugged Hollis, the first familiar face she had seen in months. A face that made her remember happier days with her family. She relaxed, all the months of captivity and uncertainty about if she was going to see her family again vanished, and all the things she had endured for the last months weighted heavily in her shoulders. Without a warning, Arya fell semi-unconscious into Hollis' arms. He lifted her up and ordered a trusted Winterfell guard to give the news to the king with all haste. He looked back and his eyes met the hound, who hadn't taken off his hood yet. So, may I know the name of the brave man who rescued the little princess? Sander just took his hood out, revealing his scars, leaving Hollis speechless and in utter shock. Of all the people in the Seven Kingdoms, Sandor fucking Clegane, returned Arya Stark to the king. I never thought that I would thank something to a Clegane. I don't know how the king will react when he knows about this, but let me offer you a hot meal and a tent to rest, told Mollin, nodding briefly at the hound. Sandor nodded back, and both of them returned to the camp, where the rumor of Ned Stark's younger daughter miraculous escape from King's Landing began to spread. After the trials, the lords moved to the Great Hall, where Lord Tully's wedding to Lady Roslyn Free was going to be held in a matter of minutes. While both Edmure and Roslyn prepared themselves for the joyous occasion, Robb drew his lord's attention and spoke. My lords and ladies, tonight, after long months of war, we feast and celebrate. Some lords cheered at the announcement. But the North remembers what this war has cost us. Before the wedding starts, I want to make a toast to all the Northern warriors who bravely gave their lives for freeing the North and the Riverlands. To all the fathers, sons, brothers and friends who have fallen in battle, may they never be forgotten. For the Sons of Winter, shouted Lord Karstark. For the warriors of the North, toasted Lady Mormont. For the people of the Riverlands, voiced Lord Blackwood. They cheered and laughed for a while, their minds briefly disconnecting from the war and his hardships. Eventually, the Great Jon and his firstborn son and heir, started to sing a song, composed by themselves after the plunder of the Westerlands. The song had become quite popular with both the nobles and the small folk, and almost all the lords chorused them. Now is the time, Northmen. You can see our vengeance is nigh. So when winter comes again, sharpen your blades, raise them high. Raise up your swords. Raise up. Reap the glory of the land. And the enemy will tremble when they see our banners raised. Just as we plundered golden mines and wheat, now they will see us. Cut our chains. Raise up your swords. Raise up. Defenders of the land. Triumphant North and Riverlands. Our land will be bountiful again. So destroy the enemy. Their conceit has sentenced them to death. Raise up your swords. Defenders of the land. Raise up your swords. The song was met with loud cheers from the hall. However, the doors opened suddenly, and a breathless Stark soldier entered the hall. What is the meaning of this, soldier? Voiced the Great Jon. Ignoring the Great Jon, the soldier went directly to the king, kneeling in front of him. My king, Horlis Mollin sends me. He says that a stranger has delivered Princess Arya. Robb rose from his seat, his eyes wide. Without hesitation, he bid the soldier to stand up and guide him to where his sister was. Chapter 7, Conflicts Arise. Jon 2. 2 weeks ago, the majority of the Vale nobility had gathered at Runestone to discuss the possibility to join the war. It had taken some heated arguing between the Vale lords, but all of them had agreed to enter the fray, joining Robb Stark's side and thus declaring him the loyalty of the Vale. However, before going through the Bloody Gate, they had decided to go to the Eyrie, in a last attempt to make Lysa Arryn see reason, as she was the only person in the Vale who could call to arms the entirety of the Vale manpower, bringing an hypothetical 40,000-strong army to the Starks. Now, he was leading an army of 22,000 men towards the Gates of the Moon, where his cousin Nesta would receive them, before sending a small party to the Eyrie to enter in negotiations with Lady Arryn. Had Lysa Arryn been a sane woman, the Vale lords supporting the idea of entering the war would have gone up to the Eyrie to discuss it with her, but sanity wasn't one of Lady Arryn's strengths, a fact everyone knew and that needed to be discussed with his fellow countrymen once they arrived to the Gates of the Moon. In a couple of hours, they were at their destination. Jon and the major lords stepped forward, mounted in their horses. Who approaches the Gates of the Moon? Yelled the sentinel on top of the gates. Lord Jon Royce of Runestone, with his companions Lord Horton Redfort of the Red Fort, Lady Anya Waynwood of Iron Oaks, Lord Eon Hunter of Longbow Hall, Lord Drold Grafton of Gulltown and Lord Albert Melcombe of Old Anchor voiced the seasoned commander. After a short silence, Jon recognized his cousin's voice. Well, probably all the Vale heard the strong and commanding voice of his cousin. Open the damn gates, you idiot! Jon and his allies passed through the giant gate, closely followed by his men. They dismounted and met who had been the steward of the Vale for the last 14 years. Cousin, it has been too long, said Nesta, welcoming his cousin with a tight embrace. It's good to see you again. Indeed, Nesta, I wish it was under better circumstances, replied the Lord of Runestone. Nesta frowned and nodded, leading the party inside the keep. An urgent council was immediately called, requiring the presence of all the lords, heirs and knights who brought men to the cause. Jon Royce, chosen commander of the joint army, presided the council. "Very well, my lords, I know that we are all tired of the march, but we must decide our next move. I'm sure that Lady Lysa has already been noticed about our presence, so I propose to send a small diplomatic party up to the Eyrie." The lords talked between them for a while, discussing who should be in the party. Eventually, Sir Michael Redfort, fourth son of Lord Houghton, raised his voice. "My lords, we all know the questionable sanity of Lysa Arryn. We can't risk any harm coming to our best battle commanders nor lone heirs of our most ancient houses. While we can't alienate Lady Lysa by sending someone of low birth, I'm the fourth son of Lord Redfort, and the betrothed of Lord Royce's only daughter. Furthermore, Sir Lyn Corbray knighted me himself, so if he is up there, I'm sure that no harm will come to me, something that can't be said for the rest of you. For that reason, I volunteer to lead the diplomatic mission to the Eyrie." The whole fell silent. A mix of pride and fear could be seen in Lord Houghton's face. Lord Royce eyed the young knight for a minute, but before he had time to dismiss the idea, Eustace Hunter, second son of Lord Hunter, spoke. "There is wisdom in your words, Sir Michael. If the council accepts it, I will come with you. Let it be known that the Hunters are involved with the cause." Lord Royce looked for Lord Hunter and Lord Redfort, receiving nods from both, even if they looked slightly concerned. Standing up, he made his opinion clear. "You both honor the Vale with your judgment and courage. 4 of my best swords will accompany you. If someone is against the plan, now is the last opportunity to voice their opinion." Some lords stayed impassive, while others just nodded at Jon. "Very well, I will write the letter with our terms to Lysa Arryn and you will deliver it to her. Rest well, you leave at dawn." The next morning, Michael, Eustace and the 4 Royce guards packed all the stuff needed to the ascension to the Eyrie and started moving. However, before going up to the Arryn castle, Michael ordered a stop to the Royce soldiers and talked to the hunter. "Sir Eustace, can you give me a moment of privacy with our guide?" asked Michael, looking at the young black-haired woman who was readying the mules. "I think that barely all the Vale knows about your romance with Maya Stone. Go with her, I'm sure you have so much to talk, a shame you have little time to do it. I can give you some time before Lord Royce suspects anything, but be as fast as possible," chuckled the hunter. Michael smiled and nodded at him, turning his back and approaching to King Robert's bastard daughter. "Maya. Do you need something from me, milord?" "Maya. I didn't want this. You know I loved you." "Loved? So you and your betrothed are smitten with each other?" "I'm glad for you," spitted the black-haired woman, "but at least don't lie to me saying that you didn't want it. I've seen her. She is gorgeous and highborn, unlike me." Michael was taken aback by the coldness in her voice. He knew that deflowering Maya without considering the repercussions because she was a bastard had been a mistake, even if he loved her back then. Obviously, once his father knew about it, he had forbidden the idea of marrying his youngest son to a bastard, be it the late king's bastard or not, and had arranged a good marriage for him. "Maya, I know that nothing that I say will make you forgive me, but I just wanted to say that I'm sorry about how I acted in the past. I care deeply for you, but I was foolish thinking that my father wouldn't oppose to the idea of our marriage. Perhaps when I'm done in the Eyrie we can talk properly. Let me amend some of the wrongs I did," begged the Redfort. Maya softened a bit after his words. She was hurt with him after knowing that he was betrothed with Gisela Royce, but she had known the world worked like this. "Perhaps we should." Michael managed a sad smile and nodded at her, going back to Sir Eustace so they could finally get things going. In a frightening way, it was beautiful. It's true that only one bad step was everything required to fall off 600 feet, but the landscape surrounding him was completely stunning. He could see the whole army camped at the gates of the moon and the mountains in each side of them. He even managed to look further, where the lands of his father were. After a couple of hours, they arrived at the entrance of the Eyrie. A knight he couldn't recognize received them. "Good day to you, sirs. I'm Sir Lothar Brune, a knight under Lord Baelish service. What brings you and your men to the Eyrie?" With a surprised look, Michael answered, "My name is Sir Michael Redfort, fourth son of Lord Houghton Redfort, and my companion there is Sir Eustace Hunter, second son to Lord Eon Hunter." We come here as envoys from the Lords Declarant to discuss terms with Lady Lysa Arryn. The knight grinned and took them in. By the time they entered the throne room of the Eyrie, the moon's door was already open, with Lady Lysa seated on the weirwood throne, breastfeeding Robin Arryn, a sight that completely disgusted him. He could see a man with a mockingbird pin at Lysa's left. The hall was full with other knights and lords. He could recognize John Linderley, Lord of Snakewood, from previous visits to the Eyrie, but the rest of the men gathered in the hall were unknown to him. Eventually, Sir Brune spoke, announcing them. Lady Arryn, I bring Sir Michael Redfort and Sir Eustace Hunter, envoys of the traitor Lord Yohn Royce. Michael was taken aback with the bold declaration. In that very moment, he realized how dangerous this mission could be, but he had a duty to both his father and Lord Royce, so he stepped forward and, after respectfully vowing to Lady Arryn, spoke. My Lady of Arryn, I'm here on behalf of Yohn Royce and numerous other lords of the Vale that wish to enter the war. We are not here to harm you or yours, we only wish for your blessing to enter the conflict. All of Lord Royce's requests are in this letter. He handed the letter to Sir Lothar, who completely ignored him. And why should I give my blessing? You're only putting my son in danger. The Knights of the Vale belong to the Vale, where they can protect their liege lord. I command you to dismiss your men and bring Yohn Royce and the other lords to the Eyrie to answer for his crimes against my son. My lady, with all due respect, your kin is fighting a bloody war against the Lannisters. Let us go and fight in yours and in your family name. We could win the war in a fortnight. Your lady has already told you what to do, Sir Redfort, replied the man with the mockingbird pin. You have your orders from your liege, aren't you going to follow her commands? And who are you, my lord, to speak in her ladyship name, told an irritated Michael. Lord Petyr Baelish, Lord of the Fingers and husband-to-be of Lady Lysa Arryn. Michael was left speechless. He remembered the Baelish name from the lessons with his master, a small house in the Fingers, founded 3 generations ago. But how could a lord with so little power be able to marry the Lady of the Vale? In this case, I think that congratulations are in order. He stopped for a minute, waiting for a reply that didn't come. However, I must insist. Lord Royce and all the lords that are camped at the gates of the moon are determined to enter the war. They only wish for your blessing to fight in your name, but I fear that should you refuse, they will just march to war without your consent and I could do nothing to stop it. How dare you to threat us in our own halls, yelled the mad woman. With her outburst, Robert Arryn shouted and cried with her. I don't like these men, mommy, make them fly. Chaos erupted in the hall. All the knights and lords drew their steel against him and his small party in a heartbeat. They drew their swords in response, trying to stick together. He shouted desperately, in a last attempt to avoid the fighting at all costs. This is madness. We're here as envoys in good faith. I didn't threaten you nor Lord Robert. You come with an army to my doors threatening my son's claim to the Eyrie, trying to usurp him as Lord of the Vale and Warden of the East. You think that I don't know that you're plotting to put this hardying boy in the rightful place of my son. You refuse my orders to disband your armies and continue defending the traitor of Lord Yohn. I will not allow it. You're a traitor like all of them, and now you will see what we do with traitors. Take him at once, shouted Lady Arryn. Yes, mommy. Make the bad men fly. He and his men tried to retreat, but Sir Lothar Brune stood between them and the exit door. 2 of the Royce soldiers charged at him but were torn to pieces by the great sword of the knight. Michael found himself locked in combat with Lothar, who was clearly more skilled with a blade than him, as he had years of experience in his shoulders. He saw the remaining Royce men get murdered with numerous swords and spears impaling them. Being focused with parrying and blocking the heavy swings of his adversary, he was slowly getting pushed to the moon door. He felt his arms aching, a dozen of small cuts in them, while Brune continued his flurry of strikes. He knew he couldn't win this fight. With all the force he could gather, he parried the sword of his adversary and swung his sword fiercely, aiming at the neck, but Sir Lothar easily blocked the blow and disarmed him with the own force of his swing. He punched him straight to the face with his gauntlet, and Michael fell backwards. The next thing he felt was the steel coming in and out of his body, blood coming out of his stomach. He reached at his wound with his hands and tried to rise, but he only could stay with one knee resting on the floor. He looked up to Sir Lothar, seeing the man's scarred face. He closed his eyes and waited for the final blow to come. "Look at me at the eyes, boy." Michael shuddered and opened his eyes, seeing a cruel grin on the knight's face. He opened his mouth to talk, but before he could say anything, the sword came down. It pierced his mouth, throat, lungs and heart. With a shocked expression in his face, Michael's last thoughts were about the only person he ever loved. Maya. Blood came out like a fountain from the young knight's mouth as Brune took out the sword. Unwilling to see more blood flowing, Lothar kicked Michael's lifeless body through the moon door. At the camp in the Gates of the Moon, Lord Royce and Lord Redfort were already planning the march accompanied by Lady Waynwood and Lord Hunter, discussing how will they proceed once they enter the Riverlands. They were interrupted when a Malcolm soldier yelled, raising the alarm. "Look up! Someone is falling from the moon door." The lords turned their back and froze at the sight of the falling man, their eyes fixed at the figure who was slowly making his way to the floor. When he clashed against it, the whole camp fell on silence. Lord Redfort ran to the unknown lifeless body, with Lord Eon close behind. Jon looked at Anya, who just nodded at him like if she was reading his thoughts. If the body was of Sir Eustace or Sir Michael, they would need to siege the Eyrie, something they had tried to avoid by any means. He sent a silent prayer to the old gods and rushed behind Lord Hunter, wanting to know the identity of the fallen man. Chapter 8, Shattered Plans. Tyrion I. Joffrey's wedding was bound to be the event of the century. With so much money and food wasted in it, one would think that the crown's coffers were full of gold and that the kingdom was at peace. But reality was very different. At the start of the war, his brother and father had managed great victories against the Riverlords, conquering half of the Riverlands and putting Riverrun under heavy siege. But everything had changed once the Starks came from the north. They had broken the siege of Riverrun, captured his brother at the Whispering Woods, liberated the Riverland remaining castles and even plundered the Westerlands from the Golden Tooth to Clegane's Keep. This war has costed them so much, but his father seemed almost oblivious to it, being as confident as ever. But little of that mattered to King Joffrey of houses Lannister and Baratheon, and neither did to the Tyrells. They needed their fucking pompous wedding to show everybody how rich and powerful they were, while their armies stood idle. And there he was, as master of coin since Baelish had vanished, in another boring meeting of the small council. "How fare the preparations of the wedding?" asked Sir Garland, newly appointed master of laws. From the Tyrell family, Tyrion liked him the most. He was straightforward and efficient, traits that seemed to have been lost in his family. The crime had diminished in the most conflictive parts of the city, like Flea Bottom, and he had restored the amount of gold cloaks back to 5,000 men. "It will be the event of the year, Sir Garland. An army of dancers, singers and buffoons will entertain all the guests, 77 dishes will be served, and the pigeon pie will be the icing on the cake," answered Tyrion, with some irony in his voice. Without noticing the irony, Garland smiled and nodded to Tyrion. They were interrupted as the doors were opened, revealing the bald head of Lord Varys, Master of Whisperers. "I'm sorry for being late, my lords, but my little birds sing the most troublesome of the songs about the war." "And pray tell, what are these news, Lord Varys?" asked Tywin with his voice of iron. After Lord Hoster's funeral, Robb Stark marched to the twins to his uncle's wedding. However, in some point between Riverrun and the crossing, he executed Lord Roose Bolton, accusing him of treachery. When he arrived to the twins, there was a battle inside the castle. All the male Freys except for the young wolf's squire were put to the sword and the women were sent to the Silent Sisters. Tywin clenched his fists and smashed them both to the table, surprising all the members of the small council except for Maester Pycelle, who had witnessed Tywin losing his temper before, back in the days of the Mad King. Knowing that he needed to choose his words carefully, Tyrion spoke. "Father, I can see you planned something with Lord Free and Lord Bolton. Can you enlighten us?" His father glared at him with pure hatred in his eyes, holding the look for a while. He calmed down and went back to his former self and spoke. "At Lord Edmure's and Lady Roslyn's wedding, the Freys were going to betray the Starks with the help of the Boltons. Their orders were simple: kill Robb Stark and capture or kill the rest of the nobles attending the wedding, and they both were going to be named Wardens of the Riverlands and the North respectively. But it seems that I overestimated them. You willingly plotted for someone to break guests' rights. Father, even these laws are over you." "We weren't going to break anything, Tyrion. It was going to be the phrase, "Not us," sentenced the old lion. Of course, they got some assurances from me. But now it doesn't matter, we must end the war without them. We have the armies of the Reach, 15,000 Lannister soldiers between King's Landing, Rosby and Duskendale, and the remaining levies of the Crown lands. And I still have one last resource. Under the right situation, the young wolf is done. Surprised, Tyrion couldn't keep his curiosity. What resource? This isn't your concern. Tywine paused and took air. For the time being, your unique preoccupation will be the wedding. Stannis has less than 3,000 men in Dragonstone. His sellswords have abandoned him and the Stormlords are dispersed. Only the Lords of the Narrow Sea are with him and their naval power is greatly diminished after the Blackwater. It's time to end this. Kevan will take Dragonstone and kill Stannis, putting an end to both his lies and his claim to the throne. Once we end him, we will concentrate on the Stark boy. Randil Tarly will take 15,000 men towards Antlers, and camp north of it, preventing raids into the Crown lands while Mathis Rowan assembles an army 10,000 strong and takes the Stony September, giving us a foothold in the Riverlands. We will surround the young wolf and force him to bend the knee. My Lord Hand, I have more news that you would like to hear. Tywine raised his eyebrow and nodded at the eunuch. 2 days ago, Sir Davin infiltrated inside Riverrun's dungeons and freed Jaime, Willem and Martin Lannister. A fight broke inside the city and Mark Piper slayed him, but not before he killed Sir Ellery Vance of Atranta. However, Sir Jaime and the twins have vanished in the Riverlands and no one is able to find them. Tywine smiled and responded. Send for Sir Adam Marbrand. He is to lead a company of 200 men in search of my son. Have your little birds focused on finding them. If you got any information and hide it to me, your head will end on a spike atop Maegor's Holdfast. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the council. Tyrion was the last to get up from the chair and proceeded to leave, stopping at front of the door. This was your plan regarding Jaime. Your brother will be back soon and retake his duties as my heir. It's past time he burns his white cloak and becomes what he was bound to be. Our house legacy is all that matters, said Tywine, his voice cold. Unwilling to argue with his father, he left the room. He met Pod and Bronn near his own chambers. Hey Imp, how did it go? Asked Bronn. Well, it seems that my brother has escaped from captivity, but my favorite cousin is dead, responded Tyrion, unsure about feeling happy for his brother or sad about his cousin. I don't want to talk more about the matter. Did you do what I told you? I was the single response of the man. Tyrion looked at him, annoyed. And? Well, the little shit has more wealth than you could ever imagine. We looked around all his brothels and found chests filled with gold dragons behind false roofs and floors, along with some books with his accounts. I'm not the most learned man, but I do think that he took a fair share of the crown's treasury. I left the books in your chambers. I thought you would like to read them. You're right. I'll stay in my rooms reading the entire stuff. It will take me a while, so you and Podrick can have the day off. Did you hear that, Pod? Let's go, man. The bitches are waiting for your magic dick, shouted Bronn, laughing out loud and making Pod turn red in embarrassment. Tyrion chuckled at them and went inside his chambers. They had left Craster's Keep roughly a week ago. A strange man for a strange land. Not that he was going to judge how people survived at the other side of the wall, but knowing that a man was fucking his own daughters repulsed Jon. But I couldn't say anything. Sometimes Craster is the difference between life and death for my brothers. Now they were camped at the Fist of the First Men, a hill close to the haunted forest. After making camp, he went with Ed Tolit and Gren to scout the land. I will freeze my balls out there, said Ed, with his characteristic grim humor. You have been freezing your balls since you enlisted the Watch, Ed, and you haven't stopped complaining ever since, chuckled Gren, earning a laugh from Jon. Fuck you, Gren. You know as much as I do that this ranging will end badly. I wonder what plan our Lord Commander has should we find any wilderling party. Or other things. Now you believe in child tales, Ed. In snarls and grumpkins. You're better than that, chuckled Gren. I'm not saying that, but the haunted forest has a wildlife that isn't found south of the wall. Polar bears, shadow cats, direwolves. If I can choose, I prefer the safety of the wall, where the only thing that scares us is Thorn. Jon and Gren laughed wholeheartedly at the remark. "So Ed Tolit has found humor beyond the wall, maybe he is made to live out there," told Gren, a tear dropping through his cheek, failing to hold his laughter. However, they were interrupted with the powerful sound of a horn. One blow. "Rangers returning." "Who the fuck went out apart from us?" said an incredulous Ed. Before John could respond, the horn sounded again. "Wildlings." They ran to the camp as fast as they could. When they arrived, all the Black Brothers were on the highest point of the fist, doing a semicircle. "Lord Commander." "We heard the horns, how bad is it?" told John, trying to recover the air in his lungs. "Look for yourself, Snow." He approached to the cliff and his jaw dropped. A gigantic army of wildlings was in front of them. He had never witnessed anything like that before, and worst of all, he could see giants and mammoths in the host. It was at least 20,000 strong. He turned back to Lord Gia. "Lord Commander, we should retreat, there is no way we can defeat them." "Remember your place, Snow, you're still my steward and not the other way around." He paused for a moment, and John lowered his head in acknowledgement. "We're not going to win, boy. I know that. You have seen the host coming from the front, but there are two other hosts with half their number coming from the left and the right. We can't retreat to the wall, not all of us. I sent Samuel and 8 more rangers back to the wall, so they can say what happened here. Take Ed and Gren and join them." He unsheathed his Valyrian steel blade and gave it to John. "Longclaw has been in my family for hundreds of years. Take it back to the wall and leave it at Bear Island. My niece Daisy will be worthy enough to wield it. And this is an order, John, not a request. Now go." Unbelieving what he was hearing, John took the sword. "It has been an honor, Lord Commander," and vowing to fulfill Gia's last wishes, he ran without looking back. With Thorin half-hand at his left, the Lord Commander spoke. "Night gathers, and now my watch begins," started the old Lord Commander. Upon hearing him, all the Black Brothers chorused their vows while drawing their swords. "It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post." Gia could see that the Wildling horde was closing the gap, shouting at them. "I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men." The wildlings were now mindlessly charging at them, their weapons raised. "I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch, for this night and all the nights to come." With an epic roar, Gia Mormont and Thorin half-hand charged towards the enemy, followed by all the remaining members of the Order. Both groups clashed, and despite having the inferior numbers, the Night's Watch pulled the wildlings back at first. But it didn't last for long. Only the most skilled ones could survive for more than a couple of minutes. The sheer superiority in numbers was simply too much. Eventually, only Gia Mormont, Thorin half-hand and Carl Tanner were alive, when suddenly the wildlings stepped back and encircled them, for the confusion of the former three. 5 of the wildlings advanced, probably the leaders of some of the clans. A man with an armor made of bones and the skull of a giant as helmet stepped forward, and pointing his giant club to Thorin, he talked. "When our childs don't behave, we tell them that Thorin half-hand will come and take them," so they fell asleep full of fear. "It seems that after today, we will need someone different to scare them without more advertisement." The wildling charged towards Thorin. "You will need 1,000 years to be able to kill me, Rattleshirt." Thorin raised his sword, accepting the duel. They traded blows endlessly, both being formidable warriors of 100 battles. Rattleshirt was way stronger than Thorin, but the Black Brother was faster and more skilled. Their dance of death looked like it would last forever, when Rattleshirt's club hit Thorin in the chest, knocking the air out of his lungs and forcing him on his knees. "You fight well for a crow. Now die as the kneeler you are." Rattleshirt raised his club and aimed at Thorin's head, using all his strength to bring it down. Without being able to step aside of the club, Thorin took his sword and raised it with all the force he could do, piercing the wildling's neck and killing him instantly. But it was late. Rattleshirt's club smashed against Thorin's face, cracking his skull in half and sending his brains to the snow. Both warriors fell lifeless to the ground, leaving both wildlings and Night's Watch brothers astonished about what they had seen. A bald wildling with his face full of scars talked. A warrior's death for both of them. Now is your time, old crow, and smirking at Gia, he took his battle axe. Before Gia could raise his sword, he felt the cold steel of Karl Tanner's dagger in his neck. Blood sputtered from his mouth, his vision blacked, and the old Lord Commander fell. Tanner smirked, looking at the Lord Commander's lifeless body, and looked up to the Thun, but where he expected a friendly face, he found Styr red with rage. The old crow fought like a first man and deserved to die as one, not being backstabbed by you, you Southron cunt. Karl Tanner froze, and with a godly speed, Styr advanced and beheaded him. After the killing was done, Styr looked back to his fellow Magners. Where the fuck is Mance? He went to the back of the crows with Tormund Giantsbane, Varami and 100 more, probably looking for some crows who were sent to alert the wall, responded Harmadog's head. Let's go then. Chapter 9, New Players. Daenerys I. Her path to reclaim her family rightful throne was going swift so far. In the last year, she had hatched 3 dragons, who were now as big as horses, and took an army of 10,000 men, a combination of 8,000 Unsullied she freed and the company of the Second Sons. But it wasn't enough, she needed her dragons to grow up and more men to fight for her cause. So here she was, in the recently taken Yunkai, planning her next move through Slavers Bay. Westeros may have been her first and foremost goal, but she couldn't allow slavery to reign free if she was able to do something about it. She was reunited with her council, composed by her most trusted advisors, being the following. Sir Barristan Selmy, also called Barristan the Bold, a former Kingsguard of his grandfather and probably the best swordsman still alive even at his old age. Next was Ser Jorah Mormont, the exiled lord of Bear Island and her oldest protector, who had been with her even before she was married like a broodmare to Khal Drogo. Commanding the Unsullied was Grey Worm, and at his left sat Daario Naharis, leader of the Second Sons. And finally, Missandre, her confidant, friend and translator, a little girl she had freed from the masters who had proved her worth to her. Sir Barristan, as the most experienced battle commander here, what is your advice? We have 10,000 men and your dragons grow strong every passing day, your grace. If the other free cities don't threat us in any way, I will tell you to wait a couple of months so the army can rest for a while and your dragons can grow bigger and stronger. If you prefer to move from Yunkai, my suggestion is to attack Meereen. We have the men enough to take it, and the entirety of Slavers Bay would be yours. Furthermore, Meereen has ships you could use to set sail towards Westeros. Responded the old knight, signaling the city of Meereen in the map. We will rest in Yunkai for 2 weeks, and then we will take Meereen. For too long the slavers had the power in these lands. No more, said Dany with determination in her voice. Both Ser Jorah and Sir Barristan nodded at her, supporting the plan. My queen told Daario Naharis Meereen has enough ships to carry your army to Westeros, and they would surely do it for free just for the sake of avoiding their city to be burned with dragon fire. Why don't we hire more sellsword companies and go across the narrow sea? The 7 kingdoms are at war, you shouldn't waste this opportunity, ended the sellsword. What do you know about Westeros, Naharis? Told a stern Jorah. Neither the small folk nor the nobles will follow her if her entire army is composed by sellswords, and even with that, our numbers may be enough to take the Stormlands as weakened as they are now, but we haven't got enough soldiers to hold them for long. We need allies in Westeros, my queen, not small houses but entire kingdoms. Jorah fixed his gaze on her queen, who nodded at him, encouraging him to continue his speech. It would suffice with the backing of Dorne and the Reach, but for all we know the Tyrells are backing the Baratheons. If this is true, every self-proclaimed king in Westeros outnumbers us by a fair amount of men, even if we count the Martells to fight by our side. Let them bleed, your grace. Let them weaken themselves and then we strike. Dany turned to Sir Barristan, who nodded at her. After all, impatience wasn't going to make them any favor. I agree with you, Ser Jorah. For now, let's rest. In 2 weeks we'll talk again and decide how we proceed, but we will not launch an assault at the 7 kingdoms unprepared. My dragons are small, they can't take a heavy defended city like King's Landing or Winterfell, and I will not risk their lives just because I didn't take my time to reconquer the 7 kingdoms. Let's end this here. Very well, my queen. I live to serve. Daario bowed and left the council rooms, followed by Grey Worm. Barristan and Jorah were looking one at each other, having a silent conversation that ended with the both nodding. It was Sir Barristan who spoke. My queen, can we give you our honest advice? Dany raised an eyebrow and looked at both of them. You always do it, why should you stop now? Speak freely. Once we sail for Westeros, you should leave Daario here. Be it as governor of your holdings in Essos or as commander of your Eastern Empire, but going to Westeros with a former lover by your side will not help you to get allies. I am who makes these kind of decisions, sirs, remember that. But I knew your opinion in the matter before you told me. She drank from his glass of watered wine and continued. Once we sail for Westeros, he will stay here with the second sons, as I need an ambassador if I don't want the slavers to regain their power. But neither of you will tell a word to him. Now leave me, said Dany, trying to hide his anger at his counselors. She knew they were right and counseled her the best they could, but they shouldn't use her confidence in them to demand anything from her. Both sirs bowed and left, leaving Dany alone with Missandei. She relaxed his shoulders and talked with her friend for a while, needing a conversation with someone who could understand her without demanding anything back, and eventually went back to her chambers. After taking a bath and looking after her dragons, checking if everything was right, she went to sleep. After a week repairing more than 50 ships in the docks, Kevan Lannister had 60 ships and 5,000 men ready to attack Dragonstone, whose garrison was half that number. The castle was known for being a tough nut to crack, but they needed to remove Stannis from the map if they wanted to concentrate their efforts in the Starks. Enjoying a last night of peace in his chambers inside Maegor's Holdfast, Kevan got his thoughts interrupted by a knock in the door. My lord, the hand of the king is here, told the guard in Lannister colours, who opened the door without hesitation after receiving an encouraging nod from him. Tywin Lannister entered the room. Brother, what brings you here at this hour of the night? Told Kevan, bowing respectfully to the head of his house. Kevan, we must talk. Of course Tywin, take a seat please. What do you need? Told Kevan as the dutiful brother he was. You sail for Dragonstone tomorrow at dawn. Once you take the island and capture Shireen Baratheon, kill her with discretion. Once she is removed from the line of succession, Tommen has no competitor to Storm's End claim, and the Stormlords will be forced to flock to our side. Kevan wasn't expecting that. He had foreseen Tywin ruthlessness at first hand, and he knew about the horrors of war. But the girl was family by law, and innocent by all reports. If these are your orders I will follow them, but are you sure that the girl is a threat? Nobody will follow a small girl with grayscale to conquer the Iron Throne. Maybe not by herself, but our family is hated enough for the stupidity of my daughter and grandson. The girl will die, Tommen will rule the Stormlands, and you, brother, will be the new lord of Dragonstone and the Narrow Sea. Tywin unfolded his pack, showing a crimson banner with 2 golden lions facing each other, a symbolism of him being the second son. You have been my most trusted advisor for my entire life and you have never asked for anything in return. It is past time you get rewarded for everything you've done for me and House Lannister, and the best way to do it is for you to start a new cadet branch of our house. If Kevan was surprised when he was ordered to kill Shireen, being granted a lordship by his own left him completely speechless. All right Tywin, I won't fail. I know you won't. Take Lancel with you and leave him as Castellan. I will need you in the war against the Starks and I can't leave the island without someone trustworthy commanding it. Rest well brother, tomorrow you claim Dragonstone for yourself, told Tywin, going out of the room in a heartbeat. The docks were full of soldiers, sailors and peasants alike. The fleet was almost ready when the Lannister and Baratheon procession came down from the Red Keep, passing by Fisherman's Square, who was full of small folk who, to be honest, didn't look neither happy nor well fed. As it was customary, the king and his council bid the army farewell when they went in campaign. When they reached the docks at the Blackwater, the party stopped and dismounted their horses. Sir Kevan Lannister, your loyalty and services to the crown will not be forgotten. May the Seven guide you through the seas and give strength to your swords to bring down the usurper Stannis Baratheon, proclaimed Joffrey as kingly as he could. Thank you for your kind words, your grace. I will do my duty to the crown, vowed Kevan. Tywin stepped forward and put his hand in his brother's shoulder. Remember what we talked? Kevan nodded in acknowledgement. He got on his flagship the Queen Cersei and looked back at his men, unsheathing his sword and taking it up in the air. Today we sail to war to end the lies spread by our enemies. For King Joffrey and House Baratheon. For King Joffrey, chorused his men, and the fleet started his way to Dragonstone with the sound of the drums. The smell of salt filled the air near the shores of Pike, the ancestral home of House Greyjoy. Asha was aboard her flagship, the Black Wind, with her most trusted men, 30 of her ships following close behind. A lot had happened in the last days. For one, his father Lord Balon Greyjoy had died under strange circumstances while crossing one of the rope bridges that connected the towers of Pike, falling to the sea. At the same time his corpse was recovered, the Silence, her uncle Euron's ship, had been spotted near the Isles. By Westeros laws of succession, her brother Theon was the heir of the Iron Islands, but the Seven Kingdoms were too busy ripping their throats apart to look to the Isles, a fact that was well known by captains and reavers. The Ironborn would claim independence once more, but who would be their king? His uncle Victoron, while a formidable warrior and good commander, having the 100 ships of the Iron Fleet under his direct command, was a man made to follow orders, not leading their people, and the Ironborn were too proud to follow her just because she was a woman, even if she had proved herself reaping and looting wherever she went. Knowing that his uncle Aeron the Damfair would push for a king's moot in Old Wyk to decide the next Ironborn leader, and that if Euron Greyjoy somehow managed to claim the Seastone chair they would be fucked and led by a madman, her only option was his brother Theon, but no one in the Isles knew what kind of man had he become. Determined to know it, she was leading her ships towards Seaguard. From there she would search for his brother, and if the captains and the drowned god considered him worthy, he would rise as Theon Greyjoy, King of Salt and Rock, Lord of Pike and of the Iron Islands. Chapter 10, The Blue and Red Wedding. Robb 4. His heart was beating so hard that almost went out through his mouth. When the soldier rushed inside the room, he feared that somehow the Lannisters were attacking them or that someone got killed, but the last thing he could imagine was about someone bringing his sister back. After all, wasn't Arya a prisoner of the Lannisters? Robb, wait, called the Blackfish, who was running behind him. I'll come with you. If Arya is back, I'll send a raven to Riverrun to inform your mother. She will be thrilled with the news. Let's not waste more time, uncle, replied Robb as they both went out of the castle. The turmoil in the Stark camp was palpable. The news had spread like wildfire. He could see a mob of soldiers, all dressed in Stark liveries, encircling the tent protectively, and amongst them, Horlis Mollin, his most trusted man in Winterfell's household. He approached him and, hiding his trembling hands, nodded at the captain of his guards. Horlis. Your Grace, please, come with me, she is inside the tent, vowed the middle-aged soldier. He nodded to the Blackfish and they both entered the tent led by Mollin. When they came in, they found Arya slept in bed. At the bedside, a man with half his face burned kept watch of her. He recognized him in the spot as he turned his head to them, meeting their eyes. To Horlis's surprise, both Robb and Brynden unsheathed his swords and pointed it towards him. What is your business here, Clegane? Spat Robb. However, before Sandor could reply, Horlis stepped in his defense. Your Grace, he is the man who took Princess Arya back. Robb was beyond shocked. He looked back at the Hound, who just scoffed, and lowered his sword, the Blackfish following his example. I have questions, and you will answer all of them when she wakes up. But for now, answer me this one. Why did you take her out of King's Landing? The Hound laughed, not loud, just a low tone, a sort of ironic one. If you think that your sister was inside King's Landing all these months, you're a bigger fool than the asshole who polishes his ass on the Iron Throne. He turned his eyes to Arya, who was sleeping like a baby, and managed a small smile at her. You have quite the survivor here. In fact, I think that she has bigger balls than you, and I, chuckled the Hound. I don't understand, told Robb sincerely. How could a small girl of less than 10 escape King's Landing without help? It was ridiculous. You will, young wolf. Oh, and congratulations, there are lots of cunts inside King's Landing that want your head. We'll talk again when my sister wakes up. For now, you have my hospitality inside the camp, along with my gratitude for bringing my sister back. For the moment, leave me alone with my sister. My uncle will take you to the keep where you will find bread and mead. Sandor looked at him briefly, before nodding at him and standing up. He and the Blackfish left the tent, leaving Robb with Arya and Horlis, who was standing guard at the door. He sat at his sister's left, holding her tiny hand. He stood there for minutes, thinking what could have happened to his sister since she left Winterfell with father months ago. Eventually, he talked to Horlis. Tell me the whole story, Hollis. How can someone like the Hound bring Arya back, being one of the most known faces in Westeros? He and the little princess came disguised as peasants, with hoods covering their faces. I was near the entrance of the camp, where some Karstark soldiers were standing guard. I heard his voice and remembered him from the time that King Robert came to Winterfell, so I approached them. He then looked at Arya and a smile came to his face, and then your sister started shouting and running to both guards, telling them that she will pass no matter the resistance. It was like being back at Winterfell again. I stopped the guards and knelt in front of her, and there she was. I sent one of my own men to send the news to you before knowing the identity of the man who took her back. Should I knew that it was Clegane, I would have gone myself and explain everything beforehand. You did well, Hollis. For the old gods, my sister is back. I will stand at her side, and I'm surrounded by my own men. Rest for some time, you deserve it. Your Grace, vowed Hollis, leaving the tent. Her head was aching so hard it was almost going to explode. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at the roof. The roof. How did she get inside a tent? Arya. She couldn't believe the voice she was hearing. She turned to her left and found Robb, his older brother, looking at her. His auburn curls were falling through his forehead, and a small beard covered his cheeks and chin. Robb. Without thinking more about it, she jumped from the bed and hugged her brother tightly, tears falling from her eyes. Arya, I'm so glad you're here, out of that snake pit. I saw it, Robb. I saw how they executed father, and I thought I would never see you again, or mother, or Bran, or Rickon. Hush, sister, you're back, that's all that matters now. He released her and looked at her eyes. For now, we go to the Abath and eat properly, then we will talk about all that has happened since we both left Winterfell. Are you okay with that? Drying her tears, she nodded at him, and they both went out of the tent, where all the soldiers cheered at them, with shouts of Stark, the young wolf, and more surprisingly for her, the little she-wolf. After taking a bath and devouring 2 plates full of meat, fish and potatoes, she dressed herself. Obviously she wasn't going to wear a pretty dress, but presenting herself in front of all the northern lords with the same clothes that she wore through the entire Riverlands was something even she couldn't do, so she took some riding pants and a shirt with the Stark direwolf on it and left the room, where his brother was waiting her. I suppose that some things don't change with time, little sister, chuckled Robb as he saw her with the riding pants. You know me better than that, laughed her back. She grabbed his brother's hand and went to his brother's chambers, where they would talk privately before going to the great hall where the wedding would take place. She sat in front of her brother and asked first. I know you want to know everything, Robb, but can you talk first? I need to distract for a while. I don't need to remember my battles the whole day. Robb was taken aback with that. Battles? How many things had his sister went through in these last months? Very well, Arya, but you will tell me everything once I finish. I swear. So he started talking. He told her about the moment he called the banners, how Grey Wind gained him the support of the Great Yon at the cost of 2 of his fingers, their march south and the pact with the Freys. He narrated the Battle of the Whispering Woods, where Darin Hornwood and the Karstark brothers died defending him from the Kingslayer, who was now rotting in Riverrun's cells. How had they liberated the Riverlands from the Lannisters and plundered the Westerlands in retaliation. Jaime Lannister is your prisoner. I'm sure Cersei loves that, laughed her sister. I'm sure that she does. But that was all about me. So tell me, Arya, how did you came here? Sandor Clegane told me that you were not in King's Landing for long and that you were quite the survivor. She cursed Clegane inside her for telling anything to her brother, but she started talking. I was in the Red Keep practicing when Syrio and Meryn Trant of the Kingsguard tried to take me prisoner, but I escaped there while Syrio held them back. I found all our household dead in the Tower of the Hand, even Septa Mordane, but Sansa was nowhere to be found, so I escaped, killing a stable boy with Needle when he tried to bring me to the Lannisters. I disguised myself as a poor boy of Flea Bottom because I couldn't get out of the city. Some days after that, all the people were going to the September of Baelor, where father confessed his crimes and was murdered. She stopped there, tears coming to her eyes, and Robb hugged her tightly. We can continue this later, Arya. No, it's fine, better to get rid of it. She took her and dried her tears, willing to end the conversation as fast as possible. When they executed father, a man who presented himself as Yoren protected me. He is the wandering crow of the Night's Watch, so he took me as if I was a new recruit of the Watch and told me to call myself Ari. After 2 days in the roads, 2 Lannisters stopped us and demanded Yoren to give one of the prisoners back, but he refused, and later that night the Lannisters attacked and killed Yoren and half of us, making those who were still alive prisoners. She stopped for a moment and put her hand on top of her pocket, feeling the coin inside it. I can't tell him about Jaqen. We were kept at Harrenhal for a while before you took the castle back from the Lannisters. One night I found that the guards posted on the entrance were dead and escaped with Gendry and Hot Pie. We tried to get here, but the Brotherhood without banners found us. They were going to leave us in Riverrun for a ransom, so it was still good for me. Then they captured Sandor, and I remembered how he killed Micah and lost my temper. Beric sentenced him to a trial by combat, but he won and got freed, but not after kidnapping me. But I suppose it's fine now. He took me back to you, not the Brotherhood, and he has not asked for anything yet. Robb looked at her eyes, wondering if he should throw Clegane to a dungeon or not. Arya, how do you feel about Clegane? It's strange, Robb. He isn't a knight, but I don't think he is bad. He left the Lannisters after the Blackwater, and Joffrey is paying a lot of gold to the ones who bring him his head. He is a good fighter, I've seen him with the sword. What do you mean that you have seen him? He teaches me swordplay. And we got attacked by a small party of Lannisters on our way here. None of them lived to tell the tale. For the look in his eyes, she could tell that he didn't expect that, so he took profit of it and continued. He hates his brother also, and it's probably one of the few who can take him on a duel. Maybe you could make him to stay with us if you promise him that he could fight his brother. Why would someone fight the Mountain willingly? And his own brother? Gregor Clegane has always been a monster, Robb, and he was his small brother. There were tales in King's Landing, tales where Gregor put Sandor's face in the brazier for playing with his toys. I don't like him, but if he took you here, I suppose I can give him one opportunity. He took a sip of water, clearing his throat, and continued. Very well. I'll talk to him tomorrow, but for now, our uncle is going to wed and we should be present. Nodding at him, she stood up and took his brother's hand, going both to the great hall. When they entered, all the lords stood up and looked at her. My lords, may I present you my sister, Princess Arya Stark of Winterfell. The hall erupted into cheers, causing her to blush. The Septon presided the ceremony at the Great Hall of the Twins. Edmure Tully had his eyes fixed at the entrance, where Roslyn Frey, escorted by his brother Oliver, was coming towards the altar. She wore a beautiful light blue dress with grey details, and a white veil covering his face. Oliver took Roslyn's veil out, and Edmure's breath stopped. She was beautiful, definitively she didn't have any of the free trays. Oliver gave Roslyn's hand to Edmure, who took it graciously and smiled at her, and both turned towards the Septon. Cloak your bride and take her under your protection, commanded the Septon, and Edmure gladly did it. The Septon looked to the guests and proceeded with the ceremony. My lords and ladies, we stand here in the sight of gods and men to witness the union of man and wife. Look upon each other and say the words. Father, smith, warrior, mother, maiden, crone, stranger, chorused both Riverlanders. She is mine, and I am hers from this day until the end of my days, told Edmure without taking his eyes out of his soon-to-be wife. He is mine, and I am his, from this day until the end of my days, replied Roslyn, blushing profusely. The Septon tied a ribbon in a knot around their joined hands, symbolizing the union. Let it be known that Roslyn of House Frey and Edmure of House Tully are one heart, one flesh, one soul. Cursed be anyone who would seek to tear them asunder. In the sight of the seven, I horribly seal these souls, binding them as one for eternity. You can kiss your wife. With this kiss, I pledge my love, and Edmure gave his wife a tender kiss in the lips, while the hall erupted into cheers. For more than 3 hours, the guests ate, drank, danced, sang and japed in the wedding feast, the joy of the union filling the air. Edmure was more than smitten with his wife, his eyes never leaving her. Eventually, a drunken Lord Mallister called for the bedding, and both groom and bride were carried out from the hall. Robb sat with the remaining lords, when Oliver came to him. Your Grace, a rider in the middle of the night. He says that he has 2 urgent letters for you. Take him inside the castle. I will see him after the bedding. He took his mug of ale and drank it entirely before turning at Oliver, who seemed to wait his dismissal. Try to enjoy the feast, Oliver, we won't have more celebrations in a while. Chapter 11, Skin Changer. John I. He had run across the haunted forest for a while, with Longclaw still sheathed in his hands and Ghost, Gren and Ed close behind him. After running for what felt like an eternity, he spotted the black shape of Samwell Tarly 20 meters in front of him, accompanied by a dozen of black brothers who he couldn't identify. Gasping for fresh air in his lungs, he stopped and inhaled hard before shouting his friend's name. Sam. The bookish Tarly boy stopped and turned around and looked at the wilderness engulfing him. He had recognized his voice, but he couldn't see him as of yet. Eventually, his eyes found an exhausted John coming towards him, with Gren and Ed at his side. He rushed towards his friends. By the 7 John, it's good to see all of you, told Sam, pulling his friend in a tight embrace. I thought that you all were fighting with the Lord Commander. I left thinking I'll never see your ugly faces again, japed Sam, breaking the hug. Only then he spotted the Valyrian steel sword John was carrying, a blade he knew very well. What are you doing with Longclaw, John? There isn't time to long talks, Sam, our brothers won't resist for long. They were almost completely encircled by thousands of wildlings before the Lord Commander gave me his sword and kicked us out of there. He made me swear that I would deliver it in Bear Island. Sam nodded at him, understanding the old bear reasons. For now, let's go, my friends. If we waste our time here, we will get caught. I will send ravens to my brothers in Riverrun and Winterfell as soon as we reach the wall. The sacrifice of the Lord Commander won't be in vain. All the men surrounding him nodded and went on their way back to the wall. They traveled for hours through the woods. The air was so cold that their lungs seemed to freeze by moments, and the snow falling made a thick white curtain, so it was difficult for them to see further than a couple of feet away. Still, there was no refuge known between the Fist of the First Men and Craster's Keep, so they just kept walking in a straight direction. I will freeze my... started Ed. Fucking balls out there, told John and Gren at the unison, earning a few laughs from their brothers in arms and an angry scoff from the mocked one. Did you heard that? Said Sam with his voice trembling. What are you saying, Samwell? I didn't hear nothing, told Mark, an old black brother from a small village near Maidenpool who had served at Castle Black since he was 24. It must have been your imagination, Sam. Don't worry, the wildlings are far behind us. We will arrive to the wall without any trouble, assured John, patting his friend on the shoulder. Sam was starting to believe he really imagined it, product of his own fear, when a second, clearer howl sounded through the forest and 2 more howls chorused it. Oh fuck, muttered Ed, unsheathing his sword in his right hand while holding a torch with the left one. Wolves, and they're near us. Group together and walk, we can't stay separated with this blizzard, we risk one of us dying without even noticing it, told John, with Longclaw ready. The group did as bid, and they walked forward as fast as 10 men almost holding hands could. The blizzard was less dense now, and they reached a forest clearing they knew from previous rangings. We're a mile northwest of Craster's Keep, brothers. If we hurry up, we will be somewhat safe, said Mark confidently. Before he could completely turn around, and without knowing what had happened, he got his throat ripped apart by a giant grey wolf. The group gasped in shock, and those who hadn't his swords unsheathed took them out. They stuck together and stepped back. Pointing his sword to the wolf, who was now accompanied by 2 more beasts, John didn't spot the Shadowcat pouncing at him from the side. John, yelled Sam. He couldn't even get a clear view of the Shadowcat when a red-eyed white shadow tackled the feline. The beast and Ghost rolled in the snow, but the stronger direwolf had the upper hand of the fight. The 3 wolves swapped their targets upon hearing the Shadowcat's cries of anguish as Ghost broke his neck. Protecting his direwolf, John slashed with his Valyrian steel sword up-down, killing the biggest wolf in the spot. No! Greyskin, shouted an angry voice from the shadows. Both wolves ran to the voice, leaving all the black brothers completely confused. A group of more than 40 men dressed with wildling liveries approached at them, swords unsheathed. Some of them had bows with arrows already aiming at them. A man whose face was suspiciously familiar came forward, but before he could talk, a small bald man mounted in a polar bear raised his voice. You killed my companion, boy, and you will die for it, he said while dismounting the bear. Without hesitation, he and the two wolves charged at John and Ghost. John clashed his sword with him. The sound of steel and the growls of the wolves were the only sounds made by both parties, who looked in awe at the dance of steel. While the wilderling was an experienced fighter and way stronger than John, John was young and agile, and his skill with the blade was something to be reckoned. John went to the offensive after having defended himself for the first 2 minutes of the duel. The wilderling kept blocking his blows with his sword and axe, but Longclaw broke his sword in half, and John took the opportunity to smash his sword's pommel into his opponent's face, breaking a couple of his teeth. The wilderling, known as Varami Fiveskins, stepped back and howled a cry of pain and saw by the corner of his eye how Ghost had already killed one of his wolves and was taking care of the other quite easily. The rage burned inside of him, and with renewed spirits he focused on killing the boy who dared to face him. John was taken aback by the sudden change of events and went to a defensive stance again, trying to hold the berserker who was attacking him with an endless fury. However, the superior steel and the cold mind of John proved too much for Varami, and after 1 minute, John found an opening and slashed at Varami's belly. The wilderling dropped his weapons and knelt, trying to hold his guts with his bare hands. John could swear that he saw the wilderling's eyes going white before stabbing him through the heart. Suddenly, the polar bear turned crazy and started running towards John. The massive beast was almost on jumping range when John heard a commanding voice. "Oral! Stop this!" yelled the wilderling leader. A young man stepped forward and his eyes went white. The polar bear stopped instantly. "Skin changers," muttered Samuel, who was almost pissing himself. The eyes of the strange man, who seemed to control the bear now, turned to normality and calmly spoke to John. "She hates you, you know, Dot." "What?" asked John. "The bear. She hates you and will kill you if I let her. Now I have Varami inside my thoughts, and he only whispers how much he wants to kill you. You should sleep with an eye open, boy." A cold chill ran through John's spine, who could only nod at him. The wilderling leader nodded at the skin changer and spoke in a clear, loud voice. "That was quite the spectacle, John. What are you doing with Mormont's old sword?" John looked perplexed at him, unknowing how a mere wilderling could recognize Longclaw. "Who are you? Have I seen you before?" The wilderling scoffed and responded. "My name is Mance Rayder. I'm the called king beyond the wall, but well, no one kneels out there," joked Mance, earning a few laughs from his party. John and all the Black brothers went pale. They came beyond the wall to find and kill Mance, and now he was here, in front of their noses. "And yes, you have seen me before, John's no." Perplexed, John asked how was that possible. "In Winterfell, during King Robert's visit. I was disguised as a bard in the welcoming feast. Your brother Rob, as drunken as he was, made me play the bear and the maiden fair 3 times in a row before one of his friends took him to his room," said Mance with a small smile in his face. "But now this isn't important. You and your friends will come with me. You can choose to come as guests, or as prisoners." Once he finished, the polar bear roared with fury at John, who almost fell to the ground in shock. He turned around and looked at his friends. They were 9, now that Mark was dead, and Sam wasn't a fighter. They couldn't stand a chance against 40 wildlings and 1 polar bear. His companions nodded in acceptance at him, probably thinking the same. "We will go with you, but I have one question you must answer before we agree." He could hear Ed cursing at him for his stupidity, but he needed answers. "What question?" asked Mance with an eyebrow raised and his hand on the pommel of his sword. "Why are you commanding a wildling horde of 100,000 strong to attack the wall?" All the wildlings frowned at his question, but one was clearly outraged, his face as red as his beard. "We are the free folk, you fucking kneeler. We rule ourselves, boy, don't you dare to disrespect us," spat the wilderling, with his axe pointing at John. "Peace, Tormund," said Mance, putting his hand on the Redbeard's shoulder. "I will only attack the wall if we are forced to, John, and you can be the key to avoid the bloodshed. I'm only a steward from the Night's Watch. I can't be the key of anything. I will explain everything while we are on our way towards our encampment." John nodded at Mance. He knew he wasn't in a position to make demands of any sort, so that would do for the time being. Eventually, both of them were at the tail of the procession, and Mance started talking. "You may not be the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, but you're still the brother of the king in the north. I'm sure that if you explain everything carefully, he will listen. Mance closed the distance between him and John. We need to move further south. My people will starve in this winter if we don't move south. Your people has manned themselves for thousands of years. What has changed? Asked an incredulous John. Cold winds come from the lands of always winter. We don't know why, but even we can't withstand the cold. Our crops were destroyed by the ice and all the wildlife has progressively gone further and further south. The northern villages fell first. In less than a week more than half of the people were dead. They went to sleep and never woke up. Mance took a pause and sighed. We are 100,000 people, without counting the mammoths and the giants, and not a single one of us has been able to find a solution that doesn't involve going further south. We need to cross the wall, and for what I'm told, your brother may need a helping hand. What? Are you mad, Mance? Why should my brother need you? He is fighting a war, and I have 40,000 men and women ready for battle. I have giants and mammoths. And this is leaving some of our men behind. So what do you think, John? 40,000 men fighting for your brother in exchange for sheltering our people south of the wall. John immersed in his own thoughts before giving an answer. I can't guarantee you anything, but I will write to my brother. Good. In that case, we will march together to the wall, told Mance. But Mance, why did you order an attack on the Lord Commander's forces if you wish for a peaceful end? Mance sighed, and his eyes showed a sadness he didn't expected. Old grudges don't die easily, John. I've worked for months to make some of the Magners see reason, and I don't have months now. You know old Gia, he is such a stubborn bear. Had I shown up at the wall for parley, he would have killed me on the spot for deserting. I told the ones leading the army that they should take him prisoner, so I hope he lives. We will have more time to talk, John. For now let's go back. John couldn't refuse that he had some reason. Some members of the Watch, like Thorn and Thor in Half Hand, had a deep hatred for the wildlings, having fought them their entire life. He kept walking in silence. Chapter 12, Eastern Winds of War. Yone 3. He had fought battles against the mountain clans for his entire life. He fought at Gulltown and the Trident in Robert's Rebellion and also at the Siege of Pike when the Greyjoys declared their independence from the Iron Throne. He had witnessed real carnage, blood, guts and brains spilled in the ground, but the image of Michael Redfort's remains would haunt him in his worst nightmares. There wasn't much left from the young, gallant boy who was once betrothed to his daughter. Only pieces of his battered chest plate with the Redfort sigil on it were still recognizable. On the floor, only blood, brains and broken bones smaller than arrowheads, with the sole exception of half of his skull, that still had one eye wide open. The cries of anguish of a kneeling Lord Horton filled the air, making his skin crawl. His 3 remaining sons were already there too. John and Creighton Redfort silently wept beside his father while trying to console him, and Jasper, the oldest and heir of Lord Horton, swore revenge upon those who had murdered his brother before storming out of the place. An urgent council was immediately called after the dreadful event. All the lords were gathered with the sole exception of Lord Redfort, who was understandably indisposed. In his absence, his son and heir Jasper occupied his place. Lord Royce spoke. Before starting this war council, I want to extend our most sincere condolences to you and your family, Sir Jasper. Your brother was a fine man and will be sorely missed. Jasper looked up, meeting the Lord of Runestone eyes, before nodding. He wasn't in the mood to speak, so Yone continued his speech. The diplomatic way is now out of the question. Thanks to the information of our scouts, we know that 6,000 men under Lord Corbray and Selin are on their way here. We could be stuck here for some time, so I propose the following plan. 7,000 men will go to Harrenhal under the command of Lord Melcombe and Sir Jasper, while my son Sir Ander and Sir Creighton Redfort will take 500 of my knights and ride to the Twins, pledging our allegiance to Robb Stark. Of the remaining 14,500 men, 3,500 will lay siege the Eyrie. Lord Redfort and Lady Waynwood will stay here commanding the host. I will lead the remaining 11,000 and intercept Lord Corbray. I will explain him what happened in the Eyrie, hoping for him to see reason, and if he doesn't, I will face him on the field of battle. For all we know, all the other lords who are loyal to Lady Lysa are up in the Eyrie, and I doubt that all of them will stand by her side after what she did to our envoys. He looked left and right to his fellow countrymen. Most of them were nodding at him, giving their acceptance to the plan. Are we really going to starve our liege lord in his own castle? Asked Lord Grafton. This is madness, my lords. You forget that it is this liege lord's regent who threw my brother through the moon door, Grafton. If all the bastards who were involved must die, so be it, yelled Jasper, his face as red as his own banner. We don't know yet what happened up there, responded the Lord of Gulltown. I won't command my men to assault the Eyrie without a valid rear, but he was cut by Lady Waynwood. For fuck's sake, Grafton, when did your family become a blind Arryn loyalist? If I remember correctly, your own father died after supporting the Mad King in the rebellion, killed by King Robert himself, barked the proud Lady of Iron Oaks. Drold turned pale after her declarations, before turning red with rage, his hand playing with the pommel of his sword. I won't tolerate anyone questioning my honor and that of my house, my lady, he said, glaring at her with a murderous look. Before things heated up more, Jon decided to stop it. I'm sure that Lady Waynwood didn't talk with these intentions, Lord Grafton. But I can't understand your skepticism. You should remember that the moon door is always closed. They only open it when they want to execute someone, so I beg you to return to your senses. Lord Grafton calmed himself and seated, glaring at Lady Anya. He stood there and considered his possibilities, and what should he do? A month ago, Lord Baelish was a safe gamble, but now he was trapped inside the Eyrie, and more than half of the Vale Lords had rebelled against him and Lady Lysa. His house couldn't afford to be in the wrong side of the war again. After much consideration, he saw that his only option was to side with Lord Royce. I don't want my loyalty to be questioned, he said, all the lords turning their eyes towards him. If a fight breaks out against Lord Corbray, I want to ask the honor of leading my men in the vanguard, replied fiercely, causing quite the commotion in the hall. After a brief exchange of glances, Jon nodded at him and ended the meeting shortly after. Sir Jasper, stay. The Red Fort heir turned back and looked at Jon, who spoke only when all the other lords left the room. What do you need from me, Lord Royce? When I received the news that Sir Loras Tyrell had murdered my son, I wanted to call all my levies and march to war to kill the Sword Swallower and all those who would step between me and my justice. He looked at the young knight in the eyes, and saw that he was trying to hold his tears. I know that you want to avenge your brother, and trust me when I say that I share your feelings. Even if he wasn't my blood, he was going to be my good son. But if you enter in the Eyrie blinded with rage, you will only get yourself killed. That's why you're going to the Riverlands. I promise you that justice will be served. Jasper just nodded and lowered his head, leaving the room without being dismissed. At first light, Lord Melcombe and Sir Jasper led their 7,000-strong army towards the Bloody Gate, where they would exit the Vale and enter the Riverlands, making his way to Harrenhal. At the same time, Andor Royce and Creighton Redfort parted to the twins with 500 riders, in order to contact the young wolf and give him their oaths of fealty and explaining him the current situation in the Vale of Arryn. Before marching out of the Gates of the Moon, Jon went to Lord Redfort's chambers. He stopped in front of it and knocked at the door. Who is it? Horton, I'm Jon. Can we speak for a moment, told Jon, with his gaze fixed at the floor. He was starting to leave when the door opened. Come in, replied Lord Redfort, whose red eyes signaled he was still weeping not long ago. Jon entered the room and they both sat in a table that was in the middle of the room. Can I offer you anything? Water, wine? No, don't worry, Horton. Thank you anyways. So, what can I do for you, my lord? Told Lord Redfort in a formal tone. Forgive the pleasantries and the protocol, Horton, we've known each other for a very long time. He paused for a moment and looked at his friend in the eyes with a kind look. How are you, my friend? Horton lowered his head, and a single tear ran through his cheek. I knew that my boys could die in war, but at least it would have been an honorable death and I could bury them. Seeing my baby boy falling from the moon door and clashing to the ground, he couldn't resist anymore and broke. Jon stood up and walked towards Horton, pulling him in a hug. We will avenge them, Horton. We will avenge your son as we will avenge mine. How you do it, Jon? How can you be so strong after losing 2 of your boys? Told Redfort between sobs. I have 2 more children. Andor and Ysilla are all what I need to keep fighting, he responded. He broke the hug and looked at his friend in the eyes. You have 3 more sons, Horton. 3 sons that need your guidance. Your firstborn would burn the Eyrie to the ground if he could do it, and the other 2 are heartbroken. You must be strong for them. Horton dried his tears. I suppose you are right. So, what do we do now? You will be in command of the siege with Lady Anya. Jasper is going to Harrenhal as second in command and Creighton is on his way to the twins. Your John will stay with you here. I won't say you how to siege or assault the Uri, but we need Robert Arryn alive or there will be whispers about us murdering him just to put Harold Hardying on the Weirwood throne. I know that Jon scoffed Horton. It will be done. Sooner or later, they will yield to us. They have food for less than 2 months, and when winter settles, they will be stuck up there. They need to treat with us if they don't want to starve. Jon nodded at Horton and patted his shoulder. I must go. We will see each other again. Once everything was settled, 11,000 men under Lord Royce and Lord Grafton marched out of the Gates of the Moon and went north to face Lord Corbray. As promised, Grafton would have the command of the 2,000 men of the van. The bulk of the forces, located in the centre, was led by Jon himself, while Simon Templeton had the right and Sir Wallace Wainwood the left. The reserves were under Ronald Arryn, a distant cousin of the Arryn of Gulltown's branch. After half-day marching, both armies faced each other in the mountain range that separated Hart's Home from Longbow Hall. While the terrain gave them the advantage in a hypothetical battle, due to the impossibility of sending cavalry to flank them, it would be a frontal clash of 2 armies, and if you hoped for most of your men to survive and fight another day, a giant melee between 2 mountains wasn't going to help your cause. Acknowledging this, Jon Royce sent a white flag to parley. The response was fast, as 2 riders that he could identify as Lionel and Lyn Corbray galloped towards him with 4 horsemen close behind. He decided to go in equal numbers, so Lord Grafton and he advanced, followed by 4 knights of his own household. He ordered his thoughts before speaking. While Lionel was the head of the house, it was Sir Lyn who he needed to convince. As holder of the Valyrian steel sword, Lady Forlorn, he was renowned as a warrior, probably the best sword in the Vale, surpassing him by far. He closed his eyes and sent a silent prayer to the gods. It was Lord Lionel who spoke first. Lord Royce, it has been long since we last met, told Lord Corbray in a cold tone. Indeed, my lord. It's a shame that we must met with 2 armies at our back and not with meat and mead in our table. Lord Lionel scoffed at his words. A necessary action, proving that you're being a traitor to our liege lord. Surrender and disband your armies and come with me to the Uri. I'm sure that Lord Robin and Lady Lysa will be merciful with you. As much as I would like to have my liege's backing, that is impossible. And I don't think that you will be able to see Lady Lysa in a long time, as her castle is being besieged, responded Jon with a determined grin. What are you talking about? Why the 7 hells would you siege the Uri? Exclaimed Sir Lyn. I'm sure that you missed the most recent news. As you may know, more than half of the lords of the Vale wished to enter the war, so I called my allies and mustered them in Runestone. We marched to the Uri asking for Lady Lysa blessing to enter the war, but in less than a day, she threw one of our envoys through the moon door. He stopped for a moment and looked at the shocked expressions of both Corbrays. You knew him very well, Sir Lyn, as it was your own former squire who was murdered. Lyn Corbray's eyes went wide, and his mouth opened, leaving no sound. Lord Lionel looked at his brother for a moment, the seed of doubt planted in his head. Lysa Arryn is mad, my lords. We need to stop her and put Lord Robert under proper supervision and have a small council of lords ruling the Vale while he grows up, so I will ask you once. Are you going to continue serving a woman who pisses in your honor and drives the kingdom to ruin, or are you going to help rebuilding it? Lord Lionel's response fell like a bucket of cold water. We will meet in the field of battle, and he turned his horse and went back to his army. Sir Lyn was surprised by his brother's reaction. He knew that Michael Redfort had been like the son he never had. Still, he proceeded to follow his brother. Sir Lyn, he heard the loud voice of Jon Royce. The boy went up thinking that you were in the Uri, confident that nothing would happen to him while you were present. He believed in you and died for it. Don't let him die for nothing. Lyn looked at Jon and nodded, and both parties returned to their armies. The battle was now inevitable. Chapter 13, Letters. Rob V. He woke up in his chambers, and he felt like if someone had taken a warhammer and crushed his head with it. I drank too much, I will never try again to win a drinking contest with the great Jon. Thought Rob, trying to shake off his dizziness. He got out of the bed and dressed himself as fast as he could, with intentions of breaking his fast, when someone knocked at the door. Your Grace. It's me, Oliver. Despite his hangover, his kingdom wasn't going to rule himself, so he told his squire to come in. "Good morning, your grace," vowed the Free respectfully. "Good morning to you, Oliver. What brings you here that early in the morning?" "The rider that arrived last night is most insistent to see you at once. He almost didn't sleep, asking about you to every single soul he met." "Oh fuck, I completely forgot about those goddamned letters." "It's fine, Oliver, tell him to meet me in the Great Hall, I need to eat something." Should the bacon had feelings, it wouldn't have felt any pain, as Robb devoured his breakfast with haste, barely chewing the food. However, his glorious revival was interrupted when a young man with Blackwood colors entered the hall. His eyes were red and his face pale, clear signs that he hadn't slept at all and was almost going to faint due to the exhaustion. He knelt in front of him, bowing his head. "My king. I'm Edmund Blackwood, third son of Lord Titus Blackwood. I came from Riverrun with all haste to give you these letters, delivered by your own lady mother with the utmost urgency." He took both letters and bid him to stand. "Your services are much appreciated, Edmund. Eat something and sleep, my squire will find you a chamber with a comfortable bed." He looked at Oliver, who nodded at him and left the hall, followed closely by Edmund. He took the first letter, with the direwolf of House Stark on it. He opened it and read it carefully. "Dear Robb. I hope you are safe and well, I miss all of you so much. Winterfell doesn't change at all, nothing bothers the small folk, who are now harvesting the last crops before winter finally settles. Well, everything goes right except for Ramsay Bolton, but the Mandaelis had him cornered, so it shouldn't take long for him to face justice. I'm writing this letter to you because the wall scares me. Jon sent me a letter telling that 100,000 wildlings were going to attack the wall, and Lord Commander Mormont took almost all the rangers to a great ranging beyond the wall, something that even Mayor Stillowin considered foolish. Jon will write us back as soon as he returns to the wall, but even then, if the rumors are correct, we need you here or the wildlings may breach the wall and invade the north. I will write you again as soon as I have more news. With love. Your brother Brandon, the Stark in Winterfell." He read it 3 times before assimilating the words. 100,000 wildlings. It was impossible for the Watch to stop them, but was it true? It was known that half of the Wilderling clans hated the other half, why would they march together against a 700 feet tall wall of ice? But even with that, he couldn't negate the Watch help, so after thinking about his options for a while, he decided to order the mountain clans who probably were on his way to Moat Caitlin, to turn their backs and go to the wall, as he couldn't afford to leave the Riverlands. Wanting to end this quickly, he opened the second letter, who had the Trout of the Tullys on it. "Dear Robb. These are grave news, so I will go straight to the point. Jaime Lannister has escaped from Riverrun. If his day was bad, now it was even worse. How the fuck could the Kingslayer escape from a castle like Riverrun? It had no fucking sense." With his fist clenched, he continued reading. "A small party of Lannister soldiers under Devan Lannister infiltrated in Riverrun and liberated him along with Martin and Willem Lannister. We don't know for certain how they got there, but there are suspicions that they came here working with Lord Bolton, as nobody recognized the common soldiers. Mark Piper killed Devan Lannister after he killed Ellery Vance and went with 100 of his knights to search for the Kingslayer. If we find him again, I will let you know. Also, your wife misses you, Robb. He goes from side to side in the castle like a shadow, and his mother complains about everything here, so I hope that you could come here or at least write her to lift her spirits. Be safe, my boy. Your mother, Caitlin Stark." Unable to keep his nerves under check, Robb threw his mug of ale to the nearest wall, cursing loudly. He stormed out of the room and spent the next hour in the training yard with his squire, to the former one Misfortune, who ended up battered and bruised, completely exhausted after the training. After midday, he gathered his lords to council. Now that the Kingslayer was free, Tywin Lannister had nothing to fear should they attack them. And there was also the situation in the wall. When all the lords were settled, he spoke. "My lords, I have summoned you in order to tell you the latest news. And they aren't pleasant ones. The Kingslayer has escaped from Riverrun with Kevan Lannister's twins." Chaos reigned in the hall after the declaration. Rickard Karstark cursed loudest of them all, as the man who escaped had killed his 2 youngest sons. The turmoil stood for 5 long minutes, with the only exception of Sir Bryndon and Rob himself, who were more concerned about thinking what they should do. "Silence," shouted Rob, to the amusement of his present bannerman. "Crying about it won't solve anything. We already have more than 100 men searching for him, but we must prepare for the worst. If Jaime Lannister reaches the capital, the Lannisters and the Tyrells will not hesitate to press the attack on the Riverlands and march north. We can't retake Maidenpool and hold the Riverlands in this situation, it would be a suicide to do so. That's why I'm sending Lady Mormont back to Harrenhal with 8,000 men, more than enough to keep the Lannisters at bay for the time being. Furthermore, we won't receive more help coming from the moat. I know I told you that 3,000 clansmen were coming, but I received a raven from the Night's Watch telling me about an army of 100,000 wildlings going to the wall. As king in the north, I can't leave it undefended, so I will send them to the wall along with 1,000 men from houses Marndaly, Umber and Karstark who still have men enough in the north." The northern lords looked at their king with concern, Umber and Karstark chief amongst them, as they were who suffered more wildling raids in their lands. The whole stood in silence for a while, most of the lords muttering things between them or simply watching at each other. Edmure Tully broke the silence. "And what do we do, your grace?" asked the Tully. "We can't stay idle in the Twins for too long." "And we won't," replied the king. "You will take 4,500 men and go to Riverrun. Once you're there, you will take half of the garrison and march south. You will maintain the Golden Road blocked and send 500 riders into the Reach, raiding the food supplies in the Rosa Road between Golden Grove and Bitterbridge. This is a bold plan, your grace." "Maybe too bold. We can't enter the Reach and fight them in their own homeland," replied Edmure, unconvinced of the plan. "And you won't. These riders will be only a distraction. When we raided the Westerlands we expected Tywin Lannister to follow us, but he didn't. That's because he wasn't forced to do so. Blocking the Golden Road and the Rose Road, the capital will starve in days. He will be forced to act. Once your scouts report that he is on the move, your riders will regroup with you in the Golden Road and retreat to Stony September while 3,000 men march to Maidenpool and 12,000 men under Lady Mage and Lord Glover march south, camping near the God's Eye and faking an imminent attack on the Crown lands. I'm sure that when Lord Tywin knows that your blockade has ended and that we are on the offensive, he will go north and come to us. We will crush him in the God's Eye. 12,000 men in the front, your 7,000 from the back, and I will ride with 2,000 riders from the Twins, attacking him from the right. With the lake at the left, he will be surrounded from all the sides, preventing him to escape. Once the Old Lion falls, the Tyrells will abandon the Lannisters, and our road to King's Landing will be clear." Edmure and barely all the lords were speechless. The plan had the potential of ending the war in one swift move, but it had flaws. Too many flaws. If Tywin Lannister marched with more than 30,000 men, the plan wasn't viable, and if he got reinforcements during the battle, they will be completely wiped out. Also, they were in enemy territory, so withdrawing was way more difficult. Seeing this, Sir Bryndon spoke. "Your Grace, with all due respect, I don't know how you expect this plan to success. If our reports are correct, Tywin Lannister has 15,000 Lannister men in the Crown lands, and Tyrell has another 40. They double our numbers. If they come with everything they have, we will get slaughtered like pigs." "But they won't," was the single response of Rob. Perplexed and with his eyes wide open, Edmure asked, "And how can you be so sure?" "Because Tywin's pride won't allow him. I mocked him twice when I took his son hostage and plundered his homeland, he won't let me mock him again. His pride won't allow him to recognize that he won the war because of the Tyrells. It's true that he will take some of their men to ensure his victory, but he will have more of his own men. With this limitation, I'm sure that he will take a host of 20 to 25,000 men with him. We will be even in numbers, but we control the battlefield. Furthermore, he is known for commanding his men from the back, so when the bulk of both forces met in the front and I charge at his right, he and his personal guard will go straight towards my uncle's forces, who will enter the fight last. Once they enter in combat, we will have a high possibility of taking him prisoner, forcing the remaining forces to surrender." Rob looked at his generals, and saw the doubt in their faces. "I know that it's risky, but time plays against us. You trusted me when we entered the Riverlands, splitting our army in two. Trust in me again and we will be in our homes before winter settles." The lords nodded at their king, leaving the hall soon after. While they were not entirely convinced by the plan, such boldness had won them 2 decisive battles in the past, and their loyalty to Robb was beyond question. They would follow him to death if needed be. Chapter 14, The White Crow. Jon 2. When the great ranging beyond the wall started, he had thought about many ways everything could go wrong. They could get starved, dehydrated, killed by wildlings or other beasts, freeze themselves to death. But of all the possibilities and iterations he had previously imagined, being a guest at Mance Rayder's table, eating his food and drinking his ale, was something beyond imaginable for him. Even Mance, for all his oratory, couldn't miraculously end the hatred that some of the wilderling chieftains had to the Night's Watch, or crows like they were known, but they had been treated with respect. After burying Varami at the forest, they had started the march towards the wilderling encampment. It had only taken a couple of hours, and when Jon saw how enormous the settlement was, he could only think about what madness had possessed the Lord Commander to be willing to meet such a large host in an open field when he had the alternative of putting a 700 feet tall wall between their armies. Mance and Jon went inside his personal tent, while Jon's sworn brothers were guided towards their new tents. It had been inside the tent, while they were sit and making some small talk, when the Magna of the Thans told them how the old bear met his end. It doesn't matter that we were enemies in these last years. He was my friend once, and I will mourn him as such, were the only words of the proclaimed king of the free folk said about the matter. It was after 3 days and nights that Mance called him again to his tent, to discuss how things would go once they reached the wall. Despite being the leader of the army, Mance's tent was as modest as all the others in the camp. There was no luxury in this side of the wall, only some chairs, a table and an improvised bed for him and his pregnant wife, Dalla. After coming in, Mance nodded at him and bid him to seat with a wave of his hand. "Take a sit, Jon, we will talk for a while." "Can I offer you a drink?" told Mance. "I don't know what you drink out there, but I won't make the mistake of drinking it twice." "But I thank you for your offer," told Jon with a bit of nervousness. Mance started laughing wholeheartedly. "Fermented goat milk, lad. A strong drink for strong men," chuckled Mance, drying a tear from his eye. "But I suppose you aren't weak at all. A son of Eddard Stark and the killer of Varami Fiveskins, you have made yourself a name out there, you see. If it's good or bad, I don't know, as you are still a crow for all of them." "A name," muttered Jon, raising an eyebrow. "The White Crow. A simple name, and personally I think that the White Wolf would suit you better, but well, they are not original." Searching for nicknames, he stopped and raised his cup of fermented milk, and gestured it towards Jon, simulating a toast. He finished it in one gulp. "But as you may know, my people isn't fond of yours, so I don't know if they mean that as a compliment or as a joke. Personally, I think that they respect you more than other members of the Watch after your deeds. Varami was a strong warrior. Anyways, I didn't call for you to discuss this." "Indeed." Both looked at each other's eyes and stood silent. It was quite uncomfortable, and Jon grew restless, so he decided to break the silence. "What are your plans?" asked Jon. "You already know them. I want my people to cross the wall, and you're the key to make it without spilling more blood." "And do you think that they will let me do it?" "When we arrive at the wall, the most possible thing is that fucking Alisa Thorne is in command. Knowing the bastard as I know him, he will close the gates and declare my friends and I traitors to the Night's Watch. That is why your friends aren't going back." Jon's face turned red with anger. "What are you saying, Mance? Are you going to kill them? They are your cue." "Don't speak nonsense and calm the fuck down," yelled Mance in such a high tone that 2 of his own men rushed inside with his weapons ready. He dismissed them and regained the composture. "It escapes my mind how the son of a man like Ned Stark can be that stupid," muttered Mance in a low tone, but Jon still heard him and lowered his head a bit. "My people and I follow the old gods just as you and your family do. We don't break guest laws beyond the wall, so let me explain what I have planned." Jon calmed down, ashamed of his behavior. "Despite our differences, we follow the same gods, and no one is more cursed by them than those who break guest laws or slay their own kin." He sat down and nodded at the former brother of the Watch, giving him his full attention. Mance looked at him in the eyes and returned the nod. "They will stay with me in the camp, treated like the guests they are. Tormund and some of my men will escort you south. You will camp at the limits of the haunted forest and rest for the night. You will reach the wall at dawn, but Tormund and the others will come back before they can be seen. Once you're in, tell Sir Alisa you're the last survivor of the Great Ranging, and that the Lord Commander's last wish was for his sword to be returned to Bear Island by your own hands. And I repeat, your own hands. This is the only way that Thorn will not throw you into an ice cell or let you leave the wall. I don't know if you can send a raven from Castle Black itself to your brother or if you will need to be in Bear Island for that, but do it as soon as you can. You only have one opportunity to do this, Jon. If your brother doesn't send someone north to discuss terms in 4 months, we will be forced to march to the wall and assault it. I can't delay my people any longer. Jon nodded at Mance in acknowledgement and left the tent, immersed in his own thoughts. He looked up to the sky and thought about Winterfell and seeing his siblings again. But now I'm a sworn member of the Night's Watch. I have dozens of new brothers. He was still thinking about happier times when someone stumbled with him. After almost falling to the snow, he looked at the child who was close, made him fall, and identified him as one of Karsai's children, one of the Free Folk leaders. So. Sorry, muttered the scared little wilderling, who had probably recognized him or his direwolf and had heard how Varami had met his end after crossing swords with him. Don't worry, little one, I won't bite you and neither will my direwolf, told Jon, trying to calm the boy. We are in the same side now. Just try to be more careful playing around the camp, okay? Why yes, White Crow, replied the child, running fast to the opposite direction of Jon, earning a chuckle from him. So some of the crows know how to treat children. Strange thing considering they prefer to freeze their cocks at the top of the wall, said a woman's voice behind him. But well, you were a child not so long ago, am I wrong? Taunted her. Jon turned around angrily and so did Ghost, baring his teeth to the blonde beauty that was standing in front of him. Stunned by how gorgeous she was, Jon got mesmerized, quickly forgetting how angry he felt after her words. Do I know you, my lady? My lady, responded the mysterious woman with a raised eyebrow, before starting a soft laugh. We are not at the other side of the wall, Jon Snow, there are no lords or ladies out there. Everybody tells me that. I suppose that it's just normal for me to address people I don't know with some respect. A kneeler through and through. Well, maybe we can shape you into a free man before you leave us, said the woman with a sensual smile on her face. Oh, and my name is Val, I'm sure you will remember it, don't you? She winked her eye and went her own way, leaving Jon speechless and surprised about what had just happened. The last summer snows were falling in Winterfell, where Bran was finishing his breakfast happily. There were no requests of the small folk today, and Maester Luwin was desperately trying to make Rickon less wild, a task where he couldn't help, so he had until noon to do as he pleased. After ending his bread with smoked bacon, Hodder carried him outside the fortress and went directly to the stables, where Osha was already waiting for him. When he mounted his steed he was as high as everyone, so after falling and breaking his legs, riding had become his favorite hobby. Let's go, Osha, exclaimed Bran with a smile on his face. Where are we going, milord? Asked the spearwife, with her unruly curly hair covering his forehead. However, before he could reply, a voice he knew very well cut him off. Brandon Stark, called Luwin. Maester Luwin, what are you doing here? Asked Bran, concerned about the presence of the Maester. After all, if he had come down there, it wasn't to bid him farewell but to ask him to stay. You shouldn't get out of the city, Bran. The Marndalis are still searching for Ramsay Snow, and they told us that he had fled towards Castle Sewin, which is at half-day ride from here, voiced the old Maester. We will just go around Winterfell. I need to feel the air in my face before winter comes. We will be out for 3 hours at most, nothing will happen in that time, and besides, I have Osha with me, said Bran while looking at the woman. Don't worry, old man, I will protect the little lord. Unwilling to get convinced by Luwin, or worse of all, let Osha be convinced by him, Bran shouted at his horse and rode out, going towards the gates, followed by Osha and Summer, to the amusement of all the Wintertown citizens who crossed in their way. The old man won't be happy when we return, milord, said Osha. I am the acting lord of Winterfell, Osha. He can counsel me and help me ruling the north, but not commanding me what to do. I deserve time for me, protested Bran, a bit annoyed about being questioned every time he didn't do what the others tell him. He was the Stark in Winterfell, not Luwin, Sir Roderick or any other. They wandered through the plains that surrounded Winterfell for some time, until Bran grew bored. When he was alone, as Osher wasn't someone who kept holding unnecessary conversations, he could think about the past in peace. He remembered the day when they found the direwolves in the Wolf's Wood, how Jon had convinced his father to keep them, glaring daggers at Theon who wanted to kill the pups. In the end, he is as stark as we are. Looking briefly to Summer, who seemed to just read his thoughts, he talked to Osher. We head to the Wolf's Wood, Osher, south of here. Are you sure, little lord? The old man told you on purpose to don't go near there. Let's move, responded Bran coldly. It was almost midday when they reached the Wolf's Wood, and Summer went alone to hunt something to eat, so he and Osher were alone in the forest. Osher, why did you come south of the wall? Asked Bran. You never asked before, little lord. Why do you want to know it now? Responded the wilderling. Just curiosity. There is something unnatural. In the last year, the cold had intensified at the northern villages beyond the wall, those who are almost touching the lands of always winter, and my village was one of them. It was so cold that some of the elders and children died in their sleep, so me and my husband left the village and went south. We stopped at a village near the Antler River, when a brute came in accompanied by 2 friends and tried to kill us. My husband killed one of them before the brute took his life, while I was busy handling the other one. It was impossible for me to kill the brute, so after killing the small one I fled further south, inside the hunted forest where he couldn't chase me. Eventually I found people who were going to pass the wall and I joined them. It was an uneventful trip until we found you and your brother. You know the rest. Are you saying that you climbed the wall? Exclaimed Bran in awe. Yes, and it's something I won't do again, she said while looking up to the sky between the trees. It's getting late, we should get back, ended the wilderling, who moved to the horses tied at a nearby tree. Yes, you're right, responded Bran, knowing that Summer was close by, hunting at the woods. However, before he could blink an eye, he heard Osher gasping and something hitting the ground, before an unknown manly voice could reply to his fears. Brandon Stark, I have finally found you. Chapter 15, Dragonstone. Davos Eye. The waves clashed recklessly against the rocky shores of the island. A heavy rain covered Dragonstone, with thunders roaring and announcing the battle that was going to happen in a few moments. Despite being unable to see the enemy ships, who surely were having a nightmare trying not to sink, the drums from the Lannister navy could be heard through the island. Davos Seaworth, known as the Onion Knight, was on his way to an audience with Stannis, his king, who had summoned him at the chamber of the Painted Table. He made his way through the spooky corridors of the castle, eventually arriving to the doors of the room, who were guarded by Sir Richard Hope and Sir Justin Massey. Queen's men, that ain't be good for me, thought Davos, who had never got along with the followers of the Red God. Fanatics, all of them. Good evening, sir, said Davos politely. What brings you here, Onion Knight? Replied Sir Justin, whose tone revealed the disdain he had for Davos. My orders, Massey, let him in, replied a calmed voice coming from the chamber, sending a shiver through the knight's spine who just got out of Davos' way. When Davos entered the hall, Stannis was alone, staring at the map Aegon the Conqueror carved in rock more than 300 years ago. Before Davos could mutter a word, Stannis spoke. She's gone. Your pardon, your grace. Who is gone? Asked a confused Davos. Melisandre. Nobody has seen her since the Lannister drums started. She has abandoned me and my cause after all. I should have thrown her to the sea like you told me the first time, replied Stannis, falling flat onto his chair and bringing his hand to his forehead. For the first time in his life, Davos saw how low Stannis had fallen, a shadow of the stoic and unyielding man that had held Storm's End during Robert's rebellion. You're the rightful king, your grace. You're a good man. You can't give up just because that witch left, assured Davos, in an empty try of raising his spirits. We can repel the Lannisters from the narrow sea and turn the tables of the war. A good man. No, Davos, I'm not a good man. I left my older brother at King's Landing surrounded by vipers, leaving him and Ned Stark to die. With the Red Woman influence I murdered my own brother. I may be the rightful heir of Robert, but I'm not a good man, and now the gods that I always denied seek to punish me for it. Stannis' gaze was now fixed at Davos. But my blood won't pay for my sins. I have one last order for you, Davos. Whatever your orders may be, I will follow, my king, bowed Davos, falling to one knee. Take my daughter and leave this damned island. Bring her to safety and protect her at all costs. She doesn't want that blasted iron chair, but my enemies will still see her as a threat. Shocked by his declarations, Davos tried to discuss with him. Your Grace, I can take you and your family out of the island if needed be. It has been years since my last job as a smuggler, but I know everything I need to do. No, Davos, they won't stop until my head rests on a pike, but a girl holds no claim to the Iron Throne. Besides, that damned chair has given me anything but sorrow. I don't want my daughter to die for it. Smuggle her out, I will stay and defend Dragonstone or die trying to do it. And where should I take the princess? We don't have gold enough to stay in the Free Cities for long. You're not taking her to the Free Cities, responded Stannis, getting up from the chair and pointing his finger towards the map. You will take her to White Harbor. I know that they are vassals of Robb Stark, but he is the only one who calls himself king who won't kill or harm her. He is too much like his father. These are my last orders to you, Davos, don't fail me. Waving his hand, he dismissed him. It has been an honor to serve you, Stannis replied Davos with tears forming in his eyes. Davos rushed out of the room without looking back, going straight towards the tower where Shireen was. It was too late for the father, but he still could save the daughter. He went out of the room grinning his teeth, followed closely by Sir Hawke and Sir Massey, two of the few knights that he still had in his army. They left the castle and went directly to the gates of Dragonstone outer walls, who were already being hammered by a battering ram. Waiting for the Lannisters to break the gates, he formed his men in a semicircle spear wall while his 200 remaining archers rained hell upon his enemies from the battlements. A couple of thrusts later, the gates broke, and his enemies rushed in. The Lannister initial charge was pitiful. The vanguard of the Lannister army got obliterated by the spear wall and the arrows. For what he saw behind his men, even the general commanding them died, some cousin of the Lannisters of Lannisport families by the look of his shield, but eventually, the bulk of the enemy forces came in, slowly pushing their way through his men. Hacking and slashing, Stannis skillfully dispatched all the soldiers who dared to engage him. He stood in the front lines for an entire hour, hand to hand with his men, but the superior numbers of the Lannisters were proving too much and he was forced to go back after a lucky soldier had managed to wound him before Stannis himself could end his life. It wasn't a serious wound, just a scratch on his left arm, but if he died, Dragonstone would instantly fall, and he needed to buy as much time as possible for Davos to succeed. My king, we can't hold them here, voiced Justin Massey, who was at his king left side with a bloody sword in his hand. We keep fighting here. Valyrian forces are untouched from battle, tell him to advance and support the right flank. At once, my king, responded Sir Massey before running towards Lord Valyrian. Stannis took his sword back and rushed back into the fight, making his men push his enemies out. They are retreating to the castle, yelled a Brax knight. Come back, you cowards, taunted a Cricker Hall men at arms. Kevan swiftly ended a Baratheon soldier's life and looked up, seeing Stannis' own banner making his way back to the main castle followed by a score of soldiers. Confused about what had just happened, he searched for Sir Lyle Cricker Hall, also known as the Strongbow, who had been in the front since the start of the battle. He found him tending to his injured men. Strongbow? How did that happen? Asked Kevan, with his sword pointing to the castle. They were putting up a tough fight, it doesn't make any sense for them to run like this. Unless you managed to kill Stannis, but I don't think we will be that lucky. Indeed, that ain't be the case, my lord. But they had a valid enough reason to run, responded the strong Cricker Hall knight. And what would that be? Asked Kevan incredulously. I suppose that I am the reason, replied someone behind him. He turned around and faced the man who had talked. By the thin lines of his face, he should be in his early 20s. He had blonde hair, almost white, and his eyes were a mix of green and grey. His Valyrian features made him remember Rhaegar Targaryen, son of the Mad King, when he came to Casterly Rock before the rebellion. I thought that Lord Valyrian was killed in the Blackwater, was the simple answer of Kevan. And he was, my lord. My name is Oren Waters, bastard brother of the late Lord Montford Valyrian. In the last years, my house has always chosen the losing side of the wars, be it in the rebellion or here. I'm not stupid, my lord, the Lannisters will win the war, and I appreciate my life enough to don't go against them. Oren knelt in front of him and talked. I pledge my loyalty to King Joffrey Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar and the First Men, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm. Kevan looked at Sir Lyle, who just nodded at him, taking his hand out of his sword's pommel. Very well. You will prove your newly found loyalties towards the Iron Throne, assaulting the walls of the castle in the first wave. Succeed, and I'm sure that the crown will reward you accordingly. Gladly, my lord, vowed Waters, leaving the Westerlander's presence and preparing his men for the final fight. The Valerius had switched sides at the worst moment. When his right flank was in the most delicate situation, the Valerius commanded by Oren Waters had taken them from the back and slaughtered his men. With half spear wall down in a matter of seconds, the men broke in a heartbeat. The battle was now all but lost. Only 100 of his 2,000 men had made their way back to the castle, but he would never surrender. If he had to die, he won't do it like Eddard Stark did. He would die with a sword in his hand, with the blood of his enemy soaking his blade. Fucking bastard, if I see him, I will cut him in half, even if it is the last thing I do, thought Stannis grimly. Cursing internally, he saw the castle gates break and a mix of red cloaks and Valerian soldiers rushed inside, sword and spear in hand. He raised his sword and rallied his remaining men. Send these traitors to hell. Ours is the fury, yelled Stannis, pointing his sword towards his enemies before leading the charge. His men echoed him with a ruthless battle cry and charged forward, surprising the Lannister men. The clash was brutal, and for a brief moment the Baratheons had the upper hand and pushed the attackers back, but they were vastly outnumbered, and one by one, they fell to the enemy swords, until only 2 of them remained. King Stannis Baratheon and Sir Gendry Faring stood alone, surrounded by Lannister soldiers. No one of them dared to attack them after seeing how many of his fellow comrades had been sent to the grave by them, showing a skill that very few men possessed. Lord Stannis Baratheon told Sir Kevan, making himself visible. He was escorted by the Strongbow and the Bastard of Driftmark, for Stannis' complete disgust. Your army lays dead on the battlefield. Dragonstone had fallen to our army. Surrender and King Joffrey will hold a just trial for you. A just trial. Like the one he offered to Lord Stark. Don't take me for a fool, Sir Kevan. If your king wants my head, come here and try to take it by yourself. Stannis put himself on guard and Sir Richard mimicked him. If they were to die, they would take a few of their enemies with them. Kevan looked at both the Strongbow and Oren, before the 3 of them unsheathed their swords and went forward. Kevan engaged Stannis, and Hawke did the same with Waters and Cricket Hall. Both Stannis and Kevan were good swordsmen. They were far from the most prominent ones like Sir Jaime Lannister or Sir Barristan Selmy, but their dance of steel was magnificent nonetheless. They clashed swords for several minutes, testing each other while looking for an opening. However, they got distracted when a man cried in pain. Looking at their left side, the Strongbow was struggling against Sir Richard Hawke while Oren Waters was being carried outside by 2 red cloaks with a deep wound in his shoulder. After all, had Sir Theodont persuaded his late husband, Sir Hawke would have been part of his Kingsguard. Stannis took advantage of that and pressed the attack against Kevan, who was now trying to defend himself, but he had lost his foothold, a fatal error in a duel, something that a master swordsman like Stannis wouldn't pass. He slashed left and right, meeting Kevan's sword both times before kicking him in the knee. Kevan fell to the ground to the shocked look of his men, and Stannis raised his sword for the killing blow. Kevan looked up at Stannis and closed his eyes, accepting his fate. But the blow never came down. Stannis cried in pain and put one knee on the ground, a sword coming out from his stomach. He saw his son Lancel behind Stannis, taking his sword out of the Baratheon king body. Time to die, traitor, voiced the young Lannister, aiming his sword for Stannis' neck to decapitate him. But Stannis wasn't going to just calmly accept his fate. Gathering all the forces he had left, Stannis turned around, dodged the blow and tackled the young Lannister, taking both to the ground. He took out a dagger from his waist and stabbed Lancel's neck twice, who still had a shocked expression on his face. After you, you blonde-haired little shit, sentenced Stannis, looking how life escaped his green eyes. "No, Lancel," cried Kevan, who had just witnessed how his eldest son died at Stannis' hands. He grabbed his sword and advanced, beheading Stannis with a single blow. He pushed the Baratheon's corpse out and held his son's lifeless body, closing his eyes with his trembling fingers. Feeling anything but numbness, Kevan Lannister wept. As a mere spectator, she could hear the drums of the Lannister vessels, the rounds battering against the gates of the castle of Dragonstone and the cries of the remaining men dying outside. She felt scared, uncertain of what the outcome of the battle will be. She feared for father, Davos and all the people she loved. Lying against the wall, she was suddenly interrupted when someone knocked at the door. She opened it and found Davos, followed closely by his son Devan. "Sir Davos," exclaimed Shireen, hugging the Onion Knight tightly. Of all the people in Dragonstone, he was his most trusted friend. She broke the hug and looked at the boy behind him. "Devan, I didn't thought that I would see you here," told Shireen happily. "My princess," vowed Devan, his cheeks burning red. "Princess, I am here per your father's orders. The king has commanded me to take you out of the island," said Davos with a serious face. "What's going on, sir? How is the battle going?" asked Shireen, concerned about the welfare of his father. "I won't lie to you, princess. It's almost impossible for us to win, they outnumber us almost 3-1. We must hurry, I have a boat in a hidden spot of this island and my son is waiting for us with a ship." Without giving her more time for questions, he nodded at his son to stay behind her and they started their way out. The castle was still in Stannis' hands, his men still defending it, so Stannis himself must be alive for now. They went out of the tower where Shireen's chambers were and turned to the left, entering a small door who revealed a dark room. Davos took an oil lamp and lightened it. "Stay close, my princess." They went deep in the room and stopped in front of a wall. Davos passed his lantern to Devan and looked around for a moment. He went on his knees and lifted the carpet that covered the floor, raising a cloud of dust that made all of them cough. He took an iron handle with both of his hands with all the force he could do and pushed it up, revealing a hidden staircase. Following the endless spiral staircase down, she could start to see light at the end of it. They eventually landed on a cave that was under the castle. The opening of the cave was so thin that only a small boat could pass through the stones, something perfect for smugglers. They rushed inside the boat and both Seaworthers started to row. "Sir Davos, are we going to escape to the Free Cities?" asked Shireen, looking at the already exhausted old smuggler. "Don't worry for my old bones, princess, my son Marek is near waiting us aboard the Black Bether. And we aren't going to the Free Cities." "Where then?" "Where your father ordered me. The city of White Harbor, in the north." They kept the silence until they left the island and faced the Black Bether. It was a big, sturdy galley, but with black sails and under the heavy rain, it was almost impossible to spot if you weren't close enough. They were pulled up and greeted by Marek Seaworth. "My princess, it is an honor to have you on board," vowed the now eldest son and heir of Davos. "Father, brother, welcome back." "I'm glad to see you, son," told Davos, patting his son's shoulder. "You and your brother make me proud. Now let's get moving, there is no time to lose. We go to White Harbor." "Full march, to the north," yelled Marek, and his crew started to move the galley while the rain slowly started to fade. The last time Davos saw the castle of Dragonstone, a red flag with 2 golden lions was flying high on top of the tallest tower. Chapter 16, Battle of the Narrow Pass. Jon 4. Of the few things that Jon hated in the world, having to fight against old friends was one of them. It had happened back in the rebellion, when they were forced to assault Gulltown, and it was going to happen now against the Corbrays. As he went back to his army, Lord Grafton talked. "I don't think that we should press the attack, my lord. You saw Selin, he isn't the friendliest man in the Vale, but your words touched him. He loved the boy like if he was his own. He will argue with his brother, and that is good for us," told the Lord of Gulltown. "I agree with you, but they won't just turn around. Our numbers mean little if we're between the mountain, so we will just put our archers forward and wait their charge. They need to break the siege of the Eyrie, not us," responded Jon. Drold nodded at Jon and they continued in silence. The other nobles were waiting for them in front of the army. They dismounted upon arriving there. "I suppose this means the battle will take place," my lord, pointed Sir Simon Templeton. "It may come to that. Lord Corbray wasn't going to get convinced by anything we could say, but his brother is the real commander in the army, and he didn't take the news of Michael's death well. They will argue for a while. We will place the archers in front and wait for them. If they chose to fight us, I want them as weakened as possible before Lord Grafton charges in with the vanguard," said Jon while tapping Grafton's shoulder. It will be done, answered Sir Ronald, commander of the vast majority of the archers. You must be jesting, brother, spoke Sir Lin, whose anger had started to grow after his brother left the parley. I am the Lord of Hartum, Lin, not you. If I say that we fight, we do it, answered Lenal plainly. Are you fucking deaf, Lenal? Shouted Lin, who had lost his temper. I don't care what that madwoman promised you, we can't support her. She is mad. She killed Michael. Listen to me, Lin, voiced his brother back. I know that you appreciated the boy, but it's Petter Baelish who will raise our house status. For too long have the Royces and the Waynwoods look upon us. When Robert Arryn rules the Vale, we will be behind him as their strongest banners, said Lenal, his greed shining in his deep green eyes. I will not stand for this, brother. I won't fight you, but neither by your side. If you can't see reason, I'm out, sentenced the younger of the brothers. Lin turned his horse in the direction of Lord Royce's army, waving his hand to the amazed looks of Lenal's 4 household knights who were accompanying them. However, he didn't advance more than 20 meters before hearing his brother's voice. Take him and put him in chains, commanded Lord Lenal to the mounted knights he had surrounding him, much to his other men's surprise. The riders started chasing Lin, who was now riding as fast as his mount could run. What the hell is happening? Told Simond, pointing his finger to the enemy army. Jon and Drold turned their backs and saw one rider coming to them, followed closely by a handful of horsemen. Also, the entirety of the Corbray army was slowly marching towards them. Jon mounted his horse and ordered the men to get ready, mimicked by his commanders who were now yelling orders too. He put himself in the front of the army and raised his hand. Archers ready. At my command, yelled Sir Ronald. All the archers took aim and waited for the signal to release. He was almost going to lower his arm, when he saw the knight leading the enemy charge unsheathing his sword and slashing across the neck of the rider he had at his left, sending him to the ground. It was now then he realized who that man was, and that he wasn't commanding the forces but fleeing from them. Archers hold. Cavalry to me, shouted Jon to Sir Ronald and Lord Grafton's surprise. What do you mean, Jon? That wasn't the plan, said the Lord of Gulltown. This is Lyn Corbray, Drold, and he is running from his brother's men, we have to help him. Tell the army to start moving, I'm afraid that this will be solved in the worst way, responded Jon, who was now surrounded by 100 knights. Men of the Vale, there is no time to waste. Follow me, shouted Jon before charging to battle. Fuck Petter Baelish. Fuck Lysa Arryn. Fuck you, brother. He took his sword out and slashed from right to left, almost beheading the fool who tried to take him alive and dragged him back to his brother. How many idiots will dare to try to take me without a sword in their hands? Thought Lyn, baffled at the audacity of his former comrades. He rode hard and fast, almost killing his horse. He raised his eyes and looked that Royce's army was now on the move, led by 100 riders with Bronze Jon's own banner. I hope that he realizes that I'm running, not leading them. Both groups were now closer, less than 100 meters between them, the faces of the first riders now clearly visible to him. 80. 60. 40. 20. Lyn closed his eyes and covered his head with his shield, lowering his sword and holding the reins with force to don't fly once the charging knights collided. Behind you, Lyn, shouted the Lord of Runestone, much to the Corbray surprise. Before he could look, both groups clashed, sending riders from both sides flying from their mounts, some of them with spears in the guts or with a head or an arm less. Lyn's horse was killed instantly, impaled by a lance from behind that had almost pierced his leg, making him jump from his horse and fall to the ground. Somehow, he hadn't been crushed under the horses who were behind the first line, but this wasn't the time to think about that. He took his sword and joined the fray, ending 2 of his former comrades with a couple of blows of Lady Forlorn. The first taste of battle didn't last for long, as Jon had taken way more riders with him. Of the 50 riders that his brother sent behind him, only 4 were now retreating as the others laid dead on the field. Cleaning his sword with the coat of a fallen rider, he went in search of Lord Royce. It wasn't difficult to find him, as his bronze armor could be spotted easily amongst the shining plate of the other riders. Lord Royce, I must thank you for rescuing me, said Lyn, earning a wide smile on Jon's face. I must confess that while I fought a lot with my brothers, it never came to that, answered Jon with a small chuckle. I suppose that you will join us now. A shame my brother doesn't share my point of view, responded Lin with a mix of sadness and angriness. Then mount again, you will need it. There is something that I must tell you before your forces engage the ones of my brother, said Lin while mounting a white steed. Don't engage the right flank in combat, overwhelm the left and we will win the battle. How can you be so sure, replied Grafton, intrigued by Lin's confidence. Not all the knights under my brother followed his order when he demanded me in chains, they won't follow him now that he wants to kill me. Easier said than done, but the battle was all but won. Just as Lin had promised, once the left flank was completely overwhelmed by spearmen and cavalry, the right flank switched sides and encircled the remaining forces loyal to Lord Lenal, who instantly threw their weapons in surrender, much to the former one's disappointment. Still, the battle hadn't come without cost. He had lost 1,000 men, and 500 were too wounded to fight any battle, and furthermore, Drold Grafton had perished in battle after getting stabbed in the chest, leaving his 16-year-old son, Gullion, as new lord of Gulltown. Of the Corbray forces, almost all of the 2,000 men who were in the left side had been wiped out, and the other 4,000 were now under Sir Lin's command. After cleaning his blooded sword and sheathing it, Yone, surrounded by Lin and Sir Simund, looked at the man who was kneeling in front of him. Lenal Corbray had been disarmed in combat by his own brother, with the sword that should have been his, but he was unharmed except for a small cut in the right arm that had already been bandaged. Lord Lenal, we meet again, told Yone with a grave voice. Lenal completely ignored him and fixed his gaze in his own brother and talked after spitting to the ground. You are a fucking traitor, Lin, turning your back on your own blood. It was you who sent men behind me, brother. I'm not the blind nor the traitor here, responded Lin coldly. Unwilling to let the two brothers fight over all the wrongs they had committed to each other through their entire life, Yone raised his voice, putting an end to the discussion. I will give you one last opportunity, Lenal said, Yone fixing his eyes to the ones of the Lord of Hartum. Join us, do what is right to the Vale. You won't harm me, Yone, you are too honorable for that. But I won't join you, nor will my men, declared Lenal, convinced of his own words. For the duration of the war, they are not your men anymore, sentenced Yone. They will fall under the direct command of your brother, who clearly has more common sense than you. You will remain in my ancestral home of Runestone as an honored guest until the war ends. Yone waved his hand and Lenal was dragged away. After the battle, all of Yone's generals went back to the war tent and discussed their next move. All the Vale, except for the Uri and the few lords who are still there, be it as hostages or as supporters of Lady Lysa, is now with us. Once the siege of the Uri ends, we will have 14,000 men here, 3,500 that are now with Lord Redfort, and 7,500 men who are already out of the Vale. This leaves another 5,000 levies who can still be mustered, so we could join the war with an army 30,000 strong without leaving the Vale unprotected, said Yone, informing the lords who were with him. This is my proposition. We send riders to all the castles east of Hartum, informing them of our victory here and gathering all the men they can. Meanwhile, we march back to the Uri and demand the surrender of the castle. Now that they have no army to come in their aid, they will be forced to do so if they want to survive. I agree with you, we have no other option than to keep going, said Lin Corbray, earning nods from all the other lords with the exception of a distracted Gullion Grafton, who was desolate after the death of his father. The short meeting was going to end soon, but honoring his house words, Yone remembered the conversation he had with Sir Lin before the battle. Oh, Sir Lin, I need to ask you something. Whatever you need, my lord. How did you know that the entire right of the army was going to switch sides before the battle started? Lin managed a small smile and responded swiftly. My brother forgot that I was the commander of the army, and as such, I had the loyalty of an important part of the men. The right was under my nephew and namesake Lin, second son of my brother Lucas. I covered some of his mischiefs since he was a boy, and we always had a good relationship. He was a good friend to Michael when he was my squire, so when he learned about his death, he wanted to join you just like I did. It's not a surprise that he rebelled against my brother. He may be young, but he isn't stupid, sentenced the knight. Yone just smiled and nodded to Lin, dismissing all the lords shortly after. Once the Uri was under their control, the full might of the Vale would enter the war, and the Lannisters would face the fury of the Knights of the Vale. Chapter 17, Tense Meetings. Jaime I. If 1 year ago someone told Jaime then he would have escaped from Riverrun cells at the cost of his cousin's own life, he would have laughed hard before beheading the fool who dared to speak such nonsense. But there he was now, rolling in the mud somewhere south of the Stony September, trying to reach King's Landing, protecting two of his cousins with Piper's scouts at his heels. The first steps of their journey had gone swiftly enough. Once they left Riverrun's cells, they ended in a small boat in the river surrounding the city, rowing their way out of the garrison vision and leaving the boat as soon as they could. After that, they returned to the Tully camp, disguised as one of their own men, and managed to enter the searching party that Mark Piper had organized to find them. So ironically, and for a while, they were searching themselves through the entire Riverlands, and that was the most brilliant plan that Jaime had witnessed in his military career. The obvious path to follow was to get out stealing some horses, but 5 men running through all the Riverlands while dozens of men followed them had a little chance of success, so they took the most unexpected path, and it went quite well. For a time. After a week riding hard between Riverrun, Stony September and Harrenhal, their party camped between the Stony September and the God's Eye, the best place where they could have stopped for escape. Had everything gone as planned, they would have entered the Crown Lands unnoticed by neither their enemies nor their allies, and their journey to King's Landing would have been peaceful and fast. But it wasn't like that because of Mark fucking Piper. The heir of Pink Maiden had always been a petulant idiot, immature and impulsive in his decisions, and his friendship with Edmure Tully had only made him even more idiotic. In the political way, he wasn't to be feared nor respected unlike his father, but despite all his flaws he had some good things. He earned the respect and loyalty of his soldiers. Since they had joined the party, he had seen Mark taking his meals with small groups of soldiers, asking every single one of them about their lives and ambitions, which made them feel appreciated, keeping the morale of the party as high as it could be. And while it was a quality that Jaime could respect, it did him no good when, at the same day that they were going to escape, Sir Piper stepped in front of them accompanied by 2 of his men, carrying food for the 6 of them. Flashback. So for what I'm told, you're the newest ones in the company. As you may know, I'm Sir Mark Piper, your first in command, and I would like to welcome you between our ranks, told the heir of Pink Maiden while handing a bowl with hot soup to Willem, much to the former one's astonishment. I would like to hear your story. Even after months in a cell, Jaime was quite recognizable to anyone who had seen him before, so he just covered his face with a hood and supported himself to the nearest tree, faking his sleep, something that left Piper with a strange expression in his face. Excuse my brother, sir, he hasn't been the same since the start of the war, intervened Sir Vicar, putting himself between Jaime and Mark. My name is Harold, and he is Ryman. We are from a village near the Red Fork, where our father had a farm. Nothing too big, just enough for us and our little sister. Life there was good, my lord, until the mountain sacked and killed everyone there, told Vicar, who was now silent, looking to the ground. Much to Jaime's surprise, he was a bloody brilliant actor. We are alive only because we were hunting far away from there. When we returned to our farm after hearing the screams for help, it was already too late. Our father laid dead in the ground with his skull cracked in 2, his scythe still in his hands, and our mother and sister had been raped and killed by those bastards. He hasn't spoken to anyone but me ever since, ended the knight, who looked so devastated that anyone could doubt his story. Surprisingly, Mark put one of his hands in Vicar's shoulder and talked. We will avenge your family and all the innocent Riverlanders who had suffered at Lannister hands, told Piper, whose eyes revealed an anger that he has never expected from him. Vicar managed a small smile and respectfully nodded, and Piper moved to Jaime instantly. He approached and squatted in front of him. Ryman, look at me. Knowing that doing otherwise would only raise more suspicion, Jaime did as told while slipping his right hand to his dagger hilt, a move unseen by Piper, and prayed to don't be recognized. When their eyes met, Piper stood there, looking at him with intensity. His face turned from a determined expression to a distorted one. And next of it, the shock of realizing who this man was alerted Piper. The Kingslayer shouted an alarmed Mark, but he couldn't end the sentence. In a blink of an eye, Lewis Piper was now heir of Pink Maiden, as his older brother had fallen lifeless to the ground with Jaime's dagger across his throat. Unfortunately, it hasn't been fast enough, as the other 2 men raised the alarm before perishing to Vicar and Simond's swords. Fast, to the horses, shouted Jaime, mounting his steed with a jump and signaling Willem to follow him. Go. I will delay them, told Simond, grabbing a shield from the ground and raising his sword, ready for his final stand. Nodding to the faithful soldier, Jaime, Willem, Martin and Vikar rode fast towards the God's Eye, taking the most direct path to the Crown Lands, where King Joffrey's armies were. They rode for hours, hearing the horses of their enemies at their back. And they eventually got caught by two men who had flanked them. The surprising attack had sent Sir Vikar to the grave, being impaled with a lance with such force that his horse was sent to the ground too. But they were no match to Jaime Lannister, who even at his weakened state was one of the best swordsmen in Westeros. Seeing their dire situation, Jaime decided to set the horses free, distracting the scouts and giving them time enough to flee, so they continued their way on foot. But today wasn't the best day for them. After 3 hours where they were almost sure that they had successfully escaped from the scouts, dozens of howls filled the air, and they got surrounded by a giant pack of wolves. Jaime's jaw fell when he saw the one leading them, recognizing it as a direwolf almost as big as Robb Stark's one. "Stay behind me," muttered Jaime to the twins, while raising his arms up trying to calm the wolves. Needless to say, the attempt was futile. The direwolf jumped and sent Jaime to the ground, Martin and Willem panicking instantly after seeing their cousin fell like a feather. Putting her giant paw in Jaime's chest, her eyes met the Lannister ones, and the beast showed her teeth. Jaime closed his eyes and prayed, and for the first time in the last months, the gods answered his prayers. The wolves disbanded fast as 100 red armored riders charged in, and the direwolf yellow eyes looked at Jaime one last time before fleeing itself. He stood up and looked confused at the Lannister cavalry who had come to rescue him, and he heard a familiar voice between the turmoil. "Cousin, it seems that wolves like you quite a lot," told the knight in charge of the party while taking off his helmet, revealing his identity to Jaime. "Adam Marbrand, I've never been so happy to see your ugly face," responded Jaime back, taking his childhood friend hand. In his entire life, Jaime hadn't had too many friends, but Adam was his cousin twice removed through his grandmother, who was a Marbrand herself, and he developed a fast friendship with him when they were children. "You are so mean, Jaime, perhaps we should return to Riverrun and not to King's Landing," chuckled Adam. "Let's go, cousin, your father waits you in the capital and he will hang me if I come back without you." A decade ago, Sir Jeremy Mallister had fought with his brother, Lord Jason, against the Ironborn who attacked Seaguard, throwing them back to the rock pile of islands they call home. And history seemed to repeat itself, as 30 Greyjoy longships approached the port of the town. With a skeleton garrison consisting of 100 men, Sir Jeremy had sent a rider to the twins asking for help and prepared for the battle to come. But something unsettled him. The Ironborn were famous for their prowess in the sea, being unmatched in combat. After all, only the combination of the Royal Fleet and the Red Wine Fleet had been able to face them and be victorious, and it was only possible after the brilliant strategy that Stannis Baratheon had planned, trapping them between the mainland and Fair Isle. But somehow, he couldn't feel the vessels approaching as a threat. There were no drums, no screams from Mad Ironmen, no curses. Something strange for people known to be as civilized as the wildlings north of the wall. "Archers in position," yelled the old knight. The atmosphere tensed as the Ironborn ships were closer and closer to the port. At less than 50 meters, the most unexpected thing happened. From a ship known as the Black Wind, a small boat was thrown to the sea, and 5 people descended to it using a rope. Carrying a white flag, the boat approached to land, and a young woman came all the way to him followed by 2 huge Ironborn raiders carrying heavy double-handed axes. She stopped right in front of him with a cocky smile and talked after putting his finger right in the eagle emblazoned in his chest plate. Mallister told Asher with a grave voice. "Are you Lord Jason Mallister, the killer of my brother?" "No. My name is Jeremy Mallister, steward of Seaguard and brother to Lord Jason. And the last time that a squid like you touched my armor, he died," bittered Jeremy back, whose disgust for the Ironborn was well known. "If I wanted, I could have raised this city to a pile of ashes. How many men do you have?" 200. "I have 10 times that number," sentenced Asher, her eyes piercing through the old knight's eyes. "But you're lucky that I'm not here for that." "And what brings an Ironborn to Seaguard of all places, if I may ask?" asked Jeremy ironically. "I'm Asher Greyjoy, daughter of the late Balon Greyjoy, and I have come here to take my brother back to his rightful seat," sentenced the Sheekraken. Looking at the young woman's eyes, Jeremy signaled his men to take down their weapons. "Your brother rides with the king. For what I've been told, he has been fighting with his grace since the start of the war and has earned the respect of Northmen and Rivermen alike." Bread and salt will be given to you and your crew. We will ride to the twins tomorrow at first light and the king shall say what is to be done with you, sentenced the old knight, signaling the way to the keep. Chapter 18, Oaths of Fealty. Rob 6. At the morning, the men under Lady Mage marched back to Harrenhal, 15,000 battle-hardened Northmen ready to bring the winter to the Crown lands. 3,000 of them, under the command of Roderick Forrester, were going to reclaim Maidenpool, ancestral home of the now extinct House Motoon, while the other 12,000 would camp near the God's Eye, waiting for the Old Lion. Now it was the time for the Riverlords to march. "Farewell, uncle," said Rob, shaking his uncle's hand. "I will do my duty, your grace," vowed Edmure respectfully. "And if you don't, I will be there to remind you," retorted Brynden behind him. "Now stop the pleasantries and let's ride, there is no time to waste." He looked at Rob briefly, nodding at him. Rob returned the nod, without being able to hide a smile in his face at his great-uncle rudeness. He rode back to the castle with Grey Wind by his side, who hadn't stopped growing and was now as tall as a small pony. If everything went as planned, his uncle would be at the borders of Reach in week, as he need to stop for a day or two at Riverrun to regroup his men. The battle plans have a few days of a well-deserved rest to Rob, so he decided to pass the time with his sister. He found her in the training yard accompanied by the hound, who had become like her own shadow, never leaving her side despite how much she argued about it. He approached her as soon as she dropped her sword in exhaustion. "Hello little sister, it seems that someone in this castle has had a great time," told Rob, looking at her in awe. Arya had always been a nervous girl, causing mischief everywhere she went, but looking at her training with a sword made him proud of her. She was a Stark through and through. "Rob," told Arya while getting up off the floor. "I thought you were busy. Uncle Edmure has just left for Riverrun, so I have free time for a few days. However, I was searching you for other reasons." Arya frowned at that. These words were like a curse for her. "Uncle Edmure will send Mother here, and once she arrives you will both return to Winterfell," told Rob with his most kingly voice, and for the first time in his life, he saw his sister just nodding in acceptance. After a few seconds, he couldn't maintain his curiosity. "Honestly, I thought you would put up a fight for that," replied Rob, looking perplexed at her. Arya looked up and met Rob's eyes. "It's strange. A part of me wants to stay here and try to help you, but after all this time without knowing if I would see you again, I just want to go back home," responded Arya, trying to hold her tears. "I just want us to be a family again, Rob. Back at Winterfell surrounded by with our sibling and friends." Rob hugged her tightly and held her for a while. "We will all go back, I promise. Once I rescue Sansa we will return to Winterfell and we will be a family again. We will mourn for father and life will be as good as it was before." Between her low spirits and the utter exhaustion from the training, after 15 minutes in Rob's arms, Arya cried herself to sleep in her brother's embrace. He looked around the yard and found the hound seated on a bench, who had witnessed the entire scene with a blank expression. He carried his sister and gave her to him. "Take her to bed, she needs the rest." I nodded the Clegane. Your Grace." "Your Grace," yelled Oliver, who came running to him, losing his breath. "Banners, banners at the eastern gate." Alarmed, he turned back to Sandor. "Bring her back to her quarters fast and return, I may need your sword." Rob rushed through the bridge, while more and more of his men came behind him with their swords prepared. There were only two possibilities about the situation, and both seemed improbable for him. The first one, and the most dreadful, was that an unknown Lannister or Tyrell host had come up through the river and managed to beat the men under Mage. Highly unlikely, but still possible. After all, there were few men in Harrenhal to hold them back before sending a raven. The second one, and the one he hoped to, was that the Vale had finally agreed to enter the war and that his aunt had sent the Vale armies. When he got up the battlements and saw the knights in his doors, he found that his worries had been for naught. He recognized the red fort and Royce sigils in the banners, along with some shields with the Waynwood black broken wheel on it. But there wasn't a single blue falcon of the Arryns. "Who comes to the Twins and the Kingdom of the North?" yelled Rob for all to hear. Two knights advanced of the column and took off their helms. One of them remembered him to Yohn Royce, who had visited Winterfell some years ago. An excellent swordsman, the first one he ever saw to win a bout against his father, probably the best he ever saw until he fought against the Kingslayer. It was precisely this man who spoke. King Rob, my name is Ander Royce, son and heir of Jon Royce, Lord of Runestone. And my companion is Sir Creighton Redfort, second son of Lord Horton Redfort. We have come here with the orders of both our fathers to swear the fealty of the Vale, responded the knight, earning cheers of the Northmen present, except for Rob himself. Under our father's orders. What has happened with my aunt? Despite his doubts, he ordered his soldiers to open the gate and went down to receive them. The joy of his men was palpable. After all the months of war, it was good to get reinforcements and not more foes to beat. Once he was down, both knights dismounted and knelt in front of him. I, Ander Royce, in the name of my father Lord Jon Royce, swear fealty to King Rob Stark. I will shield your back and keep your counsel and give my life for yours if needed be. This I swear in the eyes of the old gods and the new. I, Creighton Redfort, in the name of my father Lord Horton Redfort, swear fealty to King Rob Stark. I will shield your back and keep your counsel, and give my life for yours if needed be. This I swear in the eyes of the old gods and the new. And I vow that you shall always have a place by my hearth, and meat and mead at my table. And I pledge to ask no service of you that might bring you dishonor. I swear it by the old gods and the new, responded Rob, for the joy of all the men at arms who had witnessed it. I will be honest with you. I thought that the Knights of the Vale would come to my aid earlier in this war. Why now? And why by the orders of your fathers and not by the orders of my cousin, Lord Robert Arryn? Asked Rob with a serious tone, leaving both knights shocked. After an awkward moment, he remembered his courtesies. After all, even if he was a king, some things were expected about him. Forgive my bluntness and my manners, come inside, you must be weary after the ride. I will order my men to accommodate some quarters inside the castle for you both and help your men inside our camp. We will talk inside, if you follow me. Of course, your grace, lead the way, vowed Ander. They entered the Lord's Solar without muttering any word. Oliver fetched them some wine and water and got dismissed by Rob when he was done. I'll go straight to the point, gentlemen, started Rob, taking a small sip of water. What is happening in the Vale? I've sent ravens since my father got imprisoned by the Lannisters and all I received was silence. Why come now? Why on your father's orders and not your liege lord ones? Both Ander and Creighton looked at each other for a moment until Creighton lowered his head. Ander tapped him in the shoulder and talked, fixing his gaze in Rob. I'm not sure how will you take that, your grace, but it isn't a pleasant tale. When your father, may he rest in peace, was imprisoned and executed, my father called for his levies expecting for a raven from the Eyrie commanding him to do so, but he only got dismissal after dismissal. Lady Lysa herself ordered him to disband his armies. We could wait, but only for a time. A month ago, the lords of the Vale who felt the same way as my father gathered at Runestone. Royces, Malcolms, Redforts, Waynwoods and other smaller houses, and agreed to enter the war in your name, acknowledging you as a king worth to follow, so we gathered our armies and marched to the Eyrie to parley with your lady aunt. He paused for a moment and looked at Creighton. At the mention of Lady Lysa, his eyes had shown Rob that something was amiss. We arrived at the Eyrie without problems. 14,000 men representing more than half of the nobility in the Vale. It was then when everything turned wrong. Michael, Creighton's younger brother, accompanied by Eustace Hunter, went up to the Eyrie to ask for Lysa for, at least, give us her blessing joining the war, even if she didn't want to commit the entirety of the Vale into the war. Her response was throwing Sir Michael through the moon door and declaring all of us traitors to the Arryns. What? Told Rob, whose eyes went wide and his jaw dropped. By the old gods. Muttered for himself. It was true that Lysa was family, the sister of his own lady mother, but she had never seen the woman, and killing a messenger who was supposed to have been given the guest rights was something that the gods themselves condemned. My father started to siege the Eyrie immediately. The last thing I know is that 7,000 men under Lord Albert Melcombe are on his way to Harrenhal as we speak. They should be crossing the river north of Solpants, and that my father had taken 11,000 men to fight the Corbrays, leaving only 3,000 to siege the Eyrie. I'm afraid that war has reached the Vale, your grace. I'm very sorry for your loss, sir, said Rob sincerely. We will get to the bottom of this and know what happened up in the Eyrie. With all due respect, my king, I don't think that there isn't much to know about it. My brother went up as an envoy and ended a bloody mess in the flood for trying to negotiate with a madwoman. Pausing for a moment, he took some fresh air in his lungs. After all, he knew that there were things he couldn't say to Robb, even if he hated Lysa with all his heart. House Redfort will only acknowledge Robert Arryn as our liege lord if your aunt is vanished from the Vale, never to come back, voiced Lord Redfort's second son. He didn't expect those words coming from him, but he understood his reasons. After all, in his place he would have probably called for Lysa's head, so he just nodded at him, setting the matter to rest. Once the war ends, I will trial my own aunt, and if she is found guilty I will punish her accordingly. That's everything I can promise right now, responded Robb, earning a nod from Sir Redfort. Very well. If you are here with 500 knights it isn't only for talking, am I right? We are ready to prove our loyalty, your grace, responded Andor with decision. Smiling at the young knight's enthusiasm, he rose from his seat. We march to war in a few days, I will tell you of our battle plans later. For now, my squire will show you to your quarters. Rest well and welcome to the Kingdom of the North, the Vale and the Riverlands. Chapter 19, A Long March Awaits. Jon 3. After more than 1 hour discussing with his friends, Jon's patience was running out. Since he had explained the plan Mance Rayder had in mind, Gren, Ed and the remaining 8 Black Brother who were still alive, had only complained about it. He knew he couldn't ask for them to completely trust the people they had known for enemies since they enlisted at the Watch, but with the sole exception of Sam, who had been deep in his own thoughts for the entire conversation, they were relentlessly trying to dissuade him from going on. This is madness, Jon. They are wildlings, we can't trust them, shouted Gren. They killed the Lord Commander and all our brothers in the Fist, how can you agree with their plans? And we are in the middle of their camp, so be more careful about how you talk. I don't want to die for your stupidity, replied Sam with a serious tone, surprising everybody. The previous heir of Hornhill took a deep breath before making his opinion clear. It is true. The wildlings and the Night's Watch had been fighting between themselves for hundreds if not thousands of years, but it hasn't always been like that. What do you mean, Sam? Asked Jon, who was clearly interested in what his friend was going to say. I've been helping Maester Aemon since the Lord Commander understood how useless I would be in battle, and I had time enough to read almost all the books in Castle Black's library, even the older ones. There were old books, their pages almost fell off with every touch and resting under piles of dust, records of the first days of the Watch. There were probably copies of the first tomes, but they all told the same. Back in the day the Free Folk and the Night's Watch fought shoulder by shoulder. Now that got everyone's attention. Despite their own opinions, they all knew Sam enough to know that his words held wisdom. He wouldn't have said so without being convinced about the truthfulness about it. We all know the old legends, about the First War of the Dawn and of how Brandon the Builder built the wall with the help of the giants and the children of the forest, creating the brotherhood we are now sworn to, but there is a piece of knowledge that has been buried as ages went by. The Free Folk are direct descendants of the scouts who volunteered to live at the other side of the wall to have a closer look to the others. A complete silence reigned inside the tent after Sam's declarations. Unwilling to get interrupted, he rushed to end what he had to say. I'm not going to say if I believe in the others after 8,000 years since they were defeated, but the fact is that this tale is in 4 different books that were written in different places and at different time, so in my point of view, they could be true. I don't know what happened between the people who lived south and north of the wall, but we must suppose that for at least a couple hundred years, we were of the same folk. Why can't we be it again? As much as I respect you, Sam, there is so much bad blood between us. Almost no one knows what you have said to us. The people of the 7 Kingdoms know them as barbarians. There is no way we can have the peace they dream of, told Waldron Rivers, one of the many bastards with free blood that had ended at the war. Oh, but there is. They may have their own customs, but they need to get south of the wall if they don't want to perish, and in a time of need, even the most unthinkable things can happen. The Free Folk needs to move south, and the North is fighting for his independence from the Iron Throne. One needs to move and the other needs men who can fight. Thus, I see a possibility. And I trust in Jon. He saved our lives when Mance found us, we owe it to him. If he says that we need to remain here and that he will get us out of here alive, I will follow him, told Tarly with decision. I don't know how you do it with this long face of yours, but it seems that Sam is in love with your pretty curls, said Gren, chuckling. He paused for a moment and felt his friend's eyes piercing at him, expectantly. I don't like it and I don't trust the wildlings, but I owe you a favor and you are my friend. I will wait here, you better don't get me killed, Snow. All right, responded Ed while rolling his eyes. We get it. We stay and Jon leaves. You better hurry and get us out of here. Jon looked around the tent, meeting the nods of all his brothers. I won't fail you brothers, this I swear. Go Jon, the sooner you leave, the sooner you come back, sentenced Sam. Jon nodded at him and left the tent, looking for the small party who was going to escort him to the haunted forest. He and Ghost arrived at Man's tent, right at the center of the immense encampment, finding him surrounded by chieftains and renowned warriors of the different Wilderling clans. But what distracted him wasn't their presence, but the one of two women he had met before. The stunning blonde who had left him speechless and the redhead who was behind Mance when he fought Varami. Jon Snow, we thought you would never arrive, voiced the leader of the Free Folk, gaining his attention. It's not easy to convince my brothers to stay there while I go back, but well, I suppose it wasn't easy for you to convince your people to trust in the word of a member of the Watch either, replied Jon, with Ghost at his side. Ha, there you're right, said Mance while looking at Ethan with a somber expression in his face. I told you Styr, he may be a crow, but he has balls of steel and a good head upon his shoulders. He knew the Thans, probably the most savage warriors in all the clans. Shuddering at his own thoughts, he looked at Mance and talked. Who is to come with me? Straight to the point. I like it, chuckled the former member of the Watch. He moved next to the people surrounding him and introduced them all. These are your companions. Styr, Magna of the Than, be a good boy and he won't crack your skull in half, said Mance, making the man at his side chuckle. He turned to him and patted his shoulder. This ugly red-bearded fellow is Tormund Giantsbane, and at his side is Ygritte, one of the best archers this army has to offer. My wife's sister Val will go with you too. Carl and Marks will go as well. Carl and, who are they? Asked Jon. He knew the other four members of his company, or at least had heard about them, but he had never heard those names. Two brothers from the Ice River clans. Strange fellows with a stranger way to talk, but good enough with a sword, answered Tormund, looking briefly at them before whispering in Jon's ear. Not that we will appreciate the company of those fuckers. Jon blinked his eyes twice and looked at Mance, but he talked before he could do it. Enough talking. The sooner you depart, the sooner our people are safe behind the wall. Get him back to Castle Black in one piece and pray for Thorn to don't be an asshole. Good luck Jon Snow, you will need it. Tormund threw a bag full of supplies to Jon, who catched it midair, and started to walk. Come on Crow, we ain't carry you there. This journey will be long. Way too long, thought Jon grimly. Without further ado, Jon carried the bag at his back and started walking, closely followed by Ghost, who was eyeing him with curiosity. He opened his eyes only to find darkness, shuddering while a gust of cold wind passed through his back. Where am I? He felt dizzy and had a terrible headache, which made him unable to think with clarity. After a couple of minutes dancing between consciousness and unconsciousness, he realized that his hands and legs were tied in an X shape to a humid and cold wooden cross. What has happened? He tried to concentrate all the strength he had to get rid of the ties. But it was futile. It doesn't matter how strong you are, you can't break a pair of iron handcuffs. Why am I tied like this? Then, he heard footsteps coming at him. He looked at his right and spotted a tenuous light coming from the end of a corridor, a torch carried by someone whose silence deeply disturbed him. Eventually, the mysterious man was visible to him, and his pale eyes left him frozen. The man lighted a few more torches that were placed at the walls, revealing a circular, windowless room made of dark stone and wooden floor. He left the torch and grabbed a small dark knife and approached him. Brandon Stark, welcome to my humble home, said the young man whose eyes already told him how mad he was. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ramsay Bolton, rightful lord of the Dread Fort after the idiot of your brother executed my father. While I appreciate his eagerness to make me lord of my rightful seat, I don't quite like the way he sent his men to get rid of me, and someone has to pay for that. Brown eyes went wide as Ramsay's knife hand approached his skin, feeling the cold steel in his bare chest. Gods, I didn't realize I was almost naked until now. But before we start to play, I have one last gift for you. Ramsay's arm went behind the cross he was tied to. He grabbed something and raised it, putting it right in Bran's face. His heart almost stopped. Summer. You recognize it, don't you, boy? It's your fucking wolf. I lost my last 2 men trying to kill the beast, but I guess that wolves don't fare well when a pair of swords cross him. Sue. Summer said, a shocked Bran with an irregular breath, tears falling from his cheek. Don't worry, my lord, you have a last chance to prove me that wolves are sturdier than this, joked Ramsay, looking at him in the eyes. He putted his knife on Bran's skin for a second time. Some houses of Westeros have Valyrian steel swords. Others have axes. But we, the Boltons, were more creative. This is Skinner, our Valyrian steel flaying knife. I hope you enjoy his company, sentenced Ramsay with a cruel smile. The knife pierced Bran's skin, and a thin trail of blood went from his chest to his belly button and all the way down to the floor. Once I'm done with you, King Robb will remember why the Boltons are feared through the entire north. Ramsay cut a large piece of skin, and Bran's screams filled the room. Chapter 20, 2 Dragons. Daenerys 2. Taking Meereen in such a way had been risky affair. Gambling about a slave revolt when they were surrounded by soldiers wasn't the best of plans. Anything could have gone wrong, but the gods knew it had been worth the try. Furthermore, her dragons had had their first taste of battle, something they needed if they were going to get her the Iron Throne. When her army had finally arrived to Meereen, the defenders outnumbered her by far, but after throwing all the shackles of the former slaves she had freed with a couple of catapults, the slaves inside the city had revolted against their masters, capturing and killing all of those who they could get their hands on and opening the city gates for her army. It wasn't long before her troops had the city under control. By now, all the masters, the small portion who remained alive, were under the vigilance of Grey Worm's men, and the slavers were free citizens of Meereen. But even if she had gotten the city without a heavy fight, not all her men had been unscathed. 20 Unsullied had perished in the fight after getting ambushed in the streets by the last remnants of the Master's soldiers, and Ser Jorah had been injured. She had visited him when he was treated by the healers. I will never understand why you needed to be the first one to cross the city gates, Jorah told Dany to the northern, looking at him with the same look a mother looks at her children. He was bedridden, covered in blood, and his left arm showed a deep cut almost to the bone. When he had passed the gates, followed closely by Daario and his second son's cavalry, a large man suited in a full plate armor had charged at him. Their duel had lasted long, trading blows back and forth for what felt like an eternity, but Jorah had been victorious at the end, cleaving his sword through the man's chin after getting a deep cut in his arm. Once the city had been taken, they had learned that the man Jorah had fought was Xeda Azor, head of House Lorik, commander of the defenses of the city and probably the most feared man from the city. It isn't the first time, did it, Khaleesi? I was the second man to assault the crumbling walls of Pike, back at the Greyjoy Rebellion. If I could do it for the usurper, I can do it, and would do it again without hesitation, for the rightful queen, responded a weak Jorah. She had nodded at him, a hint of a smile in her mouth, and left the tent so Jorah could rest and recover from his injuries. The next days after the fight had been difficult for Daenerys, and they had kept her busy. Judging and executing former masters, calming down the slaves who seeked blind revenge against the former masters' families, including small children, looking for funds to repair the city gates. There was so much work to be done before leaving the city to reconquer Westeros, but fortunately she wasn't alone in this, having Barristan, Grey Worm, Missandei and Daario at her side, now that Jorah was unable to guide and protect her as he had done in the past. But all her plans had suddenly changed. After a week in Meereen, Missandei had burst in her chambers with utter terror in her face. "My queen, there is something you need to see." "What's happening, Missandei?" asked Dany, half asleep. "I think it's better if you see it for yourself." She had never seen Missandei like that, so she woke up from her bed and dressed in a hurry, following her friend close behind. It turned out that she didn't need to walk that much to see why her friend was alarmed. From the balcony of her own chambers, she could see a massive army in front of the city gates. Their armors shone bright at the sun, and she could see that they brought the biggest beasts she had ever seen, apart from her dragons. "I want everybody in my council chambers now. Tell Grey Worm to go to the healer tents. If Ser Jorah can walk, I want him there too," told Daenerys with a serious face. "Of course, my queen." Once Grey Worm came inside the chambers, half carrying Jorah to the room as he felt a bit dizzy due to the blood loss, Dany started the meeting. I guess we all know why I have summoned you, started the Targaryen, earning nods from all his advisors. There are some questions that need to be answered before I take a decision about what to do. First, someone knows who they are. I know them, Your Grace. I've seen those banners before and I fought against them in the Stepstones, back in the time of your grandfather. They are the Golden Company, the best sellsword company at this side of the narrow sea. Silence fell upon the room, and Barristan continued his speech. Their numbers are around 10,000. The army is organized, you haven't faced a force like them before. They have cavalry, archers, good heavy infantry and elephants, a worthy opponent for the Unsullied. But this is not what unsettles me. What are you talking about, sir? Asked Jorah. For the last years, they refused all the offers they had. Even Cersei Lannister tried to hire them, but she was unsuccessful. For all I know, they are here for his own decision. Maybe they heard about our young queen and want to swear fealty for her, responded Daario. After all, they are a company of exiled Westerosi, and Daenerys is his best option to return home. In an objective point of view, that may be. But I have a bad feeling about this. They had always supported the Black Fyres, not the Targaryens, replied the old Kingsguard. They were once your enemies, Sir Barristan. It is normal that you don't like them, told Dany, and all the eyes in the room turned to her. But we can't know his intentions unless we ask them. Daario and Grey Worm will take a white flag and ride out of the city, offering a parley here, in the Great Pyramid, with the generals of the company. I will go alone, Your Grace, said Daario while getting up of his chair and adjusting his arrow to his sword belt. The Queen commands come before your wishes, Daario, replied Jorah, glaring at him. We are sellswords, Sir Jorah. We don't have the same honor as your knights do. If they are hostile, they will kill me at the same time I go out of the city. Why risk 2 of his commanders rather than 1? And why should you be the one I send out then? Asked Dany, fixing his lilac eyes with the sellsword. Look at your options, Your Grace. Missandei is a woman, and while I respect her, it will be considered as an insult to send a woman to a parley, unless it is yourself, which would be a stupid decision. Sir Barristan is way too valuable for you, Sir Jorah is injured, and Grey Worm isn't the most diplomatic of us all. I'm your last option, my queen, and I was a sellsword for years. If there is someone in this room who can try to understand them, it's me, responded Daario, bowing before her once he finished his speech. Dany looked at her advisors and realized that Dario's words rang true. Very well, take your horse and meet the Golden Company's generals. If I may, Your Grace, I will suggest that you offer the parley in front of the city gates, at our archers' range. They have no way of knowing whether you mean to harm them or not. It's customary to meet on neutral ground before a battle, added Sir Barristan. Dany nodded at his Kingsguard and dismissed the meeting. Should the Golden Company join her, she would have enough men to launch a campaign to Westeros and reclaim her birthright. From now on, you're no longer young Griff, Aegon told Connington to the young man who was like a son to him. Your father would be proud of you, my king. Aegon moved and held Jon in a tight embrace, resting his head in the former Master of Griffin's Roost shoulder. You are like a father to me, Jon. Don't call me king while we are in private. Not you. They broke the hug and recomposed themselves, leaving the tent together soon after. Aegon's hair was no longer dyed blue, it now shone bright at the sunlight like a silver vein, and his lilac eyes made him look like a copy of his ancestors. It was now, going towards Daenerys' envoy, when he remembered everything he had gone through. Everything that made him king. For what he had been told by Septa Lemore and Jon, it was the Spider, Lord Varys, who smuggled him as a babe from King's Landing at the same time that the Lannister troops started to sack the city, escaping from the usurper and going to exile. He had adopted a new identity along with Jon Connington, Griff and young Griff, and dyed his hair blue to avoid hidden knives in the back. And now, after 16 long years, they were ready. His aunt had 3 dragons, the Unsullied, the Second Sons, and more free men who were willing to fight for her, and he had the Golden Company. More than 20,000 men ready to conquer Westeros, less than what Aegon the Conqueror had. Everything starts today. The 7 kingdoms will be ruled again by the dragons with fire and blood. His thoughts were interrupted when Jon rested his hand on his shoulders. Stop daydreaming, Aegon, we're here, said Connington, pointing his hand to the man who was riding to them with a white flag. Before the rider could arrive, he found himself flanked by the top officers of the Golden Company, led by Harry Stickland, followed closely by Laswell Peake, Black Ballock and Tristan Rivers. Eventually, the rider arrived in front of them and dismounted. He left the white flag hanging on his horse's armor. He had a cocky smile on his face and looked at everyone from head to toe before speaking. "My name is Daario Naharis, commander of the Second Sons and advisor to the Queen Daenerys Targaryen. I'm not the most diplomatic man around, so let's go straight to the topic. Who's in charge and why are you at the doors of my queen's city?" "Well, nobody can tell that this one tries to confuse you with words. I'm Harry Stickland, Captain General of the Golden Company." "We can say that I'm the one in charge of this army," said Harry with a wide grin. "But we are not here to bend our knee to Queen Daenerys. I will explain everything to her and no one else," sentenced the leader of the company. "At noon, in front of the city gates. Each party can bring 5 men, not more. Is that acceptable?" Harry looked briefly at Jon and Egon, and both managed a slight nod. "I'll see you at noon then," replied Stickland before turning around. As promised, each party met in front of the city gates of Meereen at noon, when the sun could cook a man inside his armor. A tent had been erected by Daenerys' men, with the Targaryen banners flying proudly above it, under the watch of Drogon, the enormous black dragon who seemed to follow the path of Balerion the Black. Dany was already inside the tent, flanked by Ser Barristan, Missandei, Jorah Mormont and Daario. It didn't take long for the Golden Company party to arrive. It consisted of Harry Stickland, Rolly Duckfield, Black Ballock, Jon and Egon, the latter one wearing a hood that hid his hair and eyes. Introductions were made, presenting Jon and Egon as Griff and young Griff respectively, and negotiations begun. "So you wish to return to Westeros, but you refuse me as your leader. If it's no bother," told Daenerys sarcastically, "enlighten me and tell me why you came to seek me in the first place." "That wasn't my decision at all, Queen Daenerys." A perplexed look came across the entirety of Dany's party. After all, if the Golden Company wasn't there by their own, they were sent by someone else. "And whose decision brought the Golden Company here?" asked Barristan before Daenerys could, holding his hand at the pommel of his sword. "Mine," voiced the hooded men behind Harry. He went forward and the 4 men of the Golden Company knelt in front of him. Egon took out his hood, and Barristan's jaw dropped to the floor. He was a copy of Rhaegar, with Roller's cheekbones, but a copy of the Silver Prince nonetheless. "My name is Egon Targaryen, 6th of my name, rightful king of Westeros. And I come to you, dear aunt, because the only way to reclaim the 7 kingdoms is to do it together, with fire and blood. Davos too. At least, after all the suffering and setbacks from the last months, something could happen to him." Once the storm ended and the seas calmed down, a gentle breeze gently pushed the Black Bether on his way to the north, out of the Lannister vessel's sight, and to Princess Shireen's safety. Even if the Starks hadn't been allied to King Stannis, there never was a direct confrontation between both leaders as they had a common enemy in the Iron Throne. Even if the future was unpredictable, Davos was quite calmed. The North held to his own ways, the ways of the hospitality and the old gods of the forest. They wouldn't harm any child, even if she was the daughter of a deceased king, who sought for their protection. The worst possible outcome was for Robb Stark to marry her off to a landed knight or minor lord, but as long as Shireen could be happy and out of harm, Davos would gladly accept it. They sailed fast and swiftly, as the wind accompanied them. It took them a couple of days to get to Gulltown to resupply the ship, buying food and water as fast as humanly possible and leaving the city in less than 3 hours. 2 weeks had gone by after that stop, but Davos still felt unsettled about what he had seen. Back at his days as a smuggler, Gulltown had been of the cities he had visited the most, second only to King's Landing. It was probably one of the easiest harbors to dock once your way inside the harbor, and what guards to befriend or avoid, thought Davos to himself. But now more than 30 war galleys were docked at the port, and men-at-arms and sailors rushed between the harbor and the main city, carrying all the goods needed for weeks at sea. It was clear that the Vale was prepared to enter the war. Their neutrality had gone for far too long, and Davos was slightly concerned about that. After all, the Arryns hadn't helped the Starks, even if Lord Robert Arryn was a direct cousin of the king in the north, and should the Vale join the fray at the side of the Lannisters, the Stark campaign was doomed. However, his thoughts were interrupted, as the wind changed abruptly and almost broke the veils of the galley. Looking up, he noticed that they were entering the Bight, their last step before White Harbor. The seas there were as treacherous as the ones in the Stormlands. The stormy weather and the rocky shores aren't good companions for any ship traveling through the sea. Lower the sails. To the oars, voiced his son behind him. He turned back and smiled at Marek. Not long ago, he was a child, and now he was a captain of his ship. Davos couldn't be prouder. But his smile faded as he remembered his other elder sons. Dale had been everything a father could ever ask from a firstborn. Loyal to fault, clever and dutiful, he had been at his side since he had become Stannis' squire, counseling him and giving him his support. After marrying, Stannis had gifted him with the command of the Wraith, a warship with more than 50 sailors aboard. His ship had been the first to enter the Blackwater Bay, even before his own and Saladhor's one. The image of his son's ship engulfed in the green flames unleashed at the Blackwater, turning to ashes both the ship and its occupants, was something that he would never forget. Allard had been the warrior of the family. He wasn't a bad sailor, but he had always felt comfortable around a sword, earning a place at King Stannis' own guard. He was sure he would have made it to the King's Guard, had Stannis won the war. He had been with the Stag King in the thick of the battle at the walls of King's Landing, cutting his way through the gold cloaks defending the battlements like a demon possessed. But when it was clear that the battle was all but lost, he gave his life so Stannis could make it back to the ships, throwing himself to a spear aiming to his king. But of all his children, it was Mathos who pained him the most. The only one of his children who had converted to the Red God, and the one who was at his side when the battle for King's Landing took place. Mere seconds after seeing the ship of his firstborn explode in green flames, Mathos had pushed him to the lower part of the ship. As he felt, he saw how his son was sent flying to the ocean, never to be seen again. He had wept for all of them. The 7 know he had wept, but he needed to keep fighting, for his wife and his remaining sons. He wiped the tears forming in his eyes and went back to the cabin to check how the princess was. Underscore 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 underscore. She couldn't understand why Davos loved the sea so much. Staying at the deck was way too dangerous for her, so she had been forced to stay inside the small cabin for the entire trip. Davos and his sons would come and see how she was constantly, but she was alone most of the time as they had duties to attend, commanding the ship for one. She wasn't overly surprised when Davos knocked at the door and entered the cabin. "Good morning, my princess," vowed the former smuggler. "I hope you slept well." "As well as possible, Sir Davos. I have the most comfortable bed in the ship, but this isn't a castle after all, isn't it?" smiled Shireen. She was fond of the Onion Knight. Even her father had seen the value of his honest counsel and straightforward demeanor. "We have just reached the Bight, my princess. It's the last part of our trip, but also the most dangerous. Some of my old colleagues met their end in these waters, swallowed by the waves, so please." "Don't worry, sir, I won't go out of the cabin unless you tell me to do so," replied Shireen. Davos smiled fondly at her, and Shireen noticed how his eyes looked more sad than usual. "Something is troubling you," Davos told Shireen, whose deep blue eyes were now fixed with Davos' ones. Davos lowered his head, holding back his tears. "A father shouldn't outlive his sons, my princess," answered the old knight, whose broken voice cracked her heart. "I know nothing about the grief you must be suffering now, but I will never forget that your sons fought and died for my family, Sir Davos. It's impossible for me to bring them back, but if I can do anything to soothe your pain, please let me know," said Shireen. She had gotten up from her bed and hugged him fiercely, surprising the old smuggler. After all, how could she let the man she considered as a second father suffer in such a way? "You're too kind for this cruel world," my princess told back Davos, patting the princess' head and smiling at her. Underscore 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 underscore. The white walls of White Harbor could be seen from afar. Davos sighed in relief. Their sea trip was almost over. "Devan, go help your brother changing the sails to the ones with our coat of arms," shouted Davos. His son nodded happily at him and rushed to do as told. "Gentlemen, prepare to dock, we're almost there." The ship was slowly approaching the city walls, and memories came back to him from the first and last time he had been in the city. It had been a long time ago, almost way too long. 2 years before the rebellion started, Saladhor had assaulted a Bravo Sea ship and claimed all his goods. It hadn't been an easy task. He had been a mediocre pirate back in the day, not someone overly famous, and the Bravo Sea had guarded their ships fiercely. The pirate had lost 2/3 of his crew assaulting the vessel, but it had been worth. The ship was filled with precious gems, coin, silks and spices. But all these goods paled to the small Valyrian steel knife he had found in one of the chests. Sauron's original plan had been to keep it as a symbol of status, but he realized that there was something engraved in the hilt of the knife. It looked like the sigil of one of the West AOC houses. Saladhor had made his investigations until he found which house was the rightful owner of the knife, and once he knew it, he contacted both him and Davos, telling where and when was the meeting taking place. It had been Davos' work to enter the city unseen, as Saladhor's had a good bounty on his shoulders. Davos set the terms of the trade with a hooded man whose eyes left a shiver through his spine. He accompanied the man out of the city and into Saladhor's ship and left after taking his part. He never met the man again, but Saladhor had left the north being one of the wealthiest and most famous pirates in the whole known world. Underscore 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 underscore. They dropped the anchor in White Harbor's docks and started to get off the ship, but before his foot could touch ground, a grey-bearded stout man came forward, surrounded by a dozen soldiers dressed in Mandaeli colors. "My name's Sir Marlon Mandaeli, cousin to Lord Wyman Mandaeli, Lord of White Harbor." "What business brings a ship of Lord Stannis' army to the Kingdom of the North?" voiced the Mandaeli. "I'm Davos Seaworth, and I don't come here to negotiate on behalf of King Stannis but to ask for the protection of the North and King Robb Stark." "I know you, Sir Davos. And not only the stories about how you saved Storm's End during the rebellion. Why would you seek the protection of the North?" "Last thing I know of you, you followed Stannis like a pup," asked the Mandaeli, grinning at him. "He isn't asking the protection for himself but for me, good sir," told a girl's voice behind the Onion Knight. Davos closed his eyes and sighed before turning around, where he saw Shireen looking and smiling at him. She turned his head to the Mandaeli Knight and spoke. "I am Shireen Baratheon, firstborn daughter of the deceased King Stannis Baratheon, and I beg for your help to shelter me against the people who would see both my head and the one of your king on top of a spike." Marlon looked at the girl perplexed. There was no mistake, this girl was who she claimed to be, as he saw the famous grayscale scars she bore. This was no longer his decision to make, so after sending a rider, he escorted Davos, Shireen and 4 of their men inside the city and towards Newcastle, where his cousin would decide what to do with the newcomers. Underscore 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 underscore. Despite the war, White Harbor seemed to flourish. Merchants from the north, the Vale and Essos could be seen all over the place, painting the streets with colors from the most exotic fruits and silks. The city was gorgeous. It may have been smaller than King's Landing, but she liked it 10 times more. After a long walk, they eventually arrived to Newcastle and entered the Mermaid Court, where Lord Wyman Mandaeli was awaiting them. "Lady Shireen, welcome to the city of White Harbor, the most beautiful and prosperous city in the kingdom. What brings you to my humble halls?" "My lord," curtsied Shireen, "my father, blessed in his memory, sent me and Sir Davos to seek the protection of King Robb Stark. My home has been sacked and occupied by the Lannisters, and my father and his loyal men were slaughtered," said the young girl. "Those are grave news indeed. For what is worth, I'm deeply sorry for the death of your father. He was known as a just man and a brilliant commander. Even if we weren't on the same side of the war, I respected him very much. And now that Stannis is out of the game, the Lannisters can field all their men against us. I must warn King Robb. You and your companions shall have my hospitality. I will send my fastest raven to the king with the recent news. I can't know what is he going to do with you, but for now, eat this bread and salt and join me at my table at dinner. I would like to hear what has happened in Dragonstone with more detail. We will gladly accept your generosity, my lord, said Shireen before leaving the court and being guided to her new quarters. Bran too. He opened his eyes, but as usual, darkness engulfed him. There was nothing to see, he could only hear himself breathing and the chains chiming every time he tried to move. But as terrifying as that could be, he preferred his loneliness rather than what came once the torches were lit. He had lost the notion of time inside the room. He wasn't sure where he was confined, somewhere between Castle Sewin and the Hornwood, that was for sure, as Ramsay couldn't carry him for too long while running from justice. But that didn't matter anymore. Part of his torso had been flayed, and Ramsay had started to flay him by the shoulder. He felt weak, hungry, thirsty, and didn't even know how he could be alive. He guessed the only thing that kept him alive was the burning sensation of vengeance growing inside him. Even if it is the last thing I do, I swear I'll take his head after making him suffer as much as I did. Oh, the little pup is awoken, murmured Ramsay, hidden behind the wooden cross that held Brandon, making a shiver run through his spine. He lit the torches and started taunting him as he always did. It was his sort of ritual before torturing him. Once he was done, he took Skinner and gently pushed it against the part of Bran's chest. What are we going to peel today, my lord told the madman sarcastically. Would you prefer it to be your fingers? Your belly? Or perhaps move to an arm, laughed maniacally. Bran mustered the strength he could and spitted at Ramsay's face, smirking after doing the deed. I will see you die at my feet, Snow told Bran defiantly. Ramsay retaliated by punching him square in the jaw, so hard that a couple of teeth fell to the floor. He took him by the neck and whispered at his ear. And how are you going to achieve that, little brat? You're all by yourself down there, and no one knows where you are. No, Lord Stark, I will kill you, but not today, smirked Ramsay, who then proceeded to flay the left vambrace of Bran, whose screams of agony could be heard from a mile away. Once I'm done with you, I will take your bitch of a mother and flay her too, but not before raping her like the whore she is, shouted Ramsay, who kept drawing red within Bran's body. He started laughing maniacally, his eyes open wide, as he took out a large piece of skin from Bran's arm, totally covered in blood. You are a wolf, aren't you? Don't you want your meal, little pup, said the Bolton bastard, grinning like a madman. Bran opened his eyes wide, but before he could say anything, Ramsay shoved the piece of skin inside Bran's mouth, forcing him to swallow it and almost choking in the process. It was maddening, but seeing how he had broken the Stark, with his mouth full of his own blood and half his upper body unskinned, gave Ramsay more pleasure than hunting those peasants with his dogs. Well done, puppy, started Ramsay. You were hungry, weren't you? Such a fortune that I'm such a wise mast. Before he could end his taunting, and with a heavy thud, the lifeless body of the Bolton fell to the floor, a sword piercing through the back of his throat, already making a pool of blood under his corpse. By the seven, murmured Ramsay's assassin before turning around and yelling to what he supposed were his men, send Desmond to Sewin now. Lord Stark has been flayed alive by this savage and will need a maester as soon as possible. The soldier proceeded to remove his shackles, taking him down from the cross he had been. You're safe now, my lord told the knight, but Bran had already fallen into unconsciousness. Underscore 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 underscore. An entire moon, and the Bolton bastard kept eluding them. They had followed him from the Hornwood to the west but lost the track after crossing the river close to Castle Sewin, much to the dismay of his party. After that, they had divided into 4 different groups as an attempt to cover more ground. After all, they outnumbered the bastard clearly, who had fled with less than a third of his men after falling into an ambush prepared by a group of Hornwood soldiers. The vast plains and deep forests of the north held an incomparable beauty, but chasing brigands and criminals through them with the usual cold wind and snows was a total pain in the arse even from veterans like him. It took them days, but their efforts hadn't been for naught at the end, as the hounds recognized the scent they were chasing and guided them inside the southern part of the Wolf's Wood, halfway between Sewin and Winterfell itself. It was there where Sir Wyman, firstborn son of Sabatimus and named after the same man his father had saved during the Battle of the Trident, saw the remains of a fierce fight. He had already heard about the disappearance of Brandon Stark 3 days past after meeting with a patrol of Stark outriders who were searching for him, and by all the reports and information they provided them, the dead woman could very well be the young Lord Companion. He dismounted and looked at the remains of 2 men and a woman, bidding his men to find any trail of blood or footsteps that could give them any clue about the whereabouts of the Stark Lord. He approached the corpse of the former spearwife. It was obvious that she had put up a tough fight before being taken down, as one of the men had a wound from a spear in one of his thighs. However, he didn't see anything else of importance around the corpses. Thinking about resuming his search, he had almost ordered their men to return to the horses before one of them called for him. "Sir, you need to see this," told his 10-year-old Squire Ben, whose face was pale as the snow that was falling. He followed him with a couple of his men close behind, and just in the border of the clearance, the squire pointed his finger to a high and dense bush. It was imperceptible from afar, but once you were close to the bush, the blood was visible in the leaves, and he and his men saw the remains of 2 men behind the bush, or a man and a half if you were accurate, along a headless direwolf with a knife in the stomach. Despite the horror, not everything was bad, as a blood trail could be followed between the small bushes and fallen leaves that covered the mud. "Alyn, you take 2 of our men and go to Winterfell with the hounds. The rest of us will follow the blood trail until we found that bastard and rescue Lord Bran," yelled Sir Wyman. "Don't look so grim about this, Ben. It's a sight you will probably never forget, but you did a great job and I'm sure that Lord Wyman will praise and compensate you after we tell him that we found Lord Stark thanks to you," he said to his squire, tapping his shoulder, but he still was at a loss of words. The blood trail guided them out of the Wolf's Wood and to the east. "There is nothing inside the Wolf's Wood where he could take anyone, and much less survive to the night," thought the knight grimly. Unfortunately, the trail was almost non-existent as they arrived to the King's Road, but he had made his men kept going straight, following what his guts told him, until they found an abandoned mill just a mile away. "It's almost dark, we will go there and sleep. We will continue our search at first light," ordered Wyman to the approval of his tired men. But when they were at 100 meters of the house, someone inside of it screamed. It wasn't a regular scream of someone who had fallen or stuff like that, but a scream of anguish, of agony. The scream of someone who was dying in terrible pain. "Desmond, you will stay here with Ben. If we don't return here in an hour, ride to Castle Sewin and call for aid. Rick, Ern, William, with me." Covered by the darkness of the night, they silently approached the house as the screams ceased. Having a strange feeling in his gut, Sir Wyman ran directly to the house, leaving his stunned men behind who started running after him. The door was slightly open, and he didn't hesitate to enter with his sword drawn and prepared for battle. It looked like the house was empty despite all the screaming, until he realized a tenuous source of light coming from the wooden floor. He went right to it, only to find a trapdoor that revealed a stone corridor under the mill itself. He went down with his men behind him, swords drawn, and went forwards as silent as they could. It was then when he heard a voice. "Don't you want your meal, little pup?" The voice sent a shiver through his spine and he went forward. He would never forget the image of Prince Brandon attached to a cross covered in blood and Ramsay Bolton laughing maniacally at him. "Well done, puppy," started the mad bastard. "You were hungry, weren't you? Such a fortune that I'm such a wise mast." Unwilling to let the man finish his sentence, he killed the bastard from behind, piercing his sword through the neck and jaw, making the tip of the sword go through Ramsay's open mouth. By the 7. Underscore 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 underscore. A week later, ravens had been sent through the north, informing about the death of Ramsay Snow and the rescue of Bran Stark. From Moat Caitlin to Last Hearth, the lords sighed in relief as the heir presumptive of the Kingdom of the North was safe and sound. Sir Waymon had guarded Bran since they had arrived at Sewin in the middle of the night. The Maester had been totally speechless after seeing Bran. How he had survived was beyond his knowledge, but he treated him as best as he could regardless. After 5 days taking milk of the poppy and sleeping almost the entire day, the Stark started to recover his strength, but he had only muttered angry words and glared at everyone who came nearby. "He has suffered too much, maybe his body can recover with time, but his mind, thought the saddened knight. Sir Wyman told Bran. Yes, my lord. Do you need something? Call for the maester, I need him here with paper and ink. I need to send some ravens. Even if he was perplexed by such a request, as ravens had already been sent informing about the events of the last days, the knight nodded and did as bid. The old man didn't take long to come, as he was always around Bran's room in case his condition worsened. You called for me, my lord, bowed the maester. Bran looked at the maester, his expression completely calm. Thanks for coming so soon, Maester Ulwick. Please, take a seat and write exactly what I tell you. The maester accommodated himself in the wooden chair, putting the ink and quill at his right. Whatever you say, my lord. Brandon smirked cruelly, and a flash of madness crossed in his eyes, unsettling Sir Wyman, who was at the side of the bed like a statue. I, Brandon Stark, Prince of Winterfell, command you to take as many men as possible and meet me at Hornwood in a fortnight, where we will merge our men in a single army, started the young lorderling, causing both the maester and Sir Wyman to turn around in shock. My lord, what are you going to do with these men? Surely they are needed elsewhere. Ramsay Bolton has been dealt with. Bran locked his gaze at the maester. You are no one to question my orders, maester, started the Stark in a voice so cold it made the maester flinch. I want you to send copies to Winterfell, Hornwood, White Harbor, Oldcastle, Ramsgate and Flint's Finger. But I guess that I could enlighten you about my plans. I am going to turn the Dread Fort into a pile of ashes, and once I'm done, the Boltons and everything that was once related to them will be history, forgotten in old tomes as the years come by, sentenced Bran, his eyes gleaming with vengeance. And for the first time since he had met the princeling, Wyman felt fear. Robb 7. His entire army was already on the move, only he and the cavalry under his command remained at the Twins. Mother and Arya on their way to Winterfell, Edmure and Brynden straight to the Rosa Road, and all his other commanders with the main army. Theon, Daisy and the Smallgen had remained with him, like they had been doing through the entire war. He knew the following battle would decide the war, and he had prepared it as such. The bards had called it the War of the Four Kings, a conflict for the Iron Throne between Renly, Stannis, Joffrey and himself. Not that he cared about that blasted chair or the city of rats and vipers surrounding it. Anyways, with Renly dead and Stannis back at Dragonstone with a small fraction of his former army, the last two considerable armies were the Lannisters and the Starks, and all the odds were against him, as the full might of the Reach and what remained of the Westerlands were sufficient to outnumber his men by a considerable number, even with the recent reinforcements from the Vale. Still, nor he or his men were done yet. His army was big enough to put up a tough fight, the morale of his troops was outstanding, and he had a battle plan that could make him emerge victorious, even if it was a gamble. He had argued about it privately with almost all his commanders, from the Great Yon to the Blackfish. And arguing he was again, with his brother in all but blood, Theon. I don't know, Robb, meaning no disrespect, your uncle isn't the brightest mind around. Are you sure that he will do as you command after his failuring the mountain? Asked a concerned Theon. Even if he isn't, my great uncle is with him. We both know that he is the real commander of the army, replied Robb, earning a smirk from the crooked air, before being interrupted by Horlis. Your Grace, Sir Mallister has arrived from Seaguard. He asks for an urgent audience with both you and Lord Theon, vowed the soldier respectfully. Both Wolf and Kraken shared a confused look between them. Maybe is something about my father, muttered Theon. Yeah, that maybe, answered the Stark. Bring him in, Horlis. After giving the order, Horlis just moved out of the door, and Sir Jeremy Mallister walked in, clearly tired after the ride, and knelt in front of Robb. Your Grace, vowed Sir Jeremy. Rise, Sir Jeremy, what brings you to the Twins with such haste? Asked Robb. My king, I've almost killed my horse to get here in time. Someone has come to Seaguard. Someone who I am sure you and your friend would like to see, told the old knight, looking at Theon deadly serious. Even if he respected him for fighting alongside his king, the old rivalry between the Mallisters of Seaguard and the Greyjoys of Pike was too much for him. Centuries of conflicts couldn't be ignored. And who may that be, sir? Asked Theon. Your sister, Greyjoy. Theon's eyes widened. The last time that he had seen her, Pike had fallen, his brother Marek had died, and his father had knelt and surrendered to the stag. 1,000 thoughts passed through Theon's mind, one worse than the other. "Where is she?" Malister demanded Theon. "She is at the gates escorted by my men, waiting for the king to allow her in," voiced the old knight. He looked at Rob, who just nodded at him, and he ran out of the room. Underscore 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 underscore. Riding had never been her favorite thing to do. It was true that she always went from Pike to Lord Sport by horse, but she was a Kraken and was way more comfortable at the sea, commanding her ship and her men. But this was another small sacrifice she needed to do to get Theon back. "I wonder how he will look after so many years. I can only pray to the drowned god that Ned Stark hasn't turned him into a wolf." "A rider approaches from the castle," voiced one of the Malister soldiers accompanying her. She looked at the rider at the distance without interest. He rode like any Greenlander would, accustomed to ride long distances. However, as he got closer, a feeling of familiarity started to appear, and he recognized him when the soldiers let him pass through the gates. Short brown hair, black eyes, a Kraken on his chest plate and the same cocky smile he had always bore when he was a boy. She dismounted and advanced forward like someone who had seen a ghost, and Theon did the same, stopping only when he was a palm away from her. "Sister," told Theon, recognizing her, and without further warning, hugged her fiercely. "I've waited far too long to see you again," Asher told his brother. He broke the hug and looked at her up and down. "It seems that you have become a captain by your own," said Theon, pointing with his finger the axe she held tightly at his waist. Honestly, she was a bit surprised by his brother. Even if he had the looks, he didn't talk like an Ironborn, but while the Greenlanders would look down at her for wearing chainmail, his brother had only smirked and accepted it. "You look well too," little brother managed to say, but was cut by him before adding anything else. "You must be weary from your travel, riding isn't popular back home. Come in, eat and drink with me, I'm sure Rob won't mind leaving us alone for some time." Underscore 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 underscore. He knew that Theon would want to be alone with his sister for a time, and he dreaded for some peaceful moments, so he wasn't going to interrupt that. "I won't get more moments like this in a long time." He wrote and sent a raven to his wife Jane, who was waiting for him in Riverrun, bathed and rested for a while, thinking about the battle to come. A couple of hours later, he took his chainmail, sword, and went out of the room in the search of Theon. While he never wore plate unless he was riding to war, Roost's treason had taught him to never leave his sword too far away. He went to Theon's rooms and knocked at the door. "Who is knocking at my chambers now?" voiced an angry Theon, clearly upset about being interrupted. "It's me," Theon told Rob. He heard the footsteps approaching and the door opened. "I was just talking about you and our battle at Oxcross," told the happiest Theon he had ever seen. Before he could come in, he whispered something in his ear. "Don't call her Lady Greyjoy or she will cut your balls," said the Kraken, earning a chuckle from Rob. "Captain Greyjoy would be much better." Rob came in, followed by Theon who had just closed the door, and met Asher Greyjoy, who was now on his feet. "So this is the famous king in the north who you're talking about," endlessly told the annoyed she-Kraken. "And you must be Theon's sister. Welcome to the twins," Captain Greyjoy told Rob back, offering his hand. "I may have underestimated some Greenlanders, maybe not all of them are soft in the head," replied her with a smirk, shaking his hand. They all sat around the small table, and Rob poured himself a glass of ale. "Enlighten me, what brings an Ironborn that far from the sea?" asked Rob, eager to know why Theon's sister was here. Both Theon and Asher looked deadly solemn when Rob asked, leaving him unsettled. "My father claimed the Sea Stone chair and proclaimed himself king of salt and sea, but not a day after that, he was found dead at the shores of Pike after falling from one of the bridges that connect the different parts of the castle," started Asher, who looked at his brother with concern. Rob cleared his throat. Even if Balon hadn't been the best father figure, he was Theon's father nonetheless. "I'm sorry for your loss, to both of you. I guess that you have come here to bring back Theon to the Isles and reclaim his birthright." "It's not that easy," answered Theon fast. My uncle Euron is back at the Iron Islands, trying to take what should be mine. The damn fair will push for a king's moot at Old WYK. I can't stay here, Robb. I need to go back or Euron will take the Sea Stone chair, and if he does it, we're all pretty fucked. Robb nodded slowly. If Theon was crowned and allied with him, he would have a powerful and loyal ally at the west. He would control the seas from the Banefort to the Arbor. It was almost too good to be true. The captains won't choose you if you don't prove yourself worthy, Theon told Asher, earning Robb's attention. The Iron Islands aren't like the rest of the kingdoms. Even if you are Balon's last living son, you need to show your strength and prove yourself a real Ironborn. You have been out of the Isles for far too long, they will see you as a soft Greenlander, a puppet from the Starks. Theon remained quiet while his sister spoke, but it was clear that he was thinking hard. He suddenly smirked and looked to both Robb and Asher. I know, sister, and I know how I will prove myself a real Ironborn, to you and to the other captains. You have a plan, told Robb, and for the look in that face of yours I think that I'm going to like it. You know, Robb, growing up with you and this war has taught me some things. Do you think that the Lannister have learned about his last failures at the sea? Asked Theon cockily, who then started to laugh. Robb went deadly quiet for a second before bursting out of laughter himself, knowing exactly what his friend was planning to do. What the fuck are you talking about, Theon? Asked Asher, confused about the situation. Dear sister, Uncle Victorian burned the Lannister fleet once, but I am more practical, told Theon, who then put his hand on his sister's shoulder. Why would I burn an entire fleet if I could just take it? We do not so, we take what is ours, and the sea is the home of the Kraken, said Theon with a big grin on his face. We're going to claim the Lannister navy as our own, maybe after burning a ship or two, and then I will set sail to the Iron Islands with my own fleet. I hope you have enough loyal men to man those ships back at the Isles. Asher looked at his brother perplexed. If the plan worked, it would be bloody brilliant. It would prove his brother a true Ironborn, a warrior and a sailor, and would give him a fleet of his own. Perhaps I misjudged him. There is no doubt that he is an Ironborn after all, thought Asher, unable to hide the smirk on her face. Underscore 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 underscore. Are you sure about that, Sir Barristan? Asked Dany to his Queensguard. Despite having been with Aegon for weeks, talking with him about their return to the Seven Kingdoms, he still had no proof other than words about him being Rhaegar's son, but in this matter, the word of Sir Barristan Selmy counted more than anyone's voice for her. On my honor as a knight, your grace. When I saw him, I saw your brother come again, swore Selmy. And I think that his plans to come back to Westeros are completely reasonable, even if you end up losing the control of the Slavers Bay. House Targaryen breeds kings for Westeros, not Essos, continued the knight. He could see that the idea of giving away the Iron Throne didn't settle well with Daenerys. Her nephew had pointed out that marry into other great houses, like the Tyrells or the Martells, rather than keeping the bloodline pure, was more important if they were to keep the throne, thus leaving her without the position of queen. Still, Daenerys knew that this was the better chance they would have to cross the narrow sea, so she was trying to still cope with the idea. Very well, let's go to the docks then, it's time to go home, told Dany, smiling at the idea of going back to Westeros. By the time they had arrived at the docks, almost all the men were already on board. 8,000 unsullied, 2,000 men of the Second Sons and 10,000 men of the Golden Company, including his elephants, were ready to launch their invasion. Dear Aunt, smiled Aegon politely, giving her a kiss on her hand. Sir Barristan, it's a pleasure to have a knight of your renown leading our men into battle. The Kingsguard serves for life, my king. My sword is yours, replied Sir Barristan, bowing his head. Aegon nodded and turned back to his aunt. The Dornish will move once we arrive to Cape Wrath. We will take the Stormlands before they have time to realize what has happened. A fitting revenge against the lands of the usurper. Are you ready for this, Dany? My children and I can't be more ready for this, nephew, smiled Daenerys back. To Westeros then, we will reclaim what was stolen from us, Dany, and the heads of our enemies will rest on top of a spike in Maegor's Holdfast. From Stannis Baratheon to Tywin Lannister, said Aegon. He looked at the dragons, flying just above them, and he grinned. Fire and blood, aunt. Fire and blood, nephew. Underscore 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 underscore. The next time I see you, your ugly head will have a crown on top of it, told Rob, patting at Theon's shoulder. We can only hope so, responded Theon. But first, there is work to be done. A fleet to steal and a king moot to win, brother. We both have much to do, replied Rob, and time is running out. I. Just don't lose the war while I'm away, smirked the Kraken, earning a chuckle from Rob. You can count on it. Farewell, Theon. Theon nodded at Rob and turned around, followed by Asher, and started their way back to Seaguard. From there, they would set sail to Lannisport. Rob remained behind at the Twins, looking from the balcony of his room at the party of his friend disappear on the horizon, and he realized that, for better or worse, the pieces were set, and the game was about to begin. He called for the Smallgen to come, who took almost no time to arrive. Tell the men to be prepared. We march at dawn. It was now his turn to move. Tyrion too. The capital was boiling with activity. The wedding of Joffrey and Margaery attracted both highborn and lowborn alike at the festivities held in King's Landing. Dancers, actors and fools lightened the usually somber mood that had engulfed the city in the last months since the war started. The scent of the 77 dishes prepared by the best cooks in the Crown Lands filled the air, making mouths water from anyone who came close to the Red Keep. Inside it, the nobles gathered and prepared for the joyous occasion. The union of the Crown, the Westernlands and the Reach promised to be the alliance who would win the war and rule the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms. Some nobles expected the wedding, an event to forget, even if it was for a while, the current war that was raging through their country. Others saw it as a day to further increase their power, plotting and scheming between soft words and false promises. Some individuals like Mace Tyrell only wanted to feast. And then it was Tyrion Lannister, who just wanted to end it as quickly as possible. The wedding is going to be tedious, Bronn. I just want it to end quickly, told Tyrion, looking himself at the mirror before spinning around and going straight to the table where the wine waited for him. I'm sure you highborn cunts will enjoy it, replied the sellsword, dressed in his usual mail. I'd usually do, drinking myself into unconsciousness, but today will be different, scoffed the dwarf, sitting at the closest chair and sighing like if he had a heavy weight on his shoulders. Usually I wouldn't care, but both my father and my sister will be looking at both me and Sansa. And not just them, the Tyrells are trying to exploit anything we do to increase their power. I can't drink comfortably with 1,000 eyes on my neck. You know you pay me for killing your enemies, not for listening to your whining, don't you? You're a shit of a friend. And I don't even know how much I pay you. Which means you can afford it, replied Bronn happily. Shouldn't we go and pick your wife before the wedding now, my lord, mockingly curtsied the sellsword. Fuck off, replied Tyrion, leaving the glass of wine on top of the table and leaving the room with Bronn at his back. Underscore 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 underscore. The turn while inside the Great September of Baelor quieted down as Margaery entered the sacred grounds, accompanied by a proud Mace Tyrell, whose face was beaming. She wore a beautiful dress, made of the finest silks available in all the Seven Kingdoms, with intricate designs of flowers embodied on it as a tribute to her house. They walked with grace all the way to the altar, where Joffrey and the High Septon were already waiting for her. Mace stopped right before the stairs, making his daughter turn around at him. He kissed her hand and smiled at her before handing her to Joffrey. The High Septon started of the ceremony. We stand here, in front of the Seven, as witnesses to the holy union of King Joffrey of Houses Baratheon and Lannister and Lady Margaery of House Tyrell, commenced the Septon, looking at the young couple. You may cloak your bride and take her under your protection, told the Septon. Joffrey did as bid and took out the maiden's cloak from Margaery's shoulders and covered her with his cloak shortly after. Look at each other and say the words. Father. Smith. Warrior. Mother. Maiden. Crone. Stranger. I am hers and he is mine, from this day until the last of my days, told Margaery, fixing her eyes at Joffrey. Father. Smith. Warrior. Mother. Maiden. Crone. Stranger. I am his and she is mine, from this day until the last of my days, voiced Joffrey while holding his now wife hands. Let it be known, Joffrey of houses Baratheon and Lannister, and Margaery of House Tyrell are one heart, one flesh, one soul. Cursed be anyone who would seek to tear them asunder. In the sight of the seven, I horribly seal these souls together, binding them as one for eternity. Joffrey and Margaery kissed then, and a round of applauses and cheers filled the room. While holding her hand high, Joffrey turned around. Let me present you Margaery Tyrell, Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. At this proclamation, the Tyrell party exploded in cheers. Tywin slightly nodded at his grandson while politely clapping. Underscore 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 underscore. The feast that followed the ceremony was an insane show of wealth from House Tyrell. Food and drink flowed like if the supply was endless. 77 courses prepared for the hundreds of noble guests of the royal wedding, while the small folk of the city starved to death outside the Red Keep's walls. At the high table, Tyrells and Lannisters shared the food, remaining in a relative silence through the entire event while barely looking at the singers and fools that tried to entertain them, with the occasional joke told by Tyrion to crack a smile at Tommen's face. The only notable absences were Willers Tyrell, who had remained back at Highgarden with his mother Lady Aeleri, and Sir Jaime Lannister, who supposedly was coming back to the capital as the ceremony kept going. Myrcella was still a ward to the Martells, who had politely refused the invitation to the wedding, so she hadn't come either. However, the peaceful silence ended when Joffrey erupted into laughter. In front of them, a group fools had started their show. Said group consisted entirely of dwarfs and had started reenacting the War of the Four Kings, showing as if the Lannisters were winning the war easily. Joffrey eventually managed to stop laughing and turned to his uncle with a cruel grin. You should be down there, uncle. Showing them what a true warrior of House Lannister looks like, told the king, making Cersei chuckle while the rest of the table turned at him in shock. I'm afraid I quite prefer the company of wine rather than swords, your grace. We understand each other better, replied Tyrion, raising his cup at him before drowning it entirely. Of course. How could I forget it? Perhaps the role of cupbearer would suit you better. Joffrey, there is no need in front of. Started Cersei, trying to persuade her son. Even if she loathed the dwarf, a display like that in front of the Tyrells would damage the family. Silence, mother. I am the king, sentenced Joffrey. If my presence here is unwanted, I shall to my quarters. No, you won't. You know, this pigeon cake is dry, I'll need my cupbearer to fill my glass with wine. Tyrion's patience was running out, until a red cloak rushed in front of the high table and knelt in front of Lord Tywin and the king. My king, Lord Tywin, I'm sorry to disturb you in such a signaled day, but I bring news from the Lion Gate. Report, soldier told Tywin. Sir Adam is back at the city, my lord. Sir Jaime Lannister is with him. For the first time in a long time, Tywin smiled, as the rest of the table gasped in shock. Underscore 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 underscore. Jaime strolled through the city like if it was the first time he had been at the capital. They had come in through the Lion Gate, but the majority of the men had already left the party, only a dozen of them escorting them towards the Red Keep. By the time they had left Visnya's Hill behind, he found the lack of people at the streets way too strange. What the hell is happening here? Adam asked a confused Jaime. Oh, of course, how could I forget? King Joffrey wedding to Margaery Tyrell is today. You should bath and change clothes to something more suitable and go there. I'll send one of my men to report to your father. Not my favorite thing to do after months rolling in the dirt, but whatever, thought Jaime, nodding at his cousin before galloping towards the White Sword Tower, where his quarters and the ones of the Kingsguard were. He found none of his brothers in the tower, as all of them were doing his duties keeping the king and the royal family safe from harm. After bathing, he put on some clothes with the lion of his family on the chest, as his white armor was nowhere to be seen. He rushed out of the tower, only to see Adam already waiting for him with only 2 of the remaining soldiers. "You missed me so badly that you came to see me, cousin," joked Jaime, making the Marbrand chuckle. "Keep dreaming," Jaime told back the heir of Ashmark. "We better hurry, I don't want to keep your father waiting." "Of course, lead the way." Underscore 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 underscore. By the time they had made their way through, sunlight was starting to fade. Still, nobody had left, as Jaime saw his entire family at the high table while he was approaching. Both his father and his brother Tyrion rose at the same time from his seats, recognizing him from afar, a gesture mimicked by the rest members of the table shortly after, except, of course, Olenna Tyrell, who just looked at him with curiosity while he came near. It was Sir Adam who formally introduced him. "Your Grace, my lord, as you both commanded, I bring Sir Jaime Lannister safe and sound," told the man while lowering his head. "Your service to the crown and House Lannister shall not be forgotten," Sir Adam replied. "Lord Tywine, join the festivities and rest well, you deserve it." Adam nodded at Lord Tywine and left, patting Jaime's shoulder while leaving. Jaime came forward, standing right in front of his father. "Father." "Son," started Tywine, holding Jaime's gaze. "It took you long enough to come back." "The Starks didn't want to let me go," replied Jaime, instantly regretting telling those words. "Yes, a foolish mistake by your part, for all I know," scolded his father, whose previous light smile was all but gone. "We will talk about it later. But what is important is that you're back at my side. Now that the Starks have nothing to hold against us, we will crush them, together, as we should have done months ago," sentenced his father, who signaled him to join them at the table just with a slight move of his head. Jaime moved to his seat between his father and Tyrion, patting the shoulder of the last one with a big smile on his face, the family now complete after months being splitted. He hadn't even finished his first dish when Tywine rose from his chair while looking at him. The effect was instant, everybody around them looked at his father. After all these years, it still amazed him the amount of respect his father carried. Today marks the start of a new age for Westeros. With the union of the crown, House Lannister and House Tyrell shall prevail against their enemies, started Tywine. "A raven has arrived this morning, with my brother Kevan own seal. Dragonstone has fallen to our forces and the usurper Stannis Baratheon is dead," voiced Tywine, making the crowd cheer and applause. After a minute or two the people calmed down a bit and he continued his speech. "With my son Sir Jaime back, we will end the so-called king in the north and win the war once for all. But we will fight tomorrow. For today, let's toast at our king and queen health. Long may they reign," shouted Tywine, raising his goblet of wine. "Long may they reign," chorused the audience. Underscore 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 underscore. Tyrion found himself at a loss of words. His father doing a speech like that was something unseen. He raised up his goblet and drank with everyone. "Thanks, grandfather," started Joffrey, getting up his chair. "As you have said, the days of Robb Stark's reign are numbered," continued Joffrey. However, he stopped and fell flat on the chair. His nephew's face was white as a sheet, and he could see he was sweating profusely. Before he could say a word, his father spoke. "Call for Grand Maester Pycelle at once. Jaime, help me carry the king to his chambers." In a blink of an eye, Tywine, Jaime and Cersei had left the table in a hurry, followed by the Kingsguard, leaving Tyrion, Tommen and the Tyrells alone at the high table. "My lords and ladies, the king is indisposed, please enjoy the rest of the feast," managed to say Tyrion before excusing himself. underscore 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 underscore. By the time he arrived at Joffrey's chamber, Pycelle had already seen to Joffrey. He will sleep with the nightshade. I'll check to his grace again at the morning, told the Grand Maester, leaving the room without even looking at him. How is Joffrey? Asked Tyrion, making himself noticeable to the people inside the room. He didn't get a response, as Cersei started screaming at him. It was you, you little beast. You have always hated him, screamed the Queen Mother, only getting stopped by Jaime. Stop it, Cersei, you know it's impossible that Tyrion is behind this, told his brother, holding his sister tightly. Pycelle needs to investigate, but he thinks that the king has been poisoned, told his father, looking at Joffrey with a serious gaze. Poisoned? Asked Tyrion, taken aback by his father's words. With what? And who could do it? We don't know, responded Jaime. Joffrey's life is at the hands of the Maester now. We can't do nothing to help him, but we need to be prepared in case the king dies, told Tywin without batting an eye. No, 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 he will not die, father, he can't die, told Cersei, tears flowing through her cheeks. Take your sister to her rooms, Jaime commanded his father. Jaime dragged a sobbing Cersei out of the room, leaving him and Tywin alone. Tyrion got at the side of the bed, just in front of his father. You suspect someone, don't you, father? You've been way too quiet, even for your standards, asked Tyrion, locking his eyes with Tywin's. Many people hate the king and had the means to poison him at his own wedding, replied his father. But not all of them could do it, was the single response of Tyrion. His father just nodded at him twice, before leaving the room himself. This will mess up everything, thought Tyrion grimly. Underscore 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 underscore. Back at his chambers, his mind didn't give him any rest. He hadn't reached a conclusion yet, and he was constantly looking at the fireplace with his usual glass of wine at his hands. However, his peace was broken by the sound of the bells. His eyes went wide, the last time he had heard those bells. My lord, shouted Podrick behind his door, knocking the door hard before opening it without any order. Lord Tyrion, the king is dead. Jon v. A week had passed since the battle against Lionel Corbray. Jon and his lieutenants made their way back to the Eyrie after clearing the battlefield and burying the fallen soldiers who perished at the battle. Ravens had already been sent to all the corners of the Eastern Kingdom, announcing the victory of the Lords Declarant, and calling to arms to the remaining men of the Vale before joining the war themselves. 13,500 men marched back to the Eyrie, adding their numbers to the men already sieging the Eyrie, growing up to an army of 17,000 men under Jon Royce's command. After the departure of the 7,000 soldiers towards Harrenhal under Lord Melcombe's command and the 500 knights who rode to the Twins, Jon thought that he could muster an army 25,000 strong. He would gather almost all the men who knew how to hold a lance or a bow to the war, leaving only small garrisons at castles and towns except for those who had to deal with the mountain clans. After a night of well-deserved rest, Jon kept working hard, preparing the supplies needed before marching to the Riverlands, overlooking the training of the levies and meeting with the various lords at the host. He had been worried about Horton Redfort, but it seemed that his friend was slowly managing to get over with the loss of his youngest. There would be time enough to mourn once everything was over. He was now strolling through one of the improvised training grounds, looking at how Sir Mark Tollett, a knight under Lord Redfort's service, was training the levies. Get those shields up, lads, shouted the veteran knight. The tighter you hold, the lesser the chances that you get killed. He cracked a smile while looking at the man. Horton had told him about Sir Mark. He was the son of the current Lord Tollett's sister. He had nothing to inherit and had decided to make a name for himself, earning his spurs at a young age fighting the mountain clans and joining the Redforts shortly after. He had escalated positions inside Horton's household and gained the trust of the Lord of the Red Fort. That won't do, lad. Hold it firmly, with Strength kept voicing the Tollett, taking the spear and shield from a young man and showing him how to properly hold his lance. He grinned and continued his way through the training grounds, overlooking at how every knight was instructing the men. He had liked what he had seen so far. Discipline was key at the battlefield. However, before he could finish his stroll through the army, a soldier on red fort colors came running towards him and knelt in front Yon. For how he breathed and sweated, the man had probably came running from the siege camp. "My lord," started the man, barely able to catch his breath. "Take your time, soldier," Breath reassured the Lord of Runestone. The messenger nodded at him in respect and recomposed himself. "There is news from the siege, my lord. Lord Horton Redfort sends me with word that Lord Peter Baelish has come down from the Eyrie to discuss the terms of surrender. Your presence is needed." My lord bowed. "Very well, lead the way, soldier." Underscore 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 underscore. By the time he arrived at the commander tent, everyone of importance was already gathered inside, waiting for what Lord Baelish was going to say. Seated at the table inside the tent were Lady Waynwood, Lord Hunter, Lord Redfort, Sir Templeton and Lynn Corbray, as well as Lord Baelish himself. Yon came forward, nodding at his fellow countrymen while taking his seat. "Well, Lord Baelish, you come here with Lady Arryn terms of surrender. Tell them so we can conclude the matter quickly and end this useless battle between ourselves once for all," told Lord Royce. "I'm afraid I don't come with the terms of Lady Arryn themselves but for the other lords stuck in the siege," Lord Yon replied Baelish back, gesturing with his hands while talking. "What do you exactly mean, Baelish?" asked Lady Anya with a raised eyebrow. "Well, I'll explain it briefly. After you won the battle and the Vale was behind your banner, Lady Arryn tried to kill both herself and Lord Robert." "What do you mean by try to kill herself, Baelish? Don't test our patience even more," bittered back Lord Redfort. "Poison, my lords. She tried to poison herself and her son before losing the Eyrie. Of course, I'm sure that no one here wanted to depose the only son of Lord Jon Arryn from his rightful seat, but Lady Lysa is a troubled woman. She only sees what she wants to see. Fortunately, we were able to stop her before putting her under heavy guard inside her chambers." "What of Lord Robert Arryn himself?" Baelish started Yon Royce. "Even if he is a child, he is the Lord of the Vale. Despite his fragile nature, he is doing well enough. Taking him away from his mother was hard, but he will get accustomed to it in no time, if his environment doesn't change even more, of course. We are not babies who suck their own finger." "Baelish, go straight to the point," commanded Lady Waynwood, making even Lord Baelish shudder at her tone. "The Vale will enter the war as you wished, my lords. You shall have 20,000 men under your command and represent the Vale in the following conflict as you see fit. Once the war ends, Lord Yon Royce will be named Lord Protector of the Vale until Lord Robert comes of age. But there are 2 demands by our part." "I don't think you're in a position to make any demand, Baelish, but let's see what you got," responded Yon. "As you are all aware, Lord Arryn's health is fragile. Deprived of his mother, his seizures are worse than before. Both me and Coleman are concerned about his health. Coleman says that sudden changes of his environment will worsen his condition," started Baelish, hiding the small grin that tried to form on his face. "For his own sake, and as I have been a close friend to Lysa Arryn for years and a second father figure to him, I shall be named as legal tutor of Lord Robert." "You take us for fools, Baelish," shouted Lord Hunter, losing his temper. "Do you think us so stupid as to give you any power?" "Even if I don't like it, it's a sensible thing to do," told Lord Royce, surprising everyone in the room. "Baelish, I don't like you, it is known by everyone here including yourself. But what you said, it's true. Lord Arryn's health is of paramount importance and you have been close to him and his mother for years. It would be foolish to take away the last person he is familiar with," told the Lord of Runestone, who was studying everyone's reactions at his words. "If everyone agrees, Lady Lysa shall return to Riverrun once the war is over, never to return to the Vale of Arryn under death penalty for attempting to kill Lord Arryn," continued Yon. Except for Baelish, everyone agreed with him with a nod of their heads. "What about my son?" asked Lord Hunter. "What about justice for my house and for Lord Redfort?" "Lady Arryn ordered their arrest and they resisted, my lord," replied Baelish. "Resisted? My boy was thrown through the moon door," Baelish told back Horton, his face red with anger and smashing his fists against the wooden table. This takes me to our second demand. Sir Michael and Sir Eustace unsheathed their swords inside the throne room after Lady Lysa ordered their arrest. Sir Eustace was knocked out by Lord Belmore, but Sir Michael perished at the fight. His corpse was thrown through the moon door per Lady Arryn's orders. We were only following orders and can't be held accountant by the loss of such a promising young knight, sentenced the Lord of the Fingers, who faked his remorse for what had happened that day. With Lord Horton speechless, Yone took the reins of the conversation. We will accept your surrender, but we will ask King Rob to hold a trial to investigate what happened at the Eyrie. If you lied to us, I'll take your head, Baelish. Baelish nodded at Yone, clearly plotting what his next move would be, but Yone couldn't waste his time at politics now. There was a war to be won. If no one has anything more to say, I think we are done here, finished Yone to everyone's approval. Go back to the Eyrie and bring back Sir Eustace to the camp, and we will formally announce the surrender of Lady Arryn and the end of this conflict between us. Underscore 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 underscore. Are you sure that's what happened up there, son? Asked Lord Hunter, keeping eye contact with his son Eustace. They had accepted Lord Baelish terms for Lord Arryn's sake, but they all had known something was amiss. Of course, father, they may have knocked me out, but I remember what Lady Arryn told us when we presented our terms. I didn't know about Michael until they got me out of my cell. Old Lord Eon uncomfortably fell onto his chair, his gouty legs hurting. He had lived a long enough life to know how to play his cards, but it was a dangerous game they were about to play. Baelish had gotten what he wanted, and they hadn't had any possibility to deny him of it. Of course, he wasn't Lysa's husband, and that weakened his power, but as long as he was Robert Arryn's protector, his influence would grow. Don't tell this to anyone, not even your brothers must know what happened at the Eyrie. You were smart about faking your memory loss, son. I'll talk to Yone, but this won't be known until the war is over and a trial is held, is that understood? Clearly, father nodded his son in acknowledgement. After resting for a couple of hours while the men were assembling, they went out of the tent together and mounted their horses. It didn't take long for them to get to Yone Royce, who had been supervising how the army dismounted the camp. 15,000 here and 5,000 more waiting for us at the Bloody Gate. It's a huge army, let's pray it's enough and that we arrive on time, voiced the Lord of Runestone, who was accompanied by Lord Redfort. We sent some of our men before us, Yone. They will help the young wolf hold his ground until we arrive. Don't lose your faith before entering the war. My lords, voiced Lord Hunter, making himself visible to his fellow countrymen. We shouldn't delay it any further. Are you sure you don't want to stay behind, Eon? Asked Lord Yone. Your sons can lead your men, there is no need to risk your life, old friend. We won't think less of you if you decide to do so. My legs won't stop me from this, Yone sentenced Lord Eon. We will go and come back together or not coming back at all. I won't rest in my halls waiting for a raven telling me my sons and friends lay dead on the battlefield like a woman. Let's go, old friend, there is something I would like to tell you on the road. Yone nodded at his friend and gave the signal to move. Behind him, the strength of the Vale. There was no coming back once they crossed the Bloody Gate. The end.